So just to vibe with everybody. That's the big thing about social media, man. Like if you use it correctly, you vibing. You know, you doing good. If you use it incorrectly, you're doing that phone social media party, the J-Dog's entanglement, aka cheating. And if you can't, like, tell people, yo, if you can't stay a dedicated partner, don't be with them. Don't hurt them, destroy them. That's very unfair, you know. I know, as M Snarks, you know, we need companionship, etc. We have necessities, but that's why you keep it 1,000, and either be with somebody. If not, then just keep it pushing. You know, like I tell everybody, you know, do benefits, keep it 1,000. Why is someone a dream, and then they're in their heads they want to be with you, but in your head, like, nah, I'm just here for the TLC and that's it. After I get what I want, I'm out. That's very unfair. Now you destroy a person, hurt people, you know. And I'm not perfect. I've done my mistakes most definitely wise, but you know, in Spanish culture, Hispanic and Spaniards, that's why I knocked the shit out of it. You know, what you call it, raised very incorrectly. So the males could be like machistas, do whatever they want. The females, mandilona, stay quiet, don't say nothing, and bow down type of shit. Corny traditional bullshit, you know. Which I knocked the shit out of it, and that's why my people's giving me grief about it, and I tell them I don't care if you don't like it, unfollow me. Social media is very easy, you know. Sorry about that, guys. I just got my Christmas gift, so I have a connection in Louisiana. That's my computer plug, and I just got my Christmas gift. So he sent me a bunch of like SSDs, RAM, hard drive. I'm going to get computer stuff. I got you guys. It's easy. Like I'll do my tutorials. You can DM me any laptop. As long as it's 2-core, 2 processors, don't matter. Even if it's DDR2, older stuff, you can still make it modern. You know, usable for every day. Just basic shit. You know, email, Facebook, YouTube, etc. Obviously, if you want something prettier, it's definitely then you a better laptop, most definitely. But even then, old school, you know, older DDR3s still good laptops, you know. But then if you once again you go to Geek Squad, Best Buy, and all these computer shops, that was gonna push the new shit out there. Don't worry about that. I got you which way. You don't need all that, you know. Okay, let me see. Okay. Alright, so I screenshotted it. So yeah, it should. I'll save it. I'll see what I'll send you shortly. But yeah, I tell you, computer stuff. I got you guys, man. It's easy. I'm back to me personally. Like I do my TikToks, you know, like it's about life, relationship, separate, narcissist, just war going on between us people, etc. I said I have it on me: empathist, narcissist, good and bad, whatever analogy you want to use, an individual. That's on you, not I. You know, I'm just trying to. You know, Amps like what we do. We can heal you guys, just support you, uplift you for one, show you mad love, but I can't fix you. Nobody can fix nobody. Remember that. That's the thing in this world. Like, which I will do TikToks about that, which would be a lot of trigger warning for a lot of people in this world, especially in professions of, you know, counseling, psychiatrists, therapists, life coaches, relationship coaches, all that great jazz. It'll bother them because, you know, it's shot to them, not in a bad way. If you're minded, we vibing. If you're narrow-minded, I will trigger you, and that's my job, to trigger you. But am I the problem? Are you the problem? Or where's the problem? That's what you gotta ask yourself as an individual, you know? But remember, humans, for the most part, man, we can fix man-made things. Like if he does mess up, I can fix him. You know, I can tell its story. I can tell it put Windows on the, you know, iOS, etc. That's up and running. I can put Adobe Photoshop, Microsoft Word, etc. All that great jazz, right? I can do that. I can fix it. But as humans, our heads are best friend and our worst enemy. You know, we can't fix each other. We can heal, guys. You know, everywhere, support each other most definitely. but it's your head, it's your mansion. That's why if you want to go with the higher power, if you believe in God, etc., who knows you better than you? Yourself, the devil, and God. That's it. Everybody else knows the outside of you, but they don't know what you're thinking. So that's the ish, and that's why life's hard. And I promise you, it's not. It became hard not knowing because we allowed narcissistic energy vampire into life. As kids, teenagers, we can do so much. We live with the parents' household. As we go into the world, our life, our world, if we choose to enjoy it, live it to the fullest, best as, or just flying face. Like a lot of us did. Relations messes up a lot. Why? Because we don't know. We just go by traditional ways, broken ways, which is not very good because you end up falling on your face many times, and the idea is not to fall that many times in your face. And then don't go body hopping. You cannot fix yourself with the body by yourself. You can try to, like a lot of us have tried that. But when you destroy them, they destroy you, then what? They get to believe, you get to believe, you cheat, they cheat, then what? Back to square one. And that's the ish. You don't want to keep doing that in life. If you do, at the end, you'll keep destroying yourself as an individual, and then from there, you lose love for yourself furthermore. And then each individual that hurts you in this world, in your head, your mansion, the doors of pain are wide open. That's why I took the song from NF the rap artist Mansion, made it my analogy. And basically that's how I make it stab in the side to get your attention, but all the doors of pain are wide open. Every person that touched you, beat you up verbally, your partners, their exes, etc. Everybody owns each room, and that's why your overthink is triggered, because you haven't let go of exes, past pain, toxic love, trauma, and child trauma 1000, which is the first hardest, most painful step in the world. Because why? How can you let your ex go? They cheated on you, they left you, etc. Shit sucks, most definitely. But that's how you keep working on it, man. Day by day, baby steps. And the more people in your support team, I promise this, it's a lot easier because everyone's your therapist. TikTok, number one platform. I love TikTok. I like the young cats. They'd be like, "Oh, this apps for not for old people. Like first and foremost, the apps could be anyone could use it, right?" And for sure, yes. And me as being a lot older, I thought this was a kids app because I just saw like my kids and niece and nephews just dancing and bullshit. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, they vibing, they're doing the ish. That's cool. But me is what I'm trying to tell the world. Got the world best as I was doing Facebook, IG lives, and then do my YouTube uploads. But so Facebook, IG, Twitter, Snap, all that. It's if you want to learn about life, you'll get like motivational things you can watch, most definitely. But you will not learn about life. TikTok, I thought crash course, 1,000 easily, and that's why I thought. But you don't believe me on other platforms. You don't believe what I'm saying, which I'm gonna call it. Like for example, if you go into Facebook, IG. Twitter, Snap, etc. Search bar, type in impetus, type in narcissist, type in toxic. You'll see like minor stuff, etc. People talk about it. Go on TikTok, type in breakups, narcissistic, whatever. Watch the world die. Fucking watch the world die. And that's the only reason I'm here on TikTok. I've been here for like a year and I think 15 months, 16 months roughly overall. And I like my nephews told me about it, and then I took that shit around with it. I love TikTok because I guess I could do 3 minutes, go live, chop it up, and just all I talk about, honestly speaking, my skip 1,000, and I love what I'm talking about is life, relationship, separate M's and arcs. Especially not to forewarn you guys, especially the young generation. Your guys' generation relationships, it's going to shit really bad. Why? Because of phone, social media, third party. I can have 1,000 girlfriends. Whatever you guys, you can have 1,000. Lust is everywhere. It's fucking free. But there's a temporary feeling, and that's it. Then what? You get bored and go to the next body. Keep body hopping, do that most definitely, but that's not my issue. I've done my part, etc. Done my wrongs most definitely. And once again, you cannot fix yourself with the body by your side. You can try to fall on your face many times, and that's like like young generation, y'all doing like horse, y'all doing what you gonna call it, sneaky links, all that good shit, situation, which is aka benefits. But even then, when y'all do benefits, it doesn't sound bad when I say this. You can do it, but you have to be both on the same page. If you do benefits, but you're doing your part, but they don't know what you're trying to do. We're trying to achieve. Y'all be clashing. That's why hurt people. No matter what, you're gonna hurt each other for sure. On that note, afuera. Come on. But the idea, which I would do a TikTok about that, because some like I call anyone that's got high numbers, famous TikTokers. She asked about that, like, how do y'all do like situationships without catching feelings? So after I get off this live, I will talk about that because I did it. I mean, me personally, the way I did it. So my first baby mom, 12 years, narcissist 1,000 every which way. Now that I understand, comprehend how narcissists function to the fullest, to the T, Oh yeah, she's a beast. I even told her before we left her, yo, I give you props for 12 years. You mop me up, I did my ish at the end or whatever. It's all good. Like I give you your props. You my ex now. She's her amp. The categories I created. Same thing told her like, oh, you're a beast. It is what it is. I will figure this out. First baby mom took me 5.5 years of my life, and losing my brother to finally go to 1,000. That's a very long time. How can I be in other relationships, better relationships? Yes. But since I was broken, I was still fighting myself, still trying to understand myself. And the more people in your support team, which I highly, highly recommend when dealing with life, relationship, etc. Basically going through breakups, because each breakup you get into, it destroys you. And you're matching your head adds another door of pain. And you already have enough. You don't want more than you need, That's the idea, quote unquote, especially for the young generation. I'm just forewarning you, man. Not all this shit I'm telling you, it took me 39 years of my life. 40 now, about to be 41. To say what I'm saying, 1,000. Brown people, they can't tell you what I'm telling you, Our culture, Hispanic and Spaniards, were raised very incorrectly. I don't believe in that traditional stuff at all. It's broken every which way. Because if it was working, then why are people cheating? Why are people doing wrong? Why did I do wrong? Why did everyone do wrong? And that's why I say what I say. Like, you just need you, and that's it. Eventually, when you figure it out, that you become dependent of yourself. You don't become codependent. The downfall right now, the world is broken. Everybody look around you. The whole world is broken. I don't care about your money status, whatever it is. Not rude to you. You can be traveling the world. That's awesome. But then the temporary happiness, and then from there, when you got to deal with your reality yourself, the mirror, then what? Back to square one. Deal with your pain. Deal with your feelings, right? And that's the issue. That's what hurts. But with support team, I promise you, you'll be guided a lot better. And that's why I say what I say, which way. I got blessed. Past relationship now is like, 19 months going on 20 months? So time goes like this. Remember, time goes so fast, but you can't control time. But this traditional last dance, like I was traditional, I was hurt. Last dance is the category that I create, that basically that's like the black market, mafiosos, gangbangers, etc., right? Like not every, do you believe that every gangbanger, killer, etc. is a bad person to fullest? A narcissist, 1,000? And a lot of people don't want to sit with them and talk to them because why? That's the black market, ganger, mafiosos, hitman, racist, etc., right? I'll sit down and talk to anybody. As long as you're mind we vibing, I won't be mean with you at all. I just was talking vibing, let's elaborate. And then on my side, being behind the screen, I do my TikToks. I'm doing what? Communication, comprehension. Your side behind the screen, we watch my TikToks, my live, etc. You're doing communicating. You can comprehend today, tomorrow, 20 years from now. Your choice. And that's why a lot of us that we get, people talk of advice in life, it don't click in right away, but maybe like 1 year, 2, 3 years later, oh, that's what they were saying. You finally comprehended. You finally clicked in. That's why it's called comprehension, because you're trying to talk and vibe about it. So you comprehend what's happening. Me, I tell people, ask me a question. I'll break it down every which way, give you every aspect, every angle, because I've been with a narcissist 12 years, and then I've been with her amp for 7 years, and everyone's broken. Sounds bad, but let's keep it 1,000. Everyone's broken. Like I was. I'm blessed, once again, to be 2020 amp in the matrix. I say everything so easily and freely. And then, people will get triggered when they, I'm broken. If you're not broken, then why are you body hopping? If you're not broken, then why are you still in multiple relationships? If you're not broken, then tell me you're in a long-term relationship at whatever age, 14, 18 years old, and you get there to last day in bed and comfortable. You're both on the same page, no clashing, no bullshit. Tell me that. I want to hear that. I haven't met anybody like that. Because obviously, they say, yes, relationships have issues. Most definitely have issues, but why do they have issues? That's the question. Typically, for the most part, one person is more healed than the other. And then, yes, you have the whole nationality, culture behind it, most definitely. But scratch that. Take culture, take the skin color away. Are you good or bad? Emperor, narc, positive, negative. Narc 1,000, you're broken to last dying breath. They can't be fixed. But change if they choose to. If they, like I've talked about 4 or 5 narcs on TikTok, and the way they was talking and vibing through DMs, like, yo, you sound like a cobra, And I tell them, why don't you just keep it 1,000? Tell the world you're a cobra narc, etc. And then from there, the amp, if they choose to, they can vibe with you or not, like be with you, or not just do benefits. I told all the narcs, yo, keep it 1,000. Why don't you just do benefits? You just lust, you can't love. So why keep destroying us? Why not just, this is what I do, we love, do our benefits, and that's it, have a fun time, bullshit, and that's it, but we're not together. If you want to try to fix me, go for it, but I already told you, I'm an narc. I'm going to destroy you, and that is up to amps. Because remember, as Trisha last time, what are you guys? Lovers, healers, overthinkers, and what? Fixers. What do y'all worry about? Love, time, death. Out of the 5 W's, who, what, where, why, whom, why? What's your favorite question in the world with the cherry on top? Why? What is your flaw as the Trisha last step? Majority of your choices are you heart feelings, they're your mind, head, common sense. And that's why they always clashing. And what? You don't go with your intuition. How many times have you said, like, gosh, damn, I never listen to myself? Many times. And you will say that to your last dying breath if you don't understand and comprehend yourself. Go through, fall back, go through healing process, awakening process. Awakened, a lot of amps are awakened. The idea is to eventually become woke in the matrix. Listen to the power now. That's my world. I don't need you to be my level. I want you to be my level. Because guess what? Once you become, one with yourself, you love yourself every which way. Now you comprehend the world. You look around you like them. That's why I love the Matrix, which I'll eventually have Neo and Agent Smith on my forearms. Because that's the best analogy what's happening in this world. The red pill, the blue pill, etc. Right? It's the best analogy because narcissists run the world. Because why? They have money and power every which way. For the most part, narcissists don't really get their hands dirty because they use us, social last step with narcissist traits, to do the dirty work. And they take the hit, they take the blame. And the narcissists hide behind the curtains, etc. But they got the money and the power. Look around you. Do you think war has to happen? Do you think anyone's like a physical? Only true modern, cavemen are narcissists 1,000 because they can't handle words. People die with petty ass words. Why? Because typically it triggers trauma. Whoever told you you're stupid, whatever negative word, it gets you going, right? And then from there wise, you gotta validate yourself and explain yourself to the world that you're not that. Like if whatever they just accuse you of and you're not from that, like, the tip in life, think is not knowing. I think you're stupid. Cool. I love doing debates. Open-minded, we vibing. And you come at me every which way and I'll be like, cool. You think I'm stupid. I know I'm not stupid, but think is not knowing. A tip in life, can you please elaborate why you think I'm stupid? And typically people are not ready for that a response like that because they be like, they're ready for altercation. Like, nah, I don't die with petty words, man. They're just petty ass words. I'm none to be above. If I know for a fact 1,000, I'm not that, but let's talk about it. And then they'll typically get what? Talk shit back to you, or they'll get physical and get violent. Because why? You just trying to open mind. Be open in the vibe, etc. Or they run away. You're crazy and they just leave. And then you see, and here's the kicker. All the answer to life, relationship, amps, narco, all this shit is in every book we read, every flick we watch. Why do you think you have the good guy, the bad guy turns good? Amp, narc, and then I lost that transitions back to, because they're one foot in, one foot out. Should I be a narcissist? Should I be an empathist? They don't know. Because, they don't even know. What up, Agent Q, man? What's the deal? Welcome to the live. But that's the issue. A lot of people don't comprehend that part. I love talking and vibing about it because. So yeah, you can control your overthinking because remember, your head's your best friend or your worst enemy, and that's just beat you up every day in life. Like you can have a good job, good, whatever in life. That's cool, but at the end of the day, you gotta deal with yourself. You gotta deal with that mirror. That's the issue. A lot of people don't. A lot of amps and arcs. And that's why I mentioned, Jesus wise when they're stabbing his ribs, right? So next year the idea is to potentially finish all my ink. So that's why I have all my ink, etc. It's answer to life relationship I have separate amps and arcs that I have with the narcissist. Trigger warning because I call the whole world out, but in an open mind. I'm not being mean to you. Like you have a lot of the narc talk community wise. See, majority of those cats are like hurt amps. I've seen some guys and girls they narc destroy. I'm like, well, the idea is not to hurt others, quote unquote, right? And I used to be like that. I used to do initially the narc talk because I believe my ex was a narcissist. But remember, everybody in the world, look around you, even yourself, you have narcissist traits. But now you have to sit down with yourself and talk to yourself. Am I a narcissist or do I just have my traits? And remember that everybody has narcissist traits. The difference is narcissists they cannot fix themselves. They can potentially change a little bit if they sit down and comprehend. I tell everybody, I ain't not watching this. I said many times, I'll sit down talking about with you. Let's talk and elaborate your head, how you function. But a lot of them run from that. They be, you're crazy, stupid. You need to go to a therapist. They'll be, I would love to talk to a therapist, counselor. Them and I would vibe every which way because I would just talk about amps and arcs, real shit. I don't care about those big words and dopamine. That's cool. Like all these scientists, right? Doesn't sound bad. The scientists probably get triggered which way. All these scientists that are trying to study the human head, the brain, etc., how we function. That's cool. Use those big ass words. Use all those. Do whatever you want to do. But here's the kicker: you cannot fix I can't fix you. We can do communication comprehension, verbally, mentally. You don't know what I'm thinking. And you don't know, and I don't know what you're thinking. End of story. So there was this, and I'll be rude to scientists when I say it, but it sucks to be a person that's trying to study the human brain, how we function, and you're gonna die 90, 100 years old. Never got the answer in life, and the answer is basically you can't fix I can't fix you. There's the answer. So use the big words. Discover new things of the brain, all this shit. That's cool, but guess what? We can't fix each other. Simple as that. Because if we could, all of us would have way better lives. You would go through your first breakup in life and go to the doctor. Hey, this is a situation like me. Scenario. I mean, analogies. I'm a computer technician, right? So if you was an AI, or let's say maybe potentially in the future, maybe in my lifetime or after our lifetime, they'll have like that's why they have movies, flicks. They'll potentially have AIs, half human, half cyber, etc. Humans, all the good mix. They can rewrite your head because why? It's a hard drive. I can control the computer. Any computer I work on. It's analogy. I'm the computer's god. So with that said, no computer can't function without a hard drive, right? But yes, you have the hard drive, you have the RAM, and everything functions together. Everything needs something to function, for sure. But everything's a piece. But with that said, a computer to make a computer to boot up, run Windows 7, 8, or 10, or Apple, right? iOS, etc. You need a hard drive, you need a RAM operating system. There you go. Any computer. That's all you need to make it function. This is Windows, whatever I want to put, 7, 8, or 10 XP, whatever I want to put on there. iOS, whatever, all new, old school. Then it goes into the hard drive, and then needs RAM to boot up also. Once you have it together, now boom, it's alive. It boots up. And now it's functioning, right? Now it's alive. Now if the computer's being stupid, I can go to see if it's got a virus going on, double check it. If it needs to be fine-tuned, double check it. I'll do it myself. If it does have a virus, I either do what? Use software to remove the virus, or because the viruses are badass and the hackers are getting really good nowadays, because it goes into registry files, I just back up your important files. And why am I going to go looking for something that potentially is hidden deep in the operating system, in the registry files? I just back your important files up, wipe the drive, wipe it, erase it, right? All the memories are gone. Erase it. Now, the RAM's already installed. Now, just boom, reinstall, put the Windows back on there, put the iOS back on there. Now it's something brand new again, running. See, I control it. I tell it what to. I can tell it how to fix itself, and vice versa. I have a question I want to ask. Oh yeah, what's up? Go for it. When I watch your videos, you speak too fast. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to work on myself. Like, I speak fast, So I'm Chicano, Mexican American, born from the States, right? So with that, there's a little story about me. The reason why I speak fast, which I'm trying to learn how to slow it down, which is kind of a battle within myself, is my first baby mom's Latina from Caracas, Venezuela, raised in New York, etc. So Latinos speak hella fast, but we got Dominicans, Cubanos, all good stuff. Mexicans, Chicanos, for the most part, we speak a lot slower wise. And I sent a request for a video request. Oh, to jump on the live? Oh, I apologize. Yeah, jump on. Let me see. I'm sorry, it didn't notify me. Boom. Hey, sorry about that. I didn't see that. Typically, for the most part, it'll show at the bottom. Hey, if someone wants to jump a live.
No, you're good. I have a question. Since you talk a lot, you talk a lot about like the narcs and all that stuff. I was in a relationship for 12 years, right? I was married and everything. Mm-hmm. How do you know what are the traits of a narcissist? Because now that I called him out on his stuff and I called him a narc, he went back and called me one and says that I'm the one controlling the situation. So I want to know how that goes back and forth.
Right. So here's the kicker. Remember, everybody in the world, look around you, yourself, everybody has narcissist traits. Remember, so the breakdown of a narcissist, but remember, Tricia last time, I was that, we all are, etc. Whatchamacallit, I can do what? I can love bomb you, I can gaslight you, I can tell you that fake immature love story. I could be verbally abusive and physically abusive, but I'm not a narcissist. That's just the narcissist traits. If you believe in the higher powers, God, whatever God you believe, I don't care if it's a rock. The good and bad, right? So basically, the only person knows you better than you is who? You, the devil, and God, right? So they're both in your ear, whispering in your ear, right? So when you do good, God said. You do bad, the devil said, right? So that's why you're always fighting yourself. And before you're about to do anything wrong, what do? You think to yourself, and you do what? It's premeditated. You thought about it. If you're going to go cheat, you're going to hit, etc., for the most part, 90% of our choices is premeditated because we thought about it, right? And then from there, you guilt of yourself. And the other part is the 10% as an employee is when you flash, quote unquote, reactive abuse is when you pop off. It's because why? That is a narcissist trait. Is that now you peaked out. Whatever they told you, stupid, ugly, and let's say that word ugly triggers you. Why? Because when they go of your ex's past pain, toxic love, trauma, and then child trauma 1000, you snap, and now the idea was not to throw things or get physical, but you did, right? Because it triggered you, which once again, reactive abuse. So remember, everybody has narcissist traits, and then the
I
situation.
mean, I know for a fact that I do have some traits of it, and I admit it, and I try to fix it. The point now is that I'm to the point where I don't really say much to him anymore. It's like he calls me a narcissist because he says that the reason I am one is that I tend to like just shrug it off. I don't want to like continue the
Talk about it.
argument, or I don't want to continue whatever conversation we're having.
Right.
So
What? Mm-hmm.
now the thing that is making me question is, am I really the one that is causing or that caused all that whole
Issues.
physical issues in
So,
the relationship, or was it both that we both were young and we were just learning from each other?
well, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Like, I imagine the way you're talking by your name, you're Spanish, right? Hispanic and
Yeah.
Spaniard. So with that said, I'm gonna just keep it 1,000. A lot of I'm from Eastern Washington Valley, so La Raza, I'm considered a crazy devil, etc. Because what I'm saying, especially being a male, talking about our culture, how we function, that's what I mean. Alphas, machistas, narcissists. Eventually, I'm gonna have betas, mandilones, and empaths, because that's our analogy. That's why with the Spanish culture, empaths and narcissists like this is crazy, right? But I tell them, hey but if I say machista, mandilon, right away, you know what I'm talking about, right? So
Right.
that's it. That's why it's a trigger warning. So we're raised, the Spanish culture, the second highest narcissistic culture in the world. I would say like 60-40. And then the number one, Middle Eastern, because they got money, they got pockets, right? So in our
Right.
culture, very raised, very incorrect, because the male can do what? I can have like that, but if I choose to, I choose to. And especially I can use the culture as a backup. My family, friends, my pops, grandpa, my dealers, so that I can mess around on my partner 1,000 times, and guess what? It's all good because other man does, right? And then let's go to church and pray about it because the devil was with me, right? And then females that I stayed like a dummy by the sides for 20 years because my mom did it, your mom did it, grandma did it, auntie did it, etc. It's very, very unfair. And that's the shit, toxic every which way. And that's what me person and the individual, I dislike the word when I hear it, so toxic, so toxic. Like, no, you're not. You're toxic because
I
of
mean,
you.
I feel like nowadays everybody use that word toxic a lot. Like
Well,
tóxico,
yes,
tóxicos y tóxicas. Like
too
una
freely.
persona no llega a esa situación solo.
Correct.
Siempre hay otra persona that's gonna be there and make
Right.
you get to where you are. I mean, you're not gonna
Right.
get to those traits by yourself. I mean, I
Right.
was with my ex-husband for 12, almost 13 years. I've known
Yeah.
him since I was like 8, 9 years old. We got
Right.
married when I was 18. We had
Okay.
our
Awesome.
kids and everything, right?
Right.
But at the same time, we were young and we still didn't know how to figure anything out. We both
Correct.
come from broken families. Like his dad wasn't in the picture. My mom was a single mom and all that stuff. So whatever love we did know, we didn't know it as a unit. Like we didn't know
Correct.
how two people are supposed to act with each other. At least that's
Right.
how I see it now. You know
No,
what I
no.
mean? That's how I see it now. Before it was just like we need to be together because of the kids and we have to be responsible type deal, right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so after the years went by and we started noticing that our attitudes were changing towards each other, it wasn't just like we're gonna love each other. It's like we lost mutual respect for each other. It was
But why?
me calling him B word or him calling me names, and it
Right.
just
Right.
went from there. I mean, the way I see it now is that if I would have known how I feel now back then, I wouldn't
Yeah.
have lasted so long in the relationship.
Correct. No, that's a lot of us. That's a lot of us. But why? But check out. If you do like me, I'm older than you, right? I'm from '81, so I'm about to be 41. $1,800, right? So in the Spanish culture, and a lot of cultures, you do like the movies, right? You save the V card for the right one, and from there, wise, that's the first and last person you lay down with, family, etc. Why pick a fence? All traditional bullshit, right? A downfall, like you said. We weren't taught this. We just go by by the movies, the books, Romeo and Juliet and bullshit. It's fucking beautiful. The downfall when it happens, everything changes, right? And with that
And
said, and then when you begin,
that's the thing too, like how you talk about social media and stuff, like it has a lot to do with it.
nowadays,
I
1,000. That's why I have it
I'm
on me.
31. I'm 31 and I still don't have a Facebook. I got on TikTok last year. I have an Instagram that I don't even know how to use, but there's certain things that nowadays it goes back to that status. Me and him split, and we tried to work things back out, but it was always in the back of the mind, like, you did this when we weren't together. You did this, and you were still my wife, or you were still my husband, and you were talking to so and so. So when we tried to fix it, all the past issues were being brought up, and we were triggering each other with the shit that we already knew about each other. Correct. So it's not just like, oh, I'm mad at you. No, it's me throwing stuff at your face so you could throw it back at me, and then it goes back and forth.
Right, but do you know why?
No.
It's one word: trust. Trust is broken. When the trust is broken, 1,000, it's over. It sounds harsh to say, like, but think about it really good, because what you just said. Because when the trust is broken, both these sides, right? And a lot of us do it because the generational cycle. We don't bring kids involved. It's just say long-term relationships. You're gonna try, 1, 2, break up 20,000 times, right? Because why? You're trying to fix the situation, but the downfall is every negative situation, since day 1 till day 20 years, it's gonna be brought up. Remember her, him, and then from there, what? Now you're just flying. You're throwing blows, right? It's not.
Yeah, that's point, exactly what it is. And for me, my biggest trigger for me is that his actions, the way he says it, is that, oh, well, you caused it. You made me get to that point. You're the reason why I'm the way I am. And like I told him, I was like, okay, I'm the reason you're the way you are. You're the reason I am the way I am. I was like, we built each other the way we are. I was like, if you don't trust me, then why are you still trying to fix something that's so broken? Correct. And I was like, and you tell me you love me, but when you tell me you love me, it's more like a costumbre. It's not like, oh, I love you and I mean it in every which way. In the Hispanic culture, I love you is more like, I have to tell you I love you because I'm with you, kind of thing. It's for validation and comfort. But here's the kicker. So let's give it 1,000. So what I say about our relations, I'm gonna give you Amsterdam Knox, right? It starts with what? Lust. Especially in the damn phone, right? It starts with lust, then it falls to love. A narcissist can't love. They lust, narcissists can't love, they like. So they'll use and abuse you, etc., and smash you all day, but that's about it. They can't be dedicated to you because they're ready to be dedicated with many others on the phone, right? Then it falls to what? When you start clashing, bumping heads, no matter if it's first altercation, many more to come, that's called toxic love. Toxic love hurts, pain hurts. Love is beautiful. It's, it's pure, it's very soothing, healing. Then it falls to the last stage of what? I don't love you, I have love for you. Either I fold, you fold, or, we just squash it, and it's over. And see, that's where, I think that's where I am now.
No, it is. No,
where I'm just like, look, I have mad love for you because, I was married to you for so long. I have love for you because you're the father of my children. Correct. But am I in love with you? Technically, no, I'm not.
No, you have love for him, and that's it.
The way I explain it to him is like, I have love for you, but I'm not in love with you. And he gets mad and starts telling me, oh, well, you're the one that ran out in the relationship. You're the one that broke the family because you left. But all the physical abuse, the verbal abuse, and everything that he did while we were together, he doesn't acknowledge it. And when he does, I did do that. I'm sorry. That's all I can say is I'm sorry. Yes, I did do that. He validates that he hurt me, but doesn't want to admit that what he did is what drove me to leave.
What's that called? I'm out to do questions and tricks, so to help you and guide you, right? So that's called not having self accountability, or you say accountability, but that's what it is. So remember this. That's why I have my ink. SOS, stuck on stupid. 1 + 1 = 3. Analogies, wrong answers, right? It's easier for me to blame everybody in the mother but myself.
Right.
And the story. So if you do 1 + 1 = 2, is yes, babe, you're right. I did fuck up. I did. I'm sorry. Now you're admitted to your shit. That is the correct way to do it. But the thing is, narcissists 1,000, they run from the problems. I'll mention narcissists, not really. I'll mention restoration a lot of times because I did a lot of wrong, right? And I come in the situation. So with that said, it's easier to run from your problems, right? And when you start running from your problems way too much, what do? You start believing your own lies. So you keep running from it to the last dying breath, and then when you lose yourself, you lose yourself hard, and then what happens to you? Especially after every relationship you destroy yourself, you're gonna fall to what drugs, alcohol, because that's your way out. But the thing is with drugs and alcohol, what is it? The band-aid to life. That's all it is. You're running from your problem. I mean, you're numbing yourself up, but here's the kicker. You can be high drunk, be on these pills that the psychics give you because the psychiatrist want to give you pills to numb your anxiety and shit, right? But the reason why you have all this negative shit in you is because why? You haven't dealt with your problems. In your head, your head's your best friend, your worst enemy. So the song from the rap artist Ed is called Mansion. I took his analogy, made it my way. So in your head, all the doors of pain are wide open since day one that you can remember as a kid, as a teenager, as a thought, right? Because you haven't let go of your ex. You start with your ex. Ex is past pain, toxic love, trauma, and child trauma 1,000, right? And with that said, since all the doors of pain are wide open, what your triggers are happening? Why? Why do words bother anybody in this world? Is why these words trigger PTSD, anxiety, emotional breakdown, suicidal thoughts, loneliness, all that negative shit. And the cherry on top, the biggest trigger in the world was, as EMS, was a trigger, overthinking. That's how your head's going 1,000 miles an hour and you got to go to work, deal with kids, and deal with life, and deal with all the people around you, right? And then at the end, they deal with who?
Right.
We deal with you. And that's why I talk to all EMS and narcs. Eventually, I'll get it in my ribcage next year. But the riddle, who's the problem? The person in the mirror, the person looking in the mirror? A lot of people can't look at themselves because they hate themselves. Because why? Because they lost self-love every single time because they get destroyed, especially when you do long-term.
I think what it is nowadays too is that people are so used to seeing what they see on social media that they think that's what real life is. I mean, I can get on TikTok and be smiling and laughing and posting all kinds of joyful things, but nobody really knows behind the screen what is actually going through somebody's mind.
Correct.
So I've been dealing with a lot mentally, a lot.
Oh yeah.
And the thing for me, I think the first step for me was admitting that I was alone, or that I needed help, or the way I was feeling. Because in a Hispanic world, you can't have mental issues. You cannot feel depressed. If you feel depressed, it's a sign of weakness.
Correct.
That's the way all Hispanics are raised. A man can't cry. A man can't do this. A female can't leave her husband because she's not strong enough to save the relationship. That's all it is. For me, technically, the way I see it is for somebody to actually be happy, you don't have to be next to somebody just for you to feel that validation that you're doing okay.
Well, definitely.
At least now I see that. When before I left, or before my emotions left the relationship, I used to beg and cry and ask him to change. But what was the point of that? I was pretty much begging myself, hey, give it another chance. Give it another chance. Change.
I fight for that, man. That's beautiful. That's why I mean, like, I mentioned my back on my little TikTok notes that I put comments on my back. I'm gonna have little scrolls of all the comments on my TikTok notes, right? So that's what I say. One of them is like, when I put on there, like, when you're crying for them, you're actually crying for yourself. Because why? Since you overlove them, you lost love for yourself. So that's what it is in reality,
Yeah, and it sucks. And also the validation that they seek from you, knowing that they're making you cry and making you beg for them to stay. That's another validation that they know they have that control and they have that power.
Oh yeah, they run the show. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, it took years. It took years for me to even get to where I am right now mentally.
Correct. And that's the beautiful thing about social media, because you can
talk about. Let me finish the live and then I'll talk to you. Okay. Yeah. So it's to the point where, I mean, I've been separated from about 2 years now, and I mean,
how you feeling?
It's been hard. It's a emotional roller coaster, to say the least.
The ups and downs, the good days, the bad days, most definitely.
Yeah. For me right now, it's like I broke off that relationship, and I didn't even break it. What I did is I ran from it. If I'm
That's
being
cool. That's
if
okay.
I'm being
No,
truthful, I ran from it. I knew
that's
that if
good.
I waited to speak with him in like physical and face to face, I was not gonna go anywhere.
Correct.
So what I did is that I hid what I was doing. I got my apartment, I got my place, and I left. I left
That's good.
with the
That's
kids.
good. Yeah.
So
You think,
after
you
I
think your
left,
priority?
yeah, after I left, I did the worst possible thing that anybody could do, and basically I sent him a message, a text message, like everybody does nowadays. I sent him
Mm-hmm.
a message, and I told him why I left, and I told
Yeah.
him where I was going. But at the end of the day, he still didn't really understood where I was coming from. His point of view was, you left me, you left with the kids, you took something from me, you took the
Right.
kids away from me. It
Right.
wasn't like I validate your actions because I did whatever, or we were
Correct.
so bad with each other. It was
Yeah.
just like, hey, you know what, it was your fault and it's still your fault, so everything that came after I left is all my fault.
Correct.
I mean, after I left, yes, there was police reports. There was all types of BS that
But
came after that, but
right.
I'm still getting blamed for it. Now,
It's okay.
my question is, how do I work around it to where I can be, I can still try and save whatever mental health I have, well, healthy mental space that I have left to deal
Right.
with
Right. Right.
somebody that I'm always gonna be the problem.
Oh, that's I say it's simply wise, but remember now that you're separated, right? 2 years separated, right? Officially, okay. Leave it at that. That is do if he decides to be in your guys' kid's life, which remember, the generational cycle, all kids involved in relationships are the true victims. It sucks that what happens to the parents, most definitely. No one deserves to get beat up. All shit, most definitely. But with that said, what you got to do now is what? Do your part as a mom, as an individual in this world, and that's it. And do co-parenting best as. Any negative bullshit he says, like face to face to pick up the kids, text, anything negative, right? Anything negative, you can either not respond to it, and he's gonna actually get him going, or do reverse psychology, copy and paste. Just copy that shit, send it back to him. It's gonna trigger him. And he can call you, blow up. Don't even do nothing. If come knocking on your door, and let's say the police are involved, let's say there's restraining orders, call the boys in blue. Do everything correctly, don't do it incorrectly. Don't get involved with shit, because that's his triggers, his issues, not yours. You're trying to do your part. You know, shit fell off. It didn't work out. It's cool, whatever. It sucks what happened, but it is what it is. Now we do what? Co-parenting, best stats, and that's it. What you and I, we just talk about the kids. If you want to have small talk, as long as you keep it positive. If you have nothing positive to say to me, don't say anything to me at all. If you want to have negative bullshit, say this shit for yourself. Say it for everybody in the world but me. I'm trying to work on
Right,
myself.
right. You're right about that, but like you also say, it's hard to keep a good communication with somebody that doesn't really
Talking
want to
to a
keep
wall.
it.
No, yeah, we'll
Yeah,
see.
it's
If
to
you're
the
doing
point.
communication, go ahead.
It's to the point where he would. It got. I mean, it got to the point where I would ignore his calls or block him off my phone, and he would blow up my kids' phones.
Oh, exactly. And see
So
now what's he doing? He's using the kids to pass the message on. Now as what?
yeah, so
And that's very manipulative. That's so wrong. But he doesn't know that, and especially like our culture, Hispanic Spaniards. I just make it down to say Spanish. Oh yeah, we're raised so incorrectly because what he's doing is normal because I'm trying to get my family back. And in the real world, no, you're making this shit worse than it is. And the poor kids, remember, it's a generational cycle. I tell my kids, I have 7 kids and then with steps and 8. So I think my first baby on 100,000, and then 4 with my ex now, or that. So that's what I told you. We have this conversation before, right? And we keep it cool. And I told him, I'm not being rude to you, no bragging rights when I say it to you. But why do you think you and I are doing corporate the best as? You did what you did, and it is what it is, right? It's done deal, and I comprehend what happened. And it's about our kids. Because the idea is our kids, all
right.
our kids, doesn't do the same shit we're going through, especially in our shitty culture. Because the females gonna get mopped up and the males do like the boys do whatever they want. No, stop hurting people, man. Simple as that. But the idea is to,
Yeah,
and that's when
it's almost like the cycle repeats itself, and
oh
somebody
no, it
has
does
to
a
step
thousand
up to like want to
to
stop
break
it.
it
I'm to the
to
point
break
where
it.
I want to break that cycle where I don't want my daughter to think that the way I was treated while I was with my ex to be the kind of relationship she wants to be in, or thinks
Correct.
that it's a healthy relationship.
Correct.
I don't
That's
want that.
love. That physical love.
Yeah, I don't
Trust me.
want my kid, or I don't want my sons to treat a girl in their future the way I was treated.
Correct.
So the way I talk to them now is, okay, look,
Any questions?
I don't talk bad, ill, or anything about their dad, but
Right.
the way I see it, or the way I explain it to them, especially to my daughter, it's, hey, you know what? Make sure that if you do end up dating somebody, the first signs that you feel mistreated, go ahead and run off.
Most
Finish,
definitely.
like, cut it off, because I'm not trying to teach you to where, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and be like, hey, it's okay for you to be in that relationship. No, because it's not. I want you
Correct.
to be treated like the princess that I've been treating you over the years. I want
Right.
somebody to show you that love, to be happy when you come home from school, or come home from college, or from work, or wherever place you end up going to. I want you to
Correct.
feel welcome in your own home. I don't want you to
Right.
feel like your house is a prison. I was like, your house should be
Right.
your castle. It's where you feel secure about it. I
Correct.
mean,
And that,
my
mhm.
escape was work.
Yeah. Oh,
My
yeah. That's a
escape
lot of
has
us.
always been work.
Right. Because you
And
don't deal
if
with the
it
problem at
wasn't
home.
work, it was going out with the kids and
Right.
just being me and the kids. Even though
Right.
I still was married to him and we lived together, we had our relationship, most of our vacations was just me and the kids. And
Correct.
when he was involved, there was always arguments, or somebody came out
Right.
crying.
Correct. Correct. No, most definitely, and that's the issue. Like, but what I say nowadays, now that I know what I know, if you remember, if you don't have a happy home, I don't give a shit if it's you or your partner with you. No kids involved. Just keep it simple, right? I don't care if you're living in the bridge in a tent. As long as you two are happy and blessed, that's your temple, that's your home. You blessed. Now you just gotta adapt to the world and try to get a job, etc. Right? But you adapt to the situation. If you have a broken home, what can you do to fix it? But if you have a partner, it's on your behalf, and that's it. If they don't do their part, cool. Now here's the question you ask yourself: how long am I gonna be here for? I tried 1 year, 2 years. Remember, we cannot get time back. We can't get life back at all. Time does
Right,
not stop.
right.
The world does not stop for nobody in this world. So the situation is, you gotta ask yourself how long I'm gonna be here for. My first been mom 12 years, right? It took me 5.5 years to lose my brother to finally let go 1,000. That's a hell of a long time. Because I thought, like a lot of us say now, that's why I love social media, especially TikTok. Before social media, before technology, you and I, when I be having this conversation, we deal with the shit ourselves, especially in the Spanish culture, by ourselves, right? Male, female, especially females, the whole thing in our bullshit culture. So with that said, that's why it took me for so long, because I would bottle the shit up. And that's why when relations become tough, because, the insecurities, the
But
triggers that I
also
work on.
in a Hispanic relationship, or I'm not sure about other racial relationships, but I know from experience, a female can't talk about her relationship with another male. Like,
Correct.
that is frowned
Having boundaries,
upon like
supposedly.
crazy. And if you
Right.
do end up talking about your relationship, you cannot talk to just anyone. You have to talk to your mom or to your suegra to
Traditional
make it
stuff.
even
Right.
valid to even say anything. I mean,
Correct.
if you
Or
talk
go
to
to the
your
church.
cousins, you talk to your friends, whatever you say, at
Right.
the end, you're putting your business out there.
Right.
The way I see it is
Hmm.
that for the past 4 or 5 years, I haven't lived anywhere near my family. My family all lives in Virginia. I live here
Hmm.
in Texas. I have
Okay.
no family here. I have my
Right.
kids, and that's it.
Yeah, your
When
family.
I feel when I feel anxious, I feel sad, I feel tired, I feel whatever, I have to I have to hide that. Hide it
Right.
away, because I got 3 kids looking at me every day trying to figure
Right.
out what I'm feeling. I don't want
Right.
them to remember me, oh, well, she was always working, or she was always sad, or she was always doing this. I want them
Right.
to remember the good things. I want
Right.
more good things to be coming my way. I want better things to come my way for them. But at the
Correct.
end of the day, I had to cut off family. I had to cut off friends,
Right.
right? At the end of the day, like they say, you were born alone, you're gonna probably end up dying alone,
Yeah.
which is that. And
Traditionally
I don't
speaking,
mean
wise.
I don't mean it in a bad way. The way
right. No,
I
I
mean
get you.
it is that your problems are gonna die with you. Your problems are not gonna continue with somebody else. Your emotional sacrifice or whatever you did, not anybody else is gonna come pick up that baggage when you pass away and carry it for you or continue carrying
Right,
it.
right. Correct,
So the
correct.
way I see it is that at the end of the day, how do I put in my mind that the validation or the only validation that I need is from them 3 kids that I have next to me every day? How can I make sure that that's one of my main priorities and that should always be my top 2 3 reasons to feel okay every day? Because there's
Right.
days that I don't even want to get out of bed.
Right. No, I totally get that. And the reason being because the overthinking is beating you up. So for let's start with family friends, right? So when you go through the healing process, so the stages as Amps wise is eventually so go through your healing process and then your awakening process, awaken, which a lot of Amps are awaken. That's the ones that we say something easy, we're over the situation, we comprehend it, and then that is to become woke. Like I say, you know, I'm a 2020 empty in the matrix, call everybody out, but I'll call you out and open minded and we're talking about like you and I don't know if Madam talking about him, right? I'm not trying to push anything negative against you, right? So with family and friends, that's what you do. In the beginning of the relationship, you know, you break up, especially in Spanish culture. A lot of cultures, yes, but you know, let's talk about Spanish. What you call it, you gotta push them away because as you as a female, what you did is you fucking broke every rule in the book. No, you just gotta say it to thick and thin, like my grandma did it. No, because you're like, no, well, I can't do like grandma, but guess what? Like if you think about our grandparents, right? And you know, they're older, they're laughing bullshit, like you know, grandkids was definitely, but they really love our grandpas 1,000, or do they just accept them? You know, and that's the shit. You don't want to be 80, 900 years old with the same partner. Now you guys are older. Now they calm down because typically when you're older, you calm down. But you're gonna die not to the fullest, not happy way. You just die like somewhat miserable because you never enjoy your life to yourself to the fullest. I mean, like, and here's the kicker: so you push them away. They think like me. I'm considered crazy. Like I tell people, yo, you can unfollow me, and you see me in the street. You don't say hi to me. It hurt. It's you know now that I'm moving in the matrix. True happiness, authentic love, or they call it unconditional love, and support team is yourself. Start with you, because like you said, it's only you. It's it. You're gonna die alone, etc. Right? It's only you. And with that said, you don't need nobody in this world. So the world is broken, right? Emerson and Rock were broken, and we're all codependent. The difference is a narcissist will be codependent of the whole of every amp. Because why? We're easy to manipulate. Fucking so easy. You bring religion, etc. You're nice. Oh, then I'm mob you left to right every single time. They're beasts at what to do. The downfall, they're robotic. They can't ever be fixed, and they'll die miserably to the last dying breath. And the story. Us, we do the same shit they could do, right? So with that said, learn yourself, observe yourself. So push all your, I say push narcs, energy vampires away. 1,000. No matter if that's your own kid, mom, dad, grandpa, does not matter. If they're not being positive on your side and vibing what you're trying to do in your healing process, for now, push them away. Eventually, the idea is when you come through your awakening part, eventually, you know, woke, there's got to be the neos. There's got to be the people that speak to the fullest out there, right? Now you can go talk to your ex, mom, dad, anyone that hurt you. And me, like, I'm gonna get them a collarbone on my birthday, February 1st. Like I told my ex, that, you know, last year, 19 months ago, I told you out. The shit we went through, it sucks. It was wrong, right? It hurts, and I'm sorry for what I've done. But like, well, I'm actually eventually next year, 2 years. So like me, I did this concept of like 80-20. A lot of us do that when you go to breakup. After you break up, you know, you rebuild your hires, right? So I told in the beginning, like I haven't had that many relationships in my life. So I told in the beginning, I'll give you 80% of my heart. I'll give you my 20 when I'm ready to. So then when the things are happening at the end, which I'm gonna call it, I was ready to give her 5 my 20. Yeah, this is like, I told her, hey, I'm ready to give my 20. And she's like, now you want to give me 20 after shit's going on already? You want to give me 20? You're 7 years too late. So where my heart's at, I'm gonna get that tat on there. You're 7 years too late, right? And that's what I told her. I tell people, no matter if your ex, mom, dad, whoever hurt you bad, right? Eventually, when you can do forgive, not forget, you know, and if, once again, in your head, your mansion, that individual, they own that door of pain. It's wide open. They're in the pocket room, watching a lot of beauty smile on your face. They live there rent free. And let's say, for example, scenario, your ex-hubby leaves to fucking Pluto, right? He left. You have no contact with him, right? But every time you think about him, every time you see a picture, someone talks about him, it triggers you, fuck him. Verbally or mentally, you say it. You become bitter because you haven't let him go. So they still live there rent free. So that's why I told her, like, I love you for leaving me. And she's like, you crazy. Now I go to an oxymoron because I had to die to see what I'm saying. I comprehend what everything I'm sorry for what I've done, you know, to the fullest. Sorry, can't fix shit. No, obviously not. But now I comprehend to the fullest and I had to die to the situation. So now I'm considered crazy because Because the Spanish coach is like, yo, she
It's
deserves
the
it that
same
bad.
way he says it too. It's the way he says it where he's like, I had to lose what I had in that
Mm-hmm.
comfort to pay attention to what I was losing.
Correct.
And I'm sorry. But like I told him, the way I feel about his sorries is that his sorries don't mean anything to me.
Right. Because you heard it so many
And I
times.
told him, and I know maybe I shouldn't have said it the way I
No.
said it, but I told him, your sorries don't mean anything to me. Your sorries are empty to me.
Right.
I mean, you want to come now and change and be a different person. I understand it. And I was like, I understand that you want to change right now. I was like, but you're changing because you think that in a few months after you changed, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back and try and fix everything and be how it used to be. No, I don't want that.
Correct.
So at the end of the day, how is it that somebody is going to be able to tell you this and this is going on and change it when you don't really let go of that pain and that hurt and everything else that happened? Because I can tell him I forgive him for everything he did, and I forgive him for all the pain and damage he caused. But at the end of the day, I still think about it.
Right. No, most definitely. And with that said, remember, like they say, once a player, I was a player, once cheater, I was a cheater, right? But with you, so let's say physical, right? He can change his ways now, but it'll be temporary because you two already have your history, trust is broken. You can try, because let's say he don't beat you up today, but you guys link up again. 2 years from now, something you said triggers, or something triggers having a bad day at work, whatever the bullshit excuse it is, and he pops off and he takes at you again. But 2 years he was doing good, right? But with you, he'll always do it. With the cheater, yes, with you, because why? Because you took him back. No matter male, female, whatever you're into, you took him back. You gave him another chance, right? The idea for them to try to change it, they do it for themselves, and the next relationship, they don't do the same mistakes. But let's say that tradition is saying, once Peter the cheater, once player, whatever, once a matter, whatever. If they keep doing the same shit, it's premeditated, and it's called a habit. And it's not true. You don't do your part, and that's it. That's it. You cannot speak on his behalf. And with that, you're talking about as far as for your kids. So look up to you, and you're doing your part. You have no days to, they have days to doing it out of bed, right? Because overthinking, you have so much shit going on. It's a lot, especially when that's what I always say many times. Like I say you have to, because the word "have to" means it's a trigger warning, because you're like, I have to change, I have to forgive him, and then I get your attention, right? You have to, like for example on TikTok, especially young cats, they'll be like, I don't have to forgive him, and I tell people, okay, I'll break it down 2 ways. You don't have to forgive him because that is your choice, right? But if you don't forgive him, which is your choice, in your head, you're mentioning that door pain, he or she eating popcorn, Call of Duty, watch that flick, and then the smile on your face, rent free, and they fucking move the fuck on, and you're still there bitter. See, that's why you don't do it for them, you do it for yourself, because then you can close that door.
How is it that you know the difference between you're letting go of that pain and you're still bitter about whatever pain they cost you? Because honestly, I'm done and over with that relationship. But I'm not over the pain he caused.
Correct. And the reason being, because he owns that room. So what you need to do is, the whole situation is like what I did is tear apart the whole relationship. His wrongs, your wrongs, right? Admit to yourself, okay, I should have done that. But talk to yourself, why did I do that? Break it down. Why did I do that? How did the day start? And where, you have to break it down, do communication, comprehension with yourself. What triggered that situation? Why did I throw shit? Why did I get physical? What did he say? What did the TV say? What did my kids say? Whatever the situation is, something triggered it to pop off. And the thing is, let's say scenario. Let's say he didn't say shit, but since you have your feelings, the thing you triggered, every time you see him, you're bitter, like you cheat on me, you beat me up, right? And you're tired of it, just like out of nowhere, boom, just hit him, right? Or the shit's flying, because of the why? All the negative shit built up. And if you don't verbalize about it, keeping the shit in your head, very, very unhealthy. And that's what causes the build-up to trigger. Why do you think, for example, you're a good person, right? I am. So we're good people. Narcissists do it 1,000. Yes, they do it. They're beasts at it, but they're all robotic. So just like we have narcissist race, we do the same shit, right? So scenario, let's say y'all bumping heads, right? And you're the good girl, whatever, guy, girl, whatever, who's watching this, right? You're the good person. Let's give you the good amp. You didn't ever do nothing, you want her to fly, right? But you two have situations. You've been bumping heads, she's been, where's been going. And they will purposely trigger your ass where publicly, at a barbecue, quinceañera, etc., right? And they purposely trick you or tell somebody else because you're jealous, right? Insecurities, and now you're popping off. Now you go get physical, shit's flying, and you've never done shit wrong in the whole relationship in your life. Now you're the devil, they're the angel, they're the victim, you're the better, right?
Right. It's
So that's the
it's
shit.
to let me give you an example of
Go for it. I love scenarios. Yeah.
All right, so the thing that triggered me the most was we would go out, either it was out to eat or to the grocery store. We would go out to eat and we're having a nice time. We have a good conversation. And maybe the way I looked at him or the way I looked at something else, or maybe I looked at a person, it triggered him. And as soon as he saw it, he would be like, well, why the F are you looking at me like that? Or why are you looking at that person like that? Or do you know that person? Or what's going on?
So he was jealous. He was jealous.
And right? Not only that, but like
in general,
when we used to go to the grocery store, and I'm going down the aisles, I'm taking my time. Well, how come you don't hurry up? Why is it taking forever? Now that triggered me because that was my time to enjoy, to be outside the house and get the stuff that I needed to get. So it would be like, why are you treating me that way? And he'd be like, just shut up and hurry up. Now that triggered me a lot. Those words to me is just like, F you, you need to hurry up and do what you need to do and let's go type deal, right? So I mean, we were both the jealous type when we were together. I didn't like him talking to other females. He didn't like me talking to other males. It was just vice versa. Now, the way I see it is that if I had that trust, that full trust in him, it would have been a lot different, because I wouldn't feel so insecure about myself. I wouldn't feel so insecure about, hey, he's talking to another female, but at the end of the day, he's going home with me. No, the way I felt was he would travel for work and he would get mad at me and turn off his phone for 3 or 4 days and not talk to me, not call me, nothing, complete ignorance. Now, like the way I would see it is like, okay, you did that. I hold on to that. I still have that in my mind. I have everything else that you did in my mind, and I can't let go. I forgive you for it, but I can't let it go yet. And the way I see it is, at the end of the day, I need validation that you understand the pain you caused. The scars that you put there, at the end of the day, I'm not going to get it from you. But I want you to understand that all the pain and the scars that you left made me made me put up walls. And at the end of the day, whoever comes after him is not going to get the 100% or 80% or 60% of me. Why? Because
your walls
in the
are
way
high.
I see it is I have that mask, I have that wall, I have all these feelings that I don't want to put it out there. I don't want to get hurt again, basically, right? In the 2 years that me and him were separated, I got in a relationship, right? I had a short-term relationship. And those 3 months I was in a relationship with that person, everything that I did wrong in my marriage, I did different in this relationship. I was open about the communication. I gave them love and affection. I gave them trust. I gave them everything, right? That person knew me down to the T. And there's certain aspects that I wouldn't tell him, just because, like you said, I gave about 60% of my of fully me to him, right? So there was that 20-30% where I was holding back to myself, because I knew at the end of the day, I didn't know what his real intentions was. But in those 3 months that we were in a relationship, he was an amazing person. I mean, I hate the way it broke off, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad that it happened, because it made me understand that there's different types of love out in the world. It wasn't just what I knew. It's about having flowers, or it's not even about the the little emotions or whatever that they're bringing to you. I didn't care about the flowers. I didn't care about the chocolates. I didn't care none about that. But the fact that he took time out of his day to think, hey, you know what? She had a long day. Let me surprise her with a bouquet of flowers.
Right.
And it wasn't just for me. He would bring me a bouquet of flowers, maybe some chocolates, but he would bring something for my children. He would bring either candy or anything for my kids. Whatever we did, it was to the point where he was including them and including me
in the picture. Correct. Well, that's so, the idea too, definitely.
And the thing is that it ended for so many reasons. It ended because I wasn't fully committed in that relationship. If I'm speaking the truth, I wasn't fully committed to it. And I feel like he wasn't fully over his ex-partner, even though he was separated from his ex-partner for over a year or two or something like that. So he had been single for 2 years, and I have barely came out of my marriage. I was single for 8 months, and then I jumped into that relationship. Now, he was still thinking about her, even though he didn't want to admit it.
Right.
Like I told him, at the end of the day, it wasn't the whole we didn't communicate. We communicated well. We treated each other well. We had the trust. What ended the relationship was one argument. It took one argument out of the 3 months that we were together. We never argued. We never yelled at each other. We never ill spoke to each other. But that one argument was almost like an excuse for him to be like, you know what? I'm done. I'm over. I don't want to be with you. You go your way. I go my way. So the way I saw it in that relationship, he taught me, hey, it's okay for a man to bring me flowers. It's okay for a man to be, helping me in the kitchen. It's okay for a man to have my little things ready for when I come home from work. It's okay for that. I should want that. But at the same time, I was so used to doing everything on my own that at the same time, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? Like, I didn't ask you for flowers. But at the end, when we broke up, or when he broke up with me, it wasn't, hey, I'm going to do it face to face and let you know exactly what happened. It was, he broke up with me through a text message and said it was done and it was over with. Right? He came and dropped off my stuff to my door. Didn't knock, nothing. He texted me, hey, your stuff isn't at your front door. And we left it at that. Now, months go by and I still say hi and we speak to each other.
Right.
But at the same time, it's almost like a weird matrix in the mix, because we had that relationship, but we don't speak on it. It's like, I knew you then, but I don't know you now.
Correct. You just moved on, type of thing. Definitely.
He's doing his own thing. I'm doing mine. But at the same time, I almost feel like the way he broke it off is almost like, okay, I knew it was going to happen. Yeah, I knew it was going to happen. And I expected it. I just didn't know how long. So when he broke it off, yes, it did hurt. But at the same time, I was over it within like months. I was done and over with it within 2-3 months, and I was feeling okay. Right?
Correct.
So why is it that I got over that person so quickly, so open about it, and I can still speak to him, and I have no ill intentions or any bad emotions towards him, even though it was a weird way to break up with someone.
Correct.
But with my ex-husband, I can't stand him. I feel like I want to, you know what I mean? Like, it's to the point where like I want to see you and I want to like just throw you out,
right,
go somewhere else type deal.
See, right. Remember earlier you said, with your ex-husband, right? Earlier you said you forgave him, right? But now you said what you said. You can say, you lie. You say you forgave him, because when you truly forgive him 1,000, obviously you forgive, not forget, right? And when you do that, you can see him like whatever. You can see him face to face, like my first baby, I'm a narcissist. If we ever see each other, and now that I know 1,000, I'll be like, chill out. You you lost our daughters, you have to pay child, you ain't doing nothing on your part. You haven't called talk for almost 8 years now, right? I have nothing against you. And now that I know what you are 1,000, yes, you are bipolar because you are a narcissist 1,000. You know what that is? I'll educate you really fast. And that's what you do what you're doing. You're a piece of what you do, the downfall, you're broken. It's your last dying breath. And it sucks to be a narc, because why? You can't love yourself. Us, we're broken too for a very long. It could be to our last dying breath, but you vibe with other amps, we share knowledge, etc. Now you can work on your match in your head, right?
Right.
So you have that with your first husband. You have, our first is always gonna be the hardest to let go of 1,000, because why? That's everything. The longer you're with that individual, the worse it becomes. So yeah, 20 years deep, they die hard. I did 12 years, died pretty badass. Like you did, right? And it sucks. That's why, for example, like your story you're telling me, right? The whole walls, that's myself. But see, that's why amps. That's why I love TikTok, because we tell our stories, right? We do a TikTok, we go live. Other amps either, maybe they don't have the courage yet to talk about it because they're still doing the feelings, right? But I like me, though, they might call me, hey, damn, the shit you're saying, like they ask you, yo, how are you in my head? I go, oh, I got an answer for that. That's why I have it on me. I go, this is your pain is my pain. I died like you died. Because amps, we have very similar stories, male females, right? And that's the issue. And that's what the beautiful thing about this app is we talking vibe. Now we don't feel alone. Like without social media, without technology, we by ourselves for a very long time. We've been in a lot of relationships and keep destroying ourselves, or like you did with this one. You got over it pretty quick, right?
Right.
And then for sure we want to get a closure, but sometimes from the ex narc amp, you won't get a closure. They're just doing it. Nowadays it's easier just to text, hey, it's over, done with, right? Than face to face, because they got to deal with emotions and potentially, words can be said, she could fly potentially, right? The risk. But that's why, as an individual, you have to read people. Like, if they're open-minded, you vibe. If they're narrow-minded, they're going to be jealous, controlling. No, you can't. Live like, like the Spanish culture. You just live with the crib, you ain't go nowhere else. You can't say hi to nobody, but you had that corny bullshit. And that's why, as an individual, if you're jealous, that's insecurities. Simple as that. Like me, my family and friends, right, especially in the Spanish culture, my females, like either when I was doing my benefits or when I was in my relationships, my females, they could dress like however they want to. I don't care if they're showing cleavage, but and they'd be like, oh, yeah, just so you go like that. They can cheat. I go, if a person cheat, they cheat because that's their choice, right? Yeah. I go, it's called eye candy. Enjoy it. Look, don't touch. That's mine. You know what I mean? That's us. I know where she's going with me at the end of the day, right? And that's why a lot of, oh, you're a man. No, you say that hurt my feelings. No, I'm not jealous like that.
See, that's the thing I don't understand. Why does somebody have to be a mandilon or anything like that when you're respecting your woman, you're respecting your relationship, because you're looking at this person almost like she's your pride and joy. That's Correct. The reason why you're happy at the end of the day. It's like, right. Yeah, she is showing off and she looks nice how she's dressed, but that doesn't mean that she's giving you an invitation to say, oh, she's gonna go cheat. No, what it is that she loves her own skin, she loves herself. I make her feel so confident that she is happy to wear what she's wearing, because at the end of the day, she's not doing it for me, she's not doing it for you, she's doing it for herself. I mean, if every man took the time to actually learn how to love a female or their female, that female could dress in booty shorts and in a sports bra and walk out of her house like that, like and feel confident as hell because she has that loving partner next to her. Now, it's the same thing for a man. A man is not gonna tell you, "Hey, babe, how I look today?" or "Babe, do you like the fit that I'm wearing today?" They're not gonna ask you that. But man, when a female gives her man a compliment, it's almost like you're boosting his ego and being like, hey, yeah, babe, you look good. Let's go out. Or, babe, your haircut looks nice. Let's take a picture. Little things like that females do for men also take that ego to a certain level to where he's trying to compare with you in every aspect. But nowadays, it's like you have to outshine the other person to have some type of validation that you're with that person, which makes no sense.
Right, and what's that called? Nowadays in relationships, especially young generation, what are y'all doing? Y'all competing against each other. Like the idea to be team, not TEIM, is teamwork. Us, our relationship.
Yeah, and that's the worst part about it, because nowadays it's almost like the female almost feels like she has to be able to earn so much money to if that person leaves,
what do you mean to the table?
She can hold her own. Or
Yeah,
a
yeah.
male in their head, oh, I have to make more than the female because
Mm-hmm.
I'm the man. Like,
Not the
no, that
man.
doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a scaffold builder. I work in a man's world. I
What?
I
That's
do
awesome.
all types of
High five. That's awesome.
yeah.
I give
So
people in construction mad love and respect because I did that. No, I go to Alaska. I work in the field. Nah, especially Seattle when it rains all the time. Well, not anymore, but when it used to rain a lot, hell no, 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 no. So that's
but
mad
see,
love and respect. But that's the kicker. That's why I say people. I trick everybody. I say this: traditional ways they're broken 1,000. If tradition was working in whatever culture and part of this world is watching this, then why is your parents going to do shit? Why are you going to do shit? Why is everyone going to do shit? Why is everybody broken? If tradition's working, no, it's not a competition. You and your partner, you vibing,
and the
right?
sucky part is that everybody wants to stick to traditions, but what traditions are they sticking to? They're
Right.
sticking
Or,
to the, hey, whatever happens behind closed doors stays behind closed doors. Like, for what? Like,
right.
no. You need, I mean, the way I see it now, and the way I want people to actually come and enjoy being around me is not because of what I went through or how I am or whatever it is. I want them to
Yeah.
feel the vibe that I'm giving off, the way I
Correct.
am. Now, I work in a man's field, so I'm around guys 24/7. I'm the only I'm the only female at work as a
Yeah.
lead person. I have
Right.
my own crew that I take care of. My
Right.
crew is of 2 men, right? I'm a straight female doing a man's job, doing
right.
what they do next to them. Now,
Right.
there's another female that works with us, but she's she's she calls herself tomboy, so
Right.
I don't know. So she dresses like a boy, she acts like a boy, she treats everybody with
Mm-hmm.
respect, and I admire her because she's an
Right. Right.
older lady and everything else. But like I told, like
Yeah.
when I ask her and I speak to her, I'm like, how is
Yeah.
it that you're so confident in the way you are and do everything that you do with no issues? She was like, if I would care of what people would think of me or what everybody else says of me, I wouldn't be the person I am now. But
Correct.
to get to that point, how is it that I'm me being like I'm feminine as hell. I'm you know,
Right. Right.
like I
Right.
go to work and I have my hair in a bun. I have my hair in a hard hat 24/7. I
Mm-hmm.
I dress like, I mean, I have my feminine aspect. Obviously, I'm
Right.
a female, so I like my clothes to be somewhat tight. I wear fitting clothes. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I don't do it to get attention, or I don't do
Right.
it because whatever. No, that's the way I feel comfortable in my own skin, and that's how
Correct.
I work.
Right. Right.
Now, the crazy part is that when other people come into work, let's say new hires come into work, new people come into work, oh, she's dressing like that because she's either messing with somebody to have the
Oh,
position she has, or
right.
she's
Or for
dressing
the
like that
attention.
because she wants the attention. So either
Right.
way you look at it, it's a lose-lose situation.
If you're allowed to be, yes. If you let it get to your head, yes. And that's why, remember, in this world, it takes time to say this, right? But all you need is you, and you become a defender of yourself 1,000. Codependency, that's the reason why everyone's broken, because we believe that we need people on our side. We need people's validation, right? So when people
Right.
talk and gossip, which they shall, especially in the Spanish culture, look around you, man. There's just free entertainment, novelas everywhere, right? If you allow people to talk to you. But I tell people, that's A/B conversation. If they have a situation with you, instead of coming to you, A and B, because whatever else is just happening, right? They go do it. C to the Z party. They go out between the situation and they go gossip, and that fucking story blocks the big novela, right? A series, etc. So you don't worry about people's petty words. That's why words will trigger you, or like you can tell a male, female, especially females doing it for attention. Very fucking easy. When a female gets dolled up, right? And they pass guys, whatever, no matter 100,000. And just observe the top of everybody, you watch it, observe, you know what I'm saying? If they pass you, right, and that female, corner of the eye, they look back for the attention, not because they love themselves, for the attention. They got up in the morning to dress up for the attention. They didn't dress up for themselves. That's why me, for example, in Seattle, like I did my benefits, so I did a lot of nationalities, right? And we're talking about female, my friend, we're talking about this, right? And I'll be like, I've noticed like white Asian and Middle Eastern, they're more, we can say more popular and chill, right? And they do, they do yoga. They do wear, like, before the whole legging trend, they've been doing that, but they do it for themselves. They walk freely in the streets, not once ever turn back. But you can tell them once again, but that's not what I said, but like, blacks and Spanish culture, right away for the attention, going to turn their head because they're trying to see how many heads they get turned because that makes you feel good about them. So the downfall, that's the wrong attention. That is for lust, not for love. So they have a shitty relationship every single time. You can be beautiful.
You're right about that.
You can be beautiful yourself. I can go many females, right? It doesn't matter. It's lust. It's a temporary feeling and shit. And then when they use it and abuse it, then what? I don't care what your status is, what your money is. I don't care. You're doing good. That's awesome. But how are you as an individual? That's why before my girl, right? And I was like almost a year in the situation being, by myself, right? That's what, nothing's wrong being alone. What beats you up is the loneliness. That's what it is, because you're used to the companion, you're used to a partner by your side. The codependency shit. That's what fucks you up, right? And especially when you think about them. That's why I tell people in the beginning. I know for sure you said it dumb, but try to avoid love songs, breakup songs, depression songs. I don't fuck with your head every which way. The movies, but everything you see is gonna trigger a memory of them, of the situation, right? And that's what beats you up. And then for sure, I tell people, yeah, not really when I say it, but you have no kids with the ex, you bless, run. Child of the fucking world, right? When you have kids, everything changes because now, and especially the more kids you have, if you have them baby mom, baby fathers, it gets trickier, most definitely. But let's take the kid out of the situation, That's why, it beats you up. Being alone in the beginning, it does get alone, yes, but again, it's loneliness. But nothing wrong being alone, because guess what? No one's cheating on you, no one can eggshells, no one about the damn phone. You just chill by yourself. You can do whatever you want with whomever you want. Travel the fucking world if you choose to. Your life, and that's it. Now you the longer you're by yourself, you gotta study yourself. Go to eat and chill, watch a flick. Who cares if you're by yourself and people are like, I'm eating by myself, and you're together, but and then observe. Look, the world's broken. Like, damn, you can see who has tension, who's cheating, all that good shit.
How is it that you would know if you are? Well, me as a female, when I dress up, I don't dress up for anybody else but me, because I had the energy to feel okay that day. When I dress up and I put makeup on and whatever I'm doing that day, I do it for myself. Now, if I go to the store and I get some type of validation, like let's say I go to the store and I see that somebody looks at me and smiles, I'm gonna smile back, and it feels nice. But it's not nothing that I'm gonna stop, turn my head and keep looking. No, it's just like, okay, he saw me, I saw you, and we kept going.
Respect, now, that's respect,
Now I've seen females at my job where they will come to work, and I'm talking about physical work. Scaffolding is a physical job.
Correct.
You will sweat. You will sweat. You will do all types of shit. Like, I don't care how girly you are. There's no point for you to go to work with makeup on. The way I see it, it's not that I'm hating on that female for going to work with makeup. Any woman is beautiful. Every woman has their aspects, and I appreciate everything that a female has. Now, me as a working class, as a blue collar that I am, I'm not gonna show up to work wearing lashes. I'm not gonna show up to work wearing makeup. Why? Because I know I'm gonna sweat. I know I'm not there to have that male attention. I'm there because I want to have that paycheck. I'm there because I want to go up in that industry. I don't want to be stuck in the same spot. Now, the way I see it is that, and it's gonna sound so harsh the way I'm about to say it.
Keep it 1,000. Say it.
But I work with men. So when you females come into work and they're wearing makeup, they're wearing tight clothes, and they're smiling on everybody and speaking to everybody, the first thing that comes into a man's mind is, oh, ella nada más viene para agarrarse marido. O ella viene nada más por una cosa. That type of male mentality. And that's another thing. I've worked in this industry for so long that I'm scared to even hear what the heck they say with other men, because they treat me like one. So whenever they go out and they do, whenever they go do their business on the weekend, especially the single men, they go do their business on Monday morning. They're gonna be talking about what they did on the weekend.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm sitting there like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know if you want me to applaud or what it
Right,
is.
right,
They're like, no, you're one of the guys, and we're letting you know
right.
what we
One of
did
the
on the
boys.
weekend. But like I told them, I was like, okay, so be honest. I was like, me, when I first came into work, your first thought is what you just said about this female that just walked in. They're like, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, you're in like a probation period. It's either like a female comes to work, or she comes
Right.
for another thing. He's like, and you
Correct.
can tell right away what they're here for. And he's
Right.
like, and it's crazy to see, because I don't hate on another woman. I'm always happy when a female comes to my job, because I won't be the only lonely person there. You know what I mean? It's like,
Right,
oh,
right.
I'm gonna have a female friend. I'm gonna have a female
Right.
coworker. It
Correct.
doesn't work that way. They don't last long. Or if they end up staying there, they hook up with one of my coworkers, and then
Yeah.
they start, oh, you can't work
The
here
drama.
no more. And
Yeah.
and it's like, you can't work here no more. You gotta stay home, or go get yourself another job.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but my thing is like okay, so how is it that you know the difference between what's healthy and what's not healthy? Because when I see a female come to work fully in makeup and whatnot, for me, that's not a healthy way for you to even start a new job.
Right.
Well, in my industry, at least.
Correct. No, yeah, construction was definitely. See, but with that said, like, if you choose to, what I would do if I was you, right? Let's say day when you're a female rolls up like that, dolled up, right? And just forewarn them, get up. If you choose to most definitely do, you can come like that. But this work is very physical. That's gonna come off to make you etc. You're gonna get shit all over your drink, etc. and your lashes. So you choose to, continue coming like that. But just a forewarning that, for this industry, you shouldn't do that. But you'll find out the hard way. Not a really way. I'm just gonna forewarning. And from there, you just forewarn them. They can just, every day they continue doing that if they choose to, or they'll take your advice and they try to, oh shit, you're right, because I've got all the dirt in my face, it's on my lashes everywhere, etc. So there's no point in doing this, and then that's their choice to do that or not, right? But yes, once again, you do have the females that do it for the attention. They're there for a job, quote unquote, but they're there for attention, and that's why I tell people, learn how to read. You have the right to judge anybody. 1,000. If you don't, then what? How do you think the next explanation to be? If they treat you good, I tell people, I can sell you, narcs and them, I can sell you a fake original love story. That's what they call love bombing. I can wind down you, make you on cloud nine, make you feel hella good, right? But little do you know, I just want the skins and that's it, right? And then after that, I guess I gotta go, right? Because that's all I wanted from you. And for the books, for guys, I tell people, analogy, right? Guys, for the most part, they body hop like crazy. That's a man. All that according to traditional shit. Let's just keep it that for now, right? That's all the female when I was doing my benefits, right? I tell females. That's why what I did was wrong. When you do situation benefits, this is wrong, yes, but like me, I could do 1,000 with them. I was like, then I'll say 100. I'll be like, check it out. I'm broken, right? My ex, she's garbage. But I don't know how to get rid of this love for her. It's not light switch. Yo, I know you're a badass person. You get good ass relationship, right? You're cool. You're square. You're chill as hell, right? We go be quiet. The downfall, I'm broken, right? So basically the role was this, because everyone asked me to do TikToks about this. So the role was this: like me, don't love me. You and I are broken, right? What are we doing? We're trying to fill the void from exes. So enjoy your time. That's it. So don't fall for me, because what I'm doing with you, I'm doing with many others, right? So if you see me in the streets, keep it humble. You just have to say what's up, but don't regulate me, because I won't regulate you. Be one guy or 1,000 guys. I'm not with you, and vice versa. Keep it humble, right? But the day you catch feelings from me, you want, damn, I go by Rito now, but my nickname was March. They'd be like, yo, March, I don't have to talk with you. Like, I'd be like, verbally, the phone text me and be like, okay, they take me, call me, hey, yo, talk. If you're talking about talk because you're catching the L word, because you're catching first me, no, I'm gonna tell you, no, I'm cutting this off. What do you mean? No more TLC. I'll still talk about with you, but now you're falling for me. But it's because I want, what, you want to be with me? I go, shut up, give it 1,000. How can I be with you if I'm with many others? The relationship would be signed off wrong, right? And I another worst scenario. I got this, all the black guy told me the worst scenario, right? So I tell him, scenario, okay, scenario. You want to become a relationship? I'm going to forewarn you. So we hook up, I drop all the benefits I'm doing, right? But we started as benefits, now we're in a relationship, right? So, and then my ex, I haven't let her go. I don't know how to. And you believe that we're in a relationship that you can help me fix it. Let's do that. But the day my ex calls me, yo, Mark, let's work it out for the time with kids. We could be in fucking Vegas, TLC, I'll get it believe for her right away. How will you like it when I do this? Here to destroy you. So why take the risk? why take the risk? And that's why like I said, there's pros and cons. That's what I did benefits, right? So they were like, it's yes, because you used to one night stands. That's just nasty. She has like feel like crap shit. And me, like that's why I'm starting to my benefits. And that's the thing, like my birthday mom, right? So like I thought TLC, I stuck that in. It wasn't good, right? I thought I was the problem. But what it is and for emotional, we're lovers and healers. Our TLC, we love it. So that's what we come up with you. So you take that from us or you destroy us. Now we think that we're broken, something's wrong with us, right? So when I did my benefits, my first one, I forwarded it out. So this was me on the last one, and she's like, "How you been doubting you? So we haven't done nothing. Like that girl broke you really bad. Like you didn't know nothing." And from there was, it started with one, and then like in 10 months I lost control because I'm not being rude when I say this, but when you do benefits, like I already knew females, but now you start laying down, now you understand the female body function, right? So you just by really, I would verbalize about it. I tell people, let's talk about TLC. What was TLC? Sex intercourse, but I like to keep PG TLC, right? And we're talking about it. So we already talked about it before it even go down to see if we match up. And from there,
so
it's just go for it.
I have a question about that. Friends with benefits.
Go for it. Yeah, benefits. Yeah.
All right. So I have a friend that she started this friend with benefits type deal with a guy friend. And mind you, they've been going on and off with this friend situation for about 2 years, right? Now, they're not in a relationship.
Correct.
But they act like it. Act like it.
Right. That's
and
the
thing is that the way it looks, because I work with them, she will keep her head down at work. Like, it's not that she doesn't want to.
Right.
Basically, like so basically, like she walks with her head down, so nobody talks to her, right?
Right.
So she gives him that respect of like, hey, I'm not with somebody, but I'm with somebody type deal. Like that's almost what it feels like. And when I asked her, I was like, okay, you're doing girlfriend stuff. I was like, you're respecting, you're giving him respect. That, okay, you're not talking to another guy, you're not laughing with other guys, whatever. I was like, but what is he doing for you?
Right, he sounds many others.
What is he doing for you? I was like, there's not another female at work that you could see him talk to, so you don't know how you're gonna react to him speaking with another female. I was like, but now here's my thing: you're giving him that respect. Is he gonna give it back to you?
I doubt it very much. Like, speaking from a guy point of view, what he's doing is that Spanish with your bullshit. Like, yo, put your head down, all that respectful bullshit. Tell the boys at work, yo, that's my girl, whatever. We're doing our thing. Don't get involved, right? Respect, quote unquote. But for her, that girl's gonna get mopped up back because, like you said, she's doing global things, right? So me, when I did my benefits, right? So that's what I tell females, yo, I like a fake couple. When people come up to us in the streets, yo, you're a cute couple, sure, you're good looking, all this shit. How you met together? Just say it. 1 week, 2 weeks, go with the flow. It's gonna feel awkward because what are you doing? You're throwing a fit, you're throwing a lie. But
so what how is it? What advice can I give her? Because, mind you, it's a friendship. It's not friendship no more. It's a friendship type deal, right? So, like I told her, and here's the thing: he came out. I guess she got upset with him or whatever happened. She stopped talking to him. She blocked him. She told him, hey, leave me alone. If you don't want a relationship, leave me alone. You do you and I do me. Correct. But, okay, she did that for about, I want to say like a month or two. And then, boom, he texted her and was like, hey, I miss you. I know you don't want to hear this, but I miss speaking to you. I miss having that relationship with you. And it sucks that I see you at work and I can't even say hi to you because we're not even supposed to be friends. So here's the thing. The relationship they have, whatever friendship they have, nobody knows about it. Nobody at work even knows that. Huh?
They can't, your coworkers can't read that? I can read people all day, man. It's easy.
No, and that's the thing. The reason why people don't put 2 and 2 together is because he's a supervisor and she's a worker, right? So the only time they ever see each other is in the morning meeting, which is like 10-15 minutes the most,
right?
right?
Right.
So she's over there with her crew, dealing with her lead man, with her crew, whatever it is, and he's over there doing his stuff. So they pretty much act like they don't know each other. They don't even say hi to each other at work. It's almost like type deal, and then they walk off.
Right. No, see, but here's the kicker with that traditional way. You know how when like people like don't say each other, dislike each other, and they say, "Oh no," because they like each other. That's pretty accurate. That's why that's a pretty much a giveaway. So if you kept the normal, then no one can really tell. Like me, with my benefits, you can if they get the humble, you couldn't tell, for the most part. But in their situation with shit, quote unquote, that's basically a relationship. Because benefits, like what you just said, described, I didn't do none of that. That's situation with because they're like in between, like a relationship, like, and that's which I'm gonna do a TikTok response to this female because she asked me like, well, she asked everybody, anyone can stitch this, whatever. But how do you do that situation? How do you do that catch a feeling? Say less. I can speak about that. No matter what you will catch feelings, yes. Is it wrong? Yes. But you're trying to feel what you can get from your ex, right? And that's why I did it for like 10 months in Seattle. I lost control. And here's the key with females. If females have female friends that are going through it, they'll promote you. And I was getting promoted left to right. Like, yo, I got my homegirl here. She's going through it. And, I give you a number. She can hit you up. And I'm like, okay, so we had like a little, like a little password type of thing, code. And then they just wrote to my job and called me, yo, is this, they gave me the code. I'm like, yeah, who's this? And then say who they are. Oh, my friends Tamika, Maria, Joanne. What's up with you? And then be like, yo, TLC, cardio. I'm like, okay, what's up? And then from there, just boom, the downfall is as
so how is it that you could pick up on tells? Because these two people, they keep it so fucking so real with each other. It's almost like they have a normal conversation like me and you, but you won't see any emotion towards each other, like at all. Like when she told me about it, I didn't believe it because it doesn't even seem like they would have that type of relationship at all. It's like whatever relationship they have going, it's private and only them two know.
Correct.
Right. So when I talk to him and I talk to him about whatever he's going through, it's different because he doesn't tell her what he tells me. Like And it's weird because, like I said earlier, he sees me like one of the boys. He knows that I'm not gonna go over there and tell her what he tells me type deal, right? So like, she'll randomly ask me, "Hey, has he said anything to you or whatever?" I'm like, "No, he hasn't said anything that should concern you." I was like, "Now, here's the thing." I was like, "He's going through some shit. He might ask you for time, or maybe you should try and push that boundary a little bit more where he can have that confinement and come talk to you." But how is it that you're gonna tell somebody like he goes through a lot of shit? He's an overthinker just like I am. He overthinks everything. He lets so much of his past be in his head that he'll shut the world off. He will shut himself off to the point where he's not talking to his friends, he's not talking to his family, he's not talking to anybody. Now, she's stuck. On the other hand, why is he not returning my text? Why is he not talking to me? Why is he ignoring me? Why did he ghost me? The thing is, like I told her, he's not ghosting you. He's not. It's not that he doesn't validate your emotions. What it is that he's going through his own shit, and the only way he knows how to deal with it is shutting himself off.
Correct.
I was like, now, if you push this person so much more, you're just gonna push him away, and he's gonna be like, "Hey, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. I can barely deal with my own demons to deal with hers." I was like, and here's the thing. I was like, he told you that he has strong feelings for you. I was like, and he told you that. I was like, he told you multiple times he has feelings for you, and he's scared of those feelings. I was like, but what you're not understanding is that he was single for 4 or 5 years by himself, doing his own thing. He has a routine of what he follows for himself. I was like, you're new. Yes, y'all been on and off for 2 years, whatever. Y'all have y'all's little routine. I was like, but at the end of the day, who calls who at the end of the day. He will text you to let you know it's okay for you to come over to his place. He will text you to let you know, hey, it's okay for you to text me right now. I'm feeling okay for you to text me. I was like, but when you have issues and you're going through something and you text him and you try to have that same energy that you gave him, he's not gonna give it to you. I was like, one
Yeah.
is because he doesn't know how, and two is because if he starts giving you the same energy that you give him, he doesn't know how to handle it. So how is it
Right.
that you like? I don't know what advice to give her.
Well, see, what I would give her, honestly speaking, wise, like you just said, 4 or 5 years single, and now he's going through his field, and like you said, like, a lot of them, search for last names, but that's what we do. If we don't, especially in the Spanish culture, I imagine the way you talk sounds like our people's, right? So with that said, we're raised as a male, keep your shit to yourself, right? So that's why you shut out to the whole world. The downfall of that for her, especially for her, like, the friends, family, whatever, they'll eventually see you again. You'll talk. We're raised as a male, keep your shit to yourself, right? So that's why you shut out to the whole world. The downfall of that for her, especially for her, like, the friends, family, whatever, they'll eventually see you again. You'll talk, he's going through his shit. He'll come back, whatever, right? We used to that shit. But as far as for her, keep it 1,000. She should honestly just keep a friend and that's it. Stop the situation with shit because she's gonna get hurt really bad. And his intent is not to. The downfall is that he's broken. He doesn't comprehend himself yet. So if you're
And
in a
see,
relation with somebody that's
that's
hurt,
the sad
hmm?
part about the situation. I have mad love for him and I have mad love for her. Now, I almost feel like I'm a damn referee in this situation because I
No,
have
that's,
to
that's
keep it
exactly what you are.
mutual.
You are the referee. That's
Yeah,
exactly what you are.
and I feel like I have to keep it mutual between both of them. Now, like
Because you know the story.
I told both of them, I'm like, look, y'all need to figure your shits out because I'm still dealing with my own demons, and on top of my demons, I gotta hear y'all's demons. And here's the
Right,
thing, I was like, I'm not the type of person that I'm gonna like shrug you off whenever you want to talk to me. I was
right,
like, but when you do end up talking to me, I am gonna tell you, hey, you know what? I'm not the person to ask. I'm not the right person to ask for advice. I'm going through my own shit. I'm
right,
shutting the world out. I was like,
right,
at the end of the day, I am a broken soul. At the end of the day, I'm still broken. I'm still trying to figure out my own shit. I was like,
right,
at the end of the day, I understand where he's coming from and I understand where you coming from. I was like, but the
right.
thing is that both of you are not gonna see where each other is at. I was like, you're
Well,
not gonna
especially
understand that he was by himself for so long and did his own shit for so long. And he's not
right,
gonna understand that what you want is that one
long
person to
term.
be there when you need them.
Right, and to be long term, correct. And see that's why with that's how I eat. Them two, A and B, what are you? C through Z. So they need to go talk to themselves about the situation and break it down. If they cannot have an open mind conversation, then they can't be a relationship. They can try to, but that 1,000 toxicity 1,000. I can tell you that right now. Yeah. And me when I say this, it sounds kind of rude, but I tell people I say things to trigger you, I tell you stab you in your side. I tell people going through shit like that. Kick back, grab your seat, grab your popcorn, watch the free entertainment. So proper 1,000.
And
Why?
that's the worst part, that I will sit there and it's not that I'm trying to be a
No, no,
asshole
no.
about the situation, but I will sit there and watch these two like
Oh yeah.
interact with each
No,
other, and it's to the point where I'm just like, I'm sitting there to wait what comes next, kind of deal. Like I'm sitting back and I'm
right,
just like, okay, what's gonna happen today? Is he gonna stop talking to her today? How long is that gonna go for?
correct.
Now, the last time that anything went down, and it's to the point where I almost related to that issue because
Mm-hmm.
she told me he ghosted me for 2-3 weeks. He doesn't want to talk to me. He doesn't answer my texts. He ignores me. And I kind
Right,
of related to that because I did go through that when I was in my relationship.
correct, correct.
Now, what sucks is that
What
when
up,
she was
Ken?
telling me when she
Yeah.
was telling me this, it's just like, okay, how is it that you yourself don't understand that if a man is ghosting you and is doing whatever he's doing, it's not because he doesn't have feelings for you, but it's because he doesn't understand his own feelings for
Correct.
himself and for you. I was like, it's to the point where it got to be too much and he doesn't know how to communicate that. Now at the end of the day, how is it that I could give her good advice when I dealt with that myself? And then yeah, so at the end of the day, how is it that I could tell him, hey, you're hurting her by not texting her, quit ghosting her, or like I'm not gonna say shit.
Right. Well, remember, so all traditional last sentence would have at the beginning, lovers, healers over things and what pictures, right? So by you hearing both sides of the story, because you're in the middle, you can put yourself in both their shoes, because you dealt with you been in her shoes and you dealt with your ex-husband, the same situation, right? So you can say your advice because you already been through it. And yes, you're still dealing with yourself, but even now, the idea is even though you go through shit in life and try to learn yourself, learn how to live yourself again, get your life out in every which way, you can still give others advice as long as you can do it positive ways, not bitterness towards your ex, no, anyway, just you say it naturally because that's what you believe in, right? And like you said, if you don't know how to say certain things, hey, this I can't give you advice because I don't even know the answer to that yet. I haven't figured that out yet. But when I do, I'll let you know.
Right.
And that's what 1% on TikTok. Social media, yes, but TikTok's number one platform. I tell you, I'm a follower of every platform. Me personally, when I do my TikTok lives, I say as long as the server for TikTok sends correctly to my phone, I put it to my YouTube channel, right? And then from there, I tell my people watch my YouTube channel. And when I do my TikToks in general, on IG, Facebook, Twitter, I don't do posts anymore. Like it's rare for me to say any comment as far as I post it for myself. So all my shit's TikToks, right? That's how I promote the shit at TikTok because look at you and I don't know you from Adams, right? Talking about like we know each other for years. Everyone watching this, they're like, oh, they know that. I don't even know who she is, vice versa. Not really, guys, but Adams we have very similar stories. That's why when we talk about life, research, and stuff, for Adams and Marks, they'll be vibing, right? Because the whole world's broken and sucks. And especially in the Spanish culture, because obviously we're Spanish and knock the shit out of it. And by me doing that, what happens? Triggers that all people, oh, you're wrong for what I'm doing. I was like, well, actually, I should go to church and pray for it, and they'll fix it. No, God's met us halfway. He's always been there. We got to we've been having to go over other individuals, right? And then we go to shit. We get to a point where we're so bitter in life, we're so mad in life, we're angry, and our come out. F you, God. I did everything, especially did by the Bible, all that. He still been doing me dirty for 10 years, 20 years. And God, I've been talking to you for all the damn time. Like that person wasn't meant for you. But remember, it's like I tell people as far as religion work, it's a bet going on between God and the devil, Lucifer, right? So Lucifer, like, I could think like it happens in the human world. How many times you see it like you center yourself or you people around you, I could do his or her job, that ain't shit. You calling them out, right? But disrespectfully wise, you can say in the correct way, like I can do your job, but in an open-minded way, and that's it. You vibe it, right? But since they have a competition going on, that's what is going on in this human world, right? And that's the situation. That's why we share our knowledge, and that's how people. This shit I'm saying on my TikToks, I could have been traditional, especially Spanish culture, stay quiet, move on my life.
Oh yeah. Once, especially when the Hispanic male starts talking about relationship status and about how emotions are, you're wrong. You're wrong for putting you're wrong for shining that light upon other Hispanic men. Now,
correct.
The way I see it is that we don't have to live in the past traditions. We don't have to make our men feel so weak, because at the end of the day, the guy el machista, el narcissist, todo, that's a weak man. That's a weak person. And it's not because you're not giving them the love and attention. It's because they know that if somebody actually was to figure out what they really felt, what they really went through and whatnot, they're broken. They're broken.
Exactly.
And they would hate for anybody else to go beyond that mask that they put on.
Right. Exactly. And that's why they wouldn't do.
Like me personally, after I've seen the whole friendship benefits relationship that she's had, I don't want to ever go through that. Now, knocking on wood, correct. I don't ever want to go through that. I don't want to put myself through that. But at the end of the day, nowadays men are not looking for a relationship. Men are not. The new generation are not looking for a serious relationship. Nowadays, a woman is not looking for a serious relationship. What they're looking for is that sneaky link crap that everybody is watching on TikTok, that's watching on social media. But what's the point of hooking up with somebody? Because isn't your body a temple? Isn't that something that you're supposed to like cherish to yourself?
Take care. Right.
You go and you like hook up with somebody, you're giving the most intimate part of yourself to that person, but there's feelings. There's no feelings in between. Supposedly.
Well, right. So with that said, okay. So a narcissist, no, it's just that's what they have. That's how I see how a circle narcissist like broken hearts because they don't know how to love. The reason why narcissists the way they function is because they're broken every which way, right? So they don't know how to love themselves, and that's why they use us. And it's easy because they manipulate us. So we're raised incorrect, and they're cycle to raise. I keep it 1,000. We were raised wrong. That's why we get a few 1,000 chances, especially being religion in the mix, etc. Right, and culture, etc. So with that said, they're broken to last dying breath, and let them be us. When when say life's hard, right? Keep it 1,000. Life's not hard. It's actually easy to try and top. Life became hard. Yes, you have your child trauma with your parents, whoever. No parents, but you have your trauma with a child, right? But here's the kicker: if you think about it really good as a child, right, you get your ass kicked, beat up, mistreated, right? But at the end of the day, when you still chill with your friends and family, or your cousin, your siblings, right? You're crying because you got your ass kicked, right? But you're still laughing and enjoying life authentically, right? Even though you're getting beat up, right? But here's the kicker.
That's the sad part, because at the end of the day, you're still looking for that validation on somebody else.
Correct. Thanks for the thank you.
Like this person just commented. This is such facts, and it's so sad. On a male point of view, I know that I'm never gonna be in a man's shoe, and I'm never gonna be able to feel exactly what a man goes through. But the way I see it is that the men are scared to show emotion. The men are scared to even show a little bit of compassion. They're scared to do anything. Why? Because female nowadays are worse than men. And I'm saying that as a female. Because a female is ruthless. A female can be ruthless. They could tell you, hey, I love you, but at the end of the day, they could tell you, hey, I love you, I'm going to sleep, hangs up with you, and starts texting somebody else. So how is it that person is going to be able to feel that love and have that trust when they don't even trust themselves to be like, hey, you know what? I wanna have that relationship with this person, but I don't know what they're doing. That's because social media and everything else has influenced the men so much nowadays that it's crazy. For me, I'm so scared to be in another relationship just because of what I've been through and what I see. I see 1,000 guys on my TikTok. They go on my feed, whatever. I see guys muscles. I see whatever. I appreciate that.
Right.
But that's not something that I'm attracted to. I'm attracted to who I'm gonna vibe with.
Correct.
It's not that I don't like you, because it's not like, okay, I meet you and I don't like you. No, it's the vibe you give off. Now, if me and you are vibing,
correct.
Yeah, so if me and you are vibing great and we have a good time and hey, we want to be friends, let's start at friends. Honest, true friends. Nowadays, a man can't be friends with a female because there's always an agenda behind it. An agenda is, hey, I'm waiting for whenever she breaks up with her man so I can be a rebound. Or I'm waiting for her to feel sad so she can hit me up. But it's the same way for the friend. That's what I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, nobody nowadays wants to actually be friends. Nobody has the time to actually sit there and put it in their mind that, hey, I'm here to be your friend. I'm here for you to, I'm here for you to tell me, hey, what's wrong with you? I'm here for whatever reason. Let's say you're going through a hard day. Text me and tell me, hey, I'm going through a rough day. Let's go out for drinks, or let's go out to dinner.
Chop it up, most definitely.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Nowadays, it's no. If I take you out to dinner, there's something that has to come after dinner. Like, I don't get that.
If I keep impressing her, I'm gonna get the skin. No, see, and that's the thing. But so both sides, male and female, but I tell females more, learn how to read people and judge people. Like, yo, a male physical body only has so much to offer. Female, you guys have like 1,000 more, right? And that's what I tell every female. You have to other platforms. Yo, if you want to get paid on TikTok, number one platform, we're fucking bikini instead of show cleavage. You go on live and say nothing, absolutely nothing. You're gonna have like zillions of likes, all these follow, all these gifts. Because why? Sex sells 1,000. Why did females do what they do on social media, right? Sex sells 1,000. But with that said, you can be beautiful every which way. Money, status, fame, that's cool, but you're still broken. Because if you're not broken, how come you have all this status, all this money, but you're still going through a breakup? Why? Learn how to, learn yourself, and that's the shit. Cosmetics is cool, yes.
That's the sad part too, because at the end of the day, nowadays, what females are doing is that they're pretty much selling their bodies for views. They're selling their bodies for. You know what?
Hey, speaking of that, go ahead. I'll go after you. Go for it.
And like the sad part is that nowadays, female's putting her body out there, and she's getting these views, she's getting these likes, and getting all this stuff, but she's empty at the end of the day. Now she has a physical relationship right next to her, right? Let's say she has her partner, she has whoever it is that is there. He has to go on. Let's say he goes on his TikTok, and what's the first thing he sees? Is her shaking her butt or her half naked on social media. A man is not gonna like that. A man is gonna think, okay, she's doing that for attention from other men because I'm not enough for her.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, it works both ways.
No, most definitely. And with that said, like if your partner's cool with you doing that, like if, in general, that's cool because that's between you two, right? And that's your relationship. But for a scenario, like let's say for a scenario, the girl's doing that, right? In general on social media, but with her partner, she ain't doing shit with them. No TLC, no nothing. So she's basically, grounding him. I call it being grounded, and she's pleasing the whole world because that's because and that's another thing I saw. So like imagine you seen that show called Jersey Shore, the Italian Cat and stuff like that. So they have this thing called DTFs, down to fuck, right? So a narcissist, 1,000 is an emotional DTF. That's what they last, and then when they feel you're slipping away, they'll smash it at the beginning. Why do you think you say that? Even with narcissist and with the Empire, Church last time, we do the same shit. Why do you think you say like, damn, now they give us to see like in the beginning, and they keep it because they feel like we're stepping away. Make sure they don't tell nobody else, right? And then we'll believe that they'll give it like for example like 1 month, and then we'll be like 6 months dry, and then you pretend you want to move on to somebody else,
pick it back up,
right?
Yeah,
See, that's an emotional DTF. So that's narcissistic. They're emotional because their high gets over and it goes to the next body, right? So there's a lot of them who do the same shit, do the same exact shit, and that's why I tell people like I was in the beginning on TikTok, the narc type, because I was told I believe my ex was a narc, right? But I was picking at it because we're doing co-parenting, we vibing. I talk about the relationship. I'm like, nah, we're both broken. I was just more healed because I was the verbal abuser, and she was the more physical abuser because why? I can kill anyone. This mouthpiece, I can kill anybody. So you have the word toxic traits from your exes, right?
So you have the labia. You have the labia to make somebody feel like crap.
Right, especially a female. A female, like not really. Let's say a female that's taught to be like more humble and more like more like a delicate, like a rose, a flower, right? So you say anything harsh words, you stab him. Like me, like I tell my ex, I put you to hell and back, and I'm sorry, right? So the idea, with, you and your hubby now, the idea, pray for y'all to stay to last night in breath. Forever bullshit. That's tradition. I say last night in breath, right? Because for our kids' sake, you said it, right? And with that said, so that's what I told her that I'm the last person in your life that I know of that the idea is that I destroyed you. I felt this mouthpiece every which way. We had this conversation. You cried many times. And I'm sorry for that. I can't. Obviously, sorry don't fix shit, right? So with that said,
I mean, it's not going to change the past.
No, but it's about self-accountability. Yeah,
it can't change it, but at least you're acknowledging it.
Oh,
exactly. It happened, and
right.
And with that said, like. It's like you said earlier. At the end of the day, it's hey, I'm sorry I did do that, and I know I'm the reason why you're broken, or you got even more broken, or whatever, right?
Right.
But what is the point of telling somebody over and over you're sorry, but those sorries almost feel empty?
No,
it's almost like they have no meaning. It's just
exactly.
It's just like an empty word,
That's exactly what it is.
Say I love you, it's like, for example, right now, me and you are talking. Now, I can throw that word "I love you" to you, but it has no meaning. Why? Because I don't know you. There's no feelings towards it. Now, if I was to say to another person that I've known forever. I've had a relationship. I've had a history with this person. And I
Mm-hmm.
said, I love you to this person. And I say it with emotion behind it. But he
Authentically,
doesn't
correct.
have any emotion to me.
It's
Then
whatever.
it's an empty feeling for them, but
Right.
not for me. You know what I mean?
Correct. Correct. And that's why as an individual, you have to be very careful and judge the whole world. Like if I tell them this person, I know I'm saying authentic because you're talking to yourself. But are they gonna match my energy? Do they feel like that for me? And that's why me personally, like I did this thing of, real fast, like back to the analogy. So like when I did my benefits, right, I would tell females like, because the feelings part, right? I tell
Right.
males we get up and run through a thing, right? Because male bullshit, but I don't care about that shit. But anyways, but as we destroy ourselves, but since we're brainwashed that we can do it, it's okay, whatever type of shit. We don't take the hit as far as the feelings part. The females, you guys are more delicate, right? So it's all the females, even benefits or on social media, etc. Right, face to face. I go analogy. You guys are more delicate, right? Because the way you're raised, the generational cycle bullshit. Eventually, you'll comprehend your situation as an individual. But with that said, imagine yourself like a rose, right? So everybody you lay down with, gay or straight, whatever you're into, you lay down with, you gave him a petal. So you remember John Bill Maria's name to your last dying breath in your head, etc. Right? Us men, there's women that doing their stuff, running. We take that pedal and run with it and just throw it away. We don't have to remember your name because it was just a fling. It was just ish, right?
It was just for that moment. Yeah.
Right. And with that said, everybody as an empath, like I did, everybody you lay down with, no matter if you do the whole phase, whatever, it's your choice, definitely, because you're doing that out of rage and anger and bitterness, right? I totally get that, definitely, because Ben had done that, right? But the downfall as an emp, everybody you lay down with, in your head, your match, you had a door of pain to that individual, and they own it, right? And you destroy yourself. You destroy love for yourself, and you destroy yourself as an individual, because you started as a good person by religion, by culture, etc. And the intent was to be with one person, and that's it, quote unquote, the way it raised, right? The downfall of that narcissist or church last stamp destroyed you, took that shit from you, especially when you lose a V card. Oh fuck, you lose that. I mean, when I did my benefits, right, I had I didn't count them, but I think I had maybe like 5, 6 females. Like they acted like they weren't virgin, right? We're talking Bible, talking about TOC, etc., right? But when it came down to it, like they were like scared, like they were like they didn't want to dress themselves. Like I was like, hey, don't question, like yo, you bragged about it. Are you a V? Like what's a V? A virgin? Like yeah. I'm like, oh, we ain't doing this. What? We ain't doing this. The most, the most we'll do is like, I'll taste you and that's it. But no more than that. Like they're like, why? I want to lose it to you. Like, you want to lose it to me? I'm gonna tell you a little story fast. Why am I doing what I'm doing with too many others? I was in your shoes, right? My first day mom was talking to many other, many others. She chose me, but not. But why she choose me? Because I was a V. Like you're a V. The other 5 guys she was talking to, I mean, the other 4 guys, they weren't V's, right? So it's not special to her. She told me because she could manipulate me easily. She knew she was doing me. That's I'm telling you verbally. No, that shit, cherish that shit. I promise you. You lose that to me, you destroy yourself. It's like, why? Because you're a good person. How am I a good person? I'm many others. Tell me that. If I take that from you, I promise you this. You're gonna be stuck on me, and you're gonna mop yourself up on many others. And I told you. I'm telling you, women.
And she's gonna be wrapped up on that one simple action. Yeah,
exactly.
It goes but that's the same way with men. Like let's say, because from what I remember from when I went to high school, I mean, the one geek guy, the one that they called the geek, that was to himself, doing his own shit, doing his own stuff. Let's say he was waiting for the right person, right? Like, yo, hey, I wanna save myself for that one person that I'm gonna be with. But then he has 6 or 7 females behind him trying to get that V card because they want to put it under their belt. It's not correct. Yeah, it's not like, oh yeah, I want you for the way you are, your feelings, whatever. No. I just want that under my belt to have that title. Why? Because the females are doing the same shit males are doing nowadays.
No, yeah, for sure. And with that said, you're describing me. I was a V until I was almost 21 years old. So in my high school time, right? I'm a home goes, yo, Mars, Vito, let me take that from you. I'm like, it's just like that. Like, no, I'm saying myself the right one. So I was like the girl, and my home goes wanted it. And my boys be jealous because they were doing traditional bullshit where they were body hopping like crazy, right? So like they say hi to me, like my homegirls, and I'll say hi back to them, right? And then my boy, I won't say the name, but let's say Maria or Mario, Tamika, whatever. They'll be like, hey Mario, and then my boy Mario will be like, hey Maria, and they'll be, oh you, F you, you're a hoe. I'm just talking to Marge, and that's it. I'm like, damn, in front of everybody. In front of everybody, they didn't give a shit. Oh, you guys are whores. Everyone knows who you guys are. Nobody want any girls message with you guys, gone. And then my boys be hating on me.
Man,
Oh yeah, no, they're
that's
ruthless. They didn't care. Like, nah, you're a hoe. I'm like, damn, of course they just called you a hoe in front of everybody, you know? So with
and that's
that
the
said,
sad part
I was
because
this.
nowadays some females take that word as like a
Whatever.
trophy. No,
Yeah, no,
like
well, see that's because the young
like the
generation
way
for the social media
like
has been mocked up too much. So it's
yeah,
more like
like
now the female is the male with that's bragging rights type of shit because now it's not as bad, but that's me as an individual. I tell all my kiddos, if you're 21 and under, right? Especially let's go keep it easy. High school. If you're 18 and under, you know anything about life, relationship, M's and R's, use those two words, don't be relationship. And they're like, oh my people stop my niece and nephew. Why? Because you don't know anything. I promise you this. You want your life to go to shit, get in a relationship, go get mopped up. If you don't comprehend how as humans how we function to the fullest, I promise you this, you're gonna get mopped up. It's like rare to see like two Neos together. I haven't seen no. I met a lot of the family who said they're together forever, but by the time y'all love each other to the fullest, or do y'all accept each other? The ones that love each other quite overall, they'll respond like this. The ones that hesitate, I'll be like, oh yeah, y'all accepted each other, right, over time. I go, see, that's a downfall. I go, I'm not knocking on you, but that's the issue I'm talking about. You're together 20 years, yes, but look at that. You hesitated. You both hesitated. Because
yeah.
obviously you've been through shit, yes. No relationship, obviously not. But the idea is to be happy in a relationship. If you don't have a happy home to go to, at the end of the day, you have a shitty day at work, stuck in traffic, whatever negative shit, but at least you're happy to go home for your good to see your partner. And that's a beautiful fucking thing in the world, because you're blessed. That's the best thing you can do. That's the intent.
That's the
If
bad
not,
part
then
too,
what?
because at the end of the day, if you really think about everything that is happening up in the world, especially with relationships, even the relationship back then and relationship now, the only thing that has changed are the roles.
Correct. Oh yeah,
Because
not both parties. Both parties.
now it's both parties. Yeah, and it's.
Oh yeah.
But the worst part is that females are, like I said earlier, females are ruthless. They can be total assholes. And
very true. But here's the kicker. But the reason being is why the duration only because it's phone. Only because it's phone. Without that phone, take the shit away from them. Take the phone from the whole world, right? Take it back to the 90s, early 90s. No phone. All you had is traditional phone. What'd you do back in the day? If I called to hit up a girl that I want to talk to her, see, I was that guy, but let's have to break the body off, right?
You know the worst part about the whole situation is, like you said about the phones, like how back in the 90s or back in the 2000s, early 2000s, before everybody had cell phones or whatnot, how did you know where your boys were or how you know where your girls were? It's because all the bikes were in front of somebody else's house. Right?
No,
that's how you knew. That's how you knew where everybody was at. That's where you knew where the hangout was. All the bikes or skateboards or whatever, it was in front of somebody's house. Now, when you had a problem with somebody, you couldn't hide behind the screen. You would have to talk to this person face to face. Now, breakups back in the day, you couldn't hide behind the screen and be like, hey, I'm done with you, it's over, and you wouldn't have to see them. No, because you had to go and talk to them on their phones, or you had to go to school and talk to them. And the thing now also, what we grew up with, this generation is never gonna understand it, and they're never gonna know it.
Correct.
And the thing that I miss the most about when I was growing up, and I know my daughter is never gonna experience, is how scared a boy was to call a girl's house.
Oh yeah, 1,000. Because you're like, hope the dad will pick up, hope the brother pick up, hope it's just the mom, the sister, the abuela. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, my daughter's never gonna experience that. My boys are never gonna experience that. Like, how is it that the generation went so sideways after we had all this technology, when technology was supposed to help us?
You just said it. Because technology. So our generation, older wise, they were scared of technology, right? But if you use technology correctly, it's a massive benefit. Use it very incorrectly, hacking, bullshit, The cheating entanglement, that's the negative thing. That's why I tell people, use the phone correctly, you're good. Using it correctly, I have 1,000 girls. I want my girl not to have 1,000. I speak to many females. If I choose to, I can find boundaries. Especially when I see a female down, I can love bomb you 1,000 and have you floated. I can be with my girl and many others, but if I choose to. That's why sneaking is so easy. Because when especially as an especially when you're emotionally down, you're emotionally vulnerable. Anyone that makes you feel good, you're beautiful, starts love bombing you, puts you on cloud nine, they got you.
So sneaky links. Okay, so here's where I'm a little confused about this whole generation. The sneaky links. Is it when you're both single, or is it when you're in a relationship and you have a side person? Like that what is it?
Status doesn't matter, but yeah. So remember, for the most part, narcissist. I won't say it on narcissist. Traditional last time we on narcissist traits. Remember, everyone does this shit for the most part. That if that's their intention, that's what you observe. When you're single, nobody wants you. When you're somebody, everybody wants you, right? All of a sudden, right? So with that said, and that's a downfall. If you choose to, your choice. You can put, especially like on Facebook, you said, right? You got a good shit that you're going through problems with your partner, right? But by you doing that, because you're putting your problem to the world on social media, what's going to happen? Especially for a female versus more than a male, because females have more to offer physically, right? So you have hella DMs. Yo, man, I got you. What's up, man? All good shit, right? They're in your DMs, and they're making you feel good. And you're like, oh, you're right. Whatever your ex is not doing or your partner's not doing, to make you feel good, they're doing. So now you're gonna feel good, and then you start talking, you start evolving, right? And then from them, for the most part, it's there's two intentions to break it, get in between the mix, right? AB, AB and the CZ conversation, the data entanglement. So either two options what they want to do. They either actually want to break it up with you, see if you actually break up with them to be with you, and then be a couple, quote unquote, or test you really good, see how trustworthy you are, and love bomb you, right? And then you catch your feelings because they make you feel good, and then you lay down with them. They might even tell you face to face, like, "Yo, we did a TLC, right?" So, but I just did. I was doing it to see how far I can go with you. Just take it from you, and that's it. So with that said, are you gonna tell your partner cheating? Because if not, I'm gonna tell them. Then what do you do? Now you're being blackmailed, and they love bomb just so you believe it was going off the relationship. It was never the intent. It was just for TLC, and that's it. Because for them, it's a high. Because now they're like, oh shit, I did my job. Peace, gotta go. I'm about to post it. I just laid down with Maria. Hey, I'm gonna send it to your husband, your boyfriend. Now what do you do? I got what I needed. I gotta go to the next relationship to fuck up. And so on and so on.
And that's
right?
That's the sucky part, because the only person getting hurt about that relationship is the person you ended up cheating on.
Right. Well, see, you both get hurt, but the other ones are doing it just for the lust. They don't care for now. And so if it's an amp, eventually they will comprehend. Because once again, especially in Spanish culture in general wise, right? Amps and arcs. I tell people, all the middle school high schoolers, teach me anything about amps and arcs, how they function. Teach me about life relationship, what you suffered. 1,000. You can't teach me shit. Because in school, what they teach you in school? Traditional bullshit, which is cool. Let's give it 1,000. That stuff in high school, those things that benefit you for the most part is what? Grammar, a little bit from English. History, fuck history. It's just whatever. It's been written, it can't be fixed. And then what? Math, basic math. And pre-algebra, algebra, you be cashier anywhere. You're just giving change and that's it.
The worst part about that thing you just said about history, yeah, you can't change it, but you can learn from it.
No, you can learn from it, yes, but the downfall is people. So you have communication. We're talking about it, but can you comprehend it? Why do you still have the attention?
Most people can't.
Right, well, because they don't want to.
Well, it's not that they can't. They just don't take the time to do it.
Right, and that's why you have what?
Now, like you said earlier, like scenarios. If I was talking to somebody right now, and I felt some type of way with, okay, I need to talk to him, but he's not talking to me. So my first instinct is, okay, you know what? F you, don't talk to me, don't contact me. I'm gonna block you. Get out of my life, right?
Right.
Now, I went and did that. That person does what I told them. That person does block me, delete me, whatever, right?
Right.
For what? For a couple days to go by, and then y'all see each other, and then it's like one misses the other, but y'all know damn well y'all toxic as hell for each other.
Right.
But one's gonna break and it's gonna go back to it. So how do you how is it that you fix it? You already know the history, but you don't want to learn from it.
Right, but see that the downfall of that's why the downfall of Trisha Last Stand. What are we? Lovers, healers, and overthinkers and fixers, right? So we think we can fix them. And the downfall about overthinking, let's say we're talking about them, right? We're talking about for scenario now, the word ghosting, right? Which has been happening many moons before any of us were born, but now the modern term is called ghosting, right? So someone's talking to you vibing and they ghost you either locally or on social media, right? So you start good, love bombing, feel good, you're beautiful, all the great jazz, good shit, you vibing, and they straight up just drop you, right? Especially after TOC. If they get the skins, after that, please, right? It was set up. The downfall for the person on the other side that actually was overthinking the situation more than it was, that's where they die so hard. Because why? In their head, the traditional ways, we're vibing, we're good, she's gonna treat me hella good. Long term, I'm thinking like, okay, if I want to think you're overthinking big time where I die, I'm thinking, okay, she's treating me hella good. We vibing. I went to a ship with my ex-wife. She's, finally I get appreciated for who I am, right? And we vibing. And now she's cold to just drop me. But let's say, it was for the TLC or even before TLC. Let's say the no TLC was involved, especially on social media. Since I overthought him or her wise, then what happens? I die. Because in my head, yo, we vibing good. I already thought like marriage, kids, in 50 years, last dying breath type of shit. I overthought the situation, and that's when you get ghosted. You die hard because you overthought it. You're like, why? We were doing so good. How the hell just drop me like nothing? Like, just get up and leave. And that's the downfall of what? Codependency. Because you overthought the situation. Eventually, the idea is to fall back. Healing process, awakening. Once you get those two down, at least awakening part, you match people's energy. Like traditional ways, when someone's mean to you, they say, like, for example, you're stupid. You're supposed to stay quiet, kill them with kindness, which is cool. We kill them with kindness, definitely, right? But the young generation nowadays, that don't work no more because they'll keep talking to you. So what I teach my kids, I tell my kids, my side of town, I will teach you life, how it really functions. I know you guys are young, but as you get older, I will teach you my ways, right? And your side with your mom and your need dad, etc. over there in their relationship, they will teach you traditional ways, which is cool. So with the schools. But with kids being mean to you when they call you stupid, you tell your teacher yes or do this. Call them stupid. And they say, well, I call me stupid. Well, you call me stupid. I'm matching your energy. So if you don't call me stupid, I won't call you stupid. We're all happy. See? And I still go to my teacher and tell you anyways, right? And they stay quiet. I go, but that's telltale. And what? So, okay, you want to say go get bullied, and then bully your friends, and you're going to stay quiet because they make fun of you? No. The way you deal with bullies, tell the teacher that shit. Your jobs. They didn't call you a rep. Guess what? I don't deal with you anymore. I match your energy. You play stupid, I play stupid. That's at my job. At my job, like majority of my coworkers are young. Everybody forgets that I'm old. A lot of them, right? And they'll be like, Rito, man, like every time we talk about bullshit, you crack jokes. Like I keep forgetting you're like almost double our age. Like right, but age is just nothing but a number. It's because the way I carry myself. I understand you as lingo to the fullest, and the way y'all function. So they'll be like, even anyone that's young, they'll be like, they have their partners, quote unquote, right? And I just call them out there and then. They'll be, Rito, she had a baby girl. She's got a fat ass there. I'll be like, B, yes. I go, beauty's everywhere in your own eyes, right? You can look, observe, and just move on with your day. But what you're doing, you're lessening. Now you're sitting there investing, right? And I call him out, stab him in the chest. I'm like, yo, but you got a girlfriend, but you married, right? You got kids, right? Oh, you're like that? Baby boy, I'm gonna just keep it 1,000 with you, man. If you cannot just be lustful and loveful to your partner, then just squash it. Then do whatever you want, whomever you want. That girl right there that's doing everything for you, you're gonna kill her, you're gonna destroy her. Do you wanna do that?
So here's a question I have too.
Go for it.
How is it that there men and this goes for females too. Now they're in relationships, right? They have a loving person, whatever. And like you said, a man is a visual creature. A man is a visual creature. He's gonna see what is gonna be flaunted in front of him, right?
Correct.
So let's say this beautiful girl walks in front of him, right? She walks in front of him and she noticed her body. Oh, she's beautiful. She got a fat ass. She got big boobs. Whatever guys think about, right?
Okay.
In his mind, is he appreciating the beauty of this girl, or is he trying to think of what
surpassing
it would be
boundaries?
to be with this? Yeah, or what it would be to be with this girl. Now, in a female point of view, like myself, when I was married, I would appreciate a guy that looked handsome, right? He would catch my eye and I would look, but I wouldn't be disrespectful to my husband.
Right.
The way I mean it is that I would look Okay, I saw what I saw,
You
and then
appreciate
kept
it, and
going
that's
on
it.
my day, right?
Correct. That's the
Now,
correct way to do it.
now there are certain points
Mm-hmm.
where I know I passed that limit, but it
Right.
wasn't just because like I wanted to. It just happened that way. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
would appreciate a guy's look, right? He looked
Right.
handsome, he looked like a nice person, and I turned out I would look, and then I took it upon myself to say hi, to be friendly, not in the
Right.
intentions of cheating or anything,
Right. Right.
but in my head, I was already, oh, he's handsome. Like I want to say hi, I
Right.
want to be able to speak with him, right?
Correct. Correct.
In my head, I'm like, that is wrong, but I still went and did it.
Well, the reason why you say it's wrong because in Spanish culture, as a female, that's a no-no because you're cheating, right? Even a male does. Like for example, you should watching Little Mexico, the Valley here. I like he's like well, Washington itself, right? Snoqualmie Pass is the middle, so that's when that west side is yeah the best side, right? And then you go east side, it's the east side. So the way that Eastern Washington is about 90% Hispanic, Chicanos and white folk, right? 10% mixed race. But it's old school ties. The mentality here, especially in the Spanish culture, it's if I have a conversation with any cashier and bullshit with them, I'm cheating. I fucking want to hook up with them, right? Because I'm passing boundaries. In Seattle, it's the conversation, right? So when I'm in my job, right? All the young cats, I bullshit with every female. Hey, what's up, hi? What's up, miss? What's up with you? My name is Vito. What do? And then what position you have in the factory, and that's it. Small talk about working. That's it. No passing boundaries, right? Then my boys and then my coworkers be like, yo, you hit her up. I'm like, where's the phone that I got a girlfriend? Second of all, it's called a conversation, ladies. It's a conversation. If I wanted to pass boundaries and get to know, I could easily do it. I'm a socialist. If I got to talk a bazillionaire, I promise you that. I can talk to any female, but I'm just having a conversation, open minded, no boundaries. You guys are thinking because of a culture, the way we wants to, that this is called flirting. No, if you go to Seattle, I tell everybody that lives in little cities, little shows in this world. If you live in little cities and this is the mentality, at least a year, go live in a big city, observe. You become a socialist, become more of an extrovert because why? Everyone talks. No one passing boundaries. In Seattle, I tell all my people they're here in the valley. In Seattle, if female likes you, they're not shy. Oh, dude, you can't take your eat. They'll ask you, can I take you out to eat? I went on so many dates, so many dinners, so much teriyaki. Because they like me. And I'm like, oh, yeah, sure, let's go. Would you have to work? I'm like, huh? My coworkers would be like, I go, no, because the
Like
way you carry
what just
yourself.
happened? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why I tell my coworkers. It's the way you carry yourself because they'll be like dumbfounded. Like I worked at O'Reilly's, right? I worked at mechanic tire shop. I'm selling car parts, I'm selling stuff to fix your vehicle, right? Nothing about what I grow, what I'm on, what you look banging, nothing like that. And they're asking you to like, what you don't have to work, nothing that they have to eat. They're asking you, obviously, because the way you carry yourself. I'm myself 1,000. And now, especially now,
And
I'm thinking myself.
one thing that you keep mentioning is carry yourself. I've never really, because I grew up in Virginia, right? So the
Mm-hmm.
vibe there is a lot different. The way
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
carry
every part of the world.
myself is
Mm-hmm.
a lot different than what people here in Texas carry themselves. Now, as a female, I carry myself way different. And it's
Mm-hmm.
not that some men would take it as me carrying myself as maybe like a bitch in a sort of way. And and it's not that I want to give off that vibe, but
Right.
the way I carry myself is, hey, you're gonna respect me regardless. You're gonna respect me,
Right.
and if I show you respect, you're gonna show it back to me. If I
Correct.
don't like
Matching
your
energy.
vibe, I don't have to speak with you. If
Correct.
I don't know you and you come up to me in a certain way, like if you know me, I'm gonna give you a look like, where the hell do I know you from? I carry myself away. I carry myself a lot different. Now,
Right.
I didn't know what it meant, what people meant by that when
Oh
where
yeah.
I work, like
Carry
where I
yourself.
work
Yeah.
at. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like, oh, you carry yourself different. You're different from other females. You carry yourself
Right.
differently. Well,
Which is
I'm
good.
like, oh, in my head, I'm
Which is
like,
good.
how is it that I carry myself different? Like, I feel like I carry
It's because you're
myself like every other female. They're like, no,
no,
the way you
you're more
speak, the
verbal. Yeah, you're more verbal. So that's why you have introverts and extroverts. Introverts, a typical females, a lot of them are introverts, especially in Spanish culture. They stay quiet, right? They don't verbalize a lot. You're more of an extrovert now, especially what you've been through. Now you express yourself because you don't want to get mistreated. Like, yo, match my energy, be cool, we vibe. If not, it's not happening. And there's
right.
the door. That's how people just match people's energy. And that's why, yes, you have like culture based and all that good shit, like religion based that goes behind it. At the end of the day, I tell people, take religion, culture away. As you as an individual, what are you, empanarch? Are you positive, negative? Everyone does wrong, yes, but because the
Well,
things, you know,
how is it that you will know how somebody carries themselves in a positive way? Because me personally, when they told me you carry yourself different, in my head I'm just like, okay, like I don't know if to take it as a compliment or just take it
take it
as
as
it is
compliment.
and keep walking.
Well, you gotta, you know, observe the people that tell you that, right? Observe the environment. So if they're typically, for example, they're typically, you know, chat with female that show up to work or wherever the environment, and they always, you know, God can scope them out, right? But they, you know, they tell you that, comment to you because they have respect for you. Because you're not just a typical female, like, I'll get her, oh, you know, day one, she was banging, hey, what's up? And just start mouth fucking, called flirting, right? And they smile, roll with the punches, like, oh, yeah, she's easy. I can get this. Watch, boys, I'm about to get one for the books. And that's easy it is, man, because it manipulates your ways, right? Because they're acting nice and not being nice. And that's the issue. Females have to comprehend just because someone's nice to you. Are they being nice authentically? Or what's their intention by the situation? Observe the conversation, observe the environment. And I tell females, yo, you want to test out a guy if they're actually authentically actually listening to you, actually want to care about you? Talk about, especially in the beginning of the relationship or friendship, whatever they want to get to know you, quote unquote, right? I tell them, I'm a fan of this, yo, I'm going to teach you some shit. Very simple. You females have way more to offer, right? So start talking and vibing, and then, you know, talk normal, can you like to eat, whatever, get to know each other a little bit, but bump it up really fast. Like I say, blue ball really fast. I tell them, blue ball really fast, talk about TLC, and then cut them off, talk about rocks, talk about the trees, talk about fucking Mother Nature, and curveball them. If they tell you, yo, we were talking about this, why continue on? And they're like, nah, I was talking about another day. And then they get mad about it bitter, they're after the TLC, man. They're after the skins. Don't fall for them, man. If they care about
Yeah.
you, well, I mean, I tell them, oh, whatever, adapt to your situation. We're talking about rocks, cool. Which rock? The yellow one or the purple one? See? If you, I tell them, I tell females this all day, every day. Males, not really. But I'll be like, if you comprehend the woman to the fullest to the T, actually pay attention to them, they all love you. They want to promise you that because they feel comfortable on you. They can express
And
themselves.
they won't even. And here's the thing that also I feel like men don't understand nowadays, or the younger generation, is that once you show a female that you're actually there for them, like
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how many guys go into their DMs or how many guys come up to them and talk to them, because these females are not interested in whatever they got to offer because you're giving them the time and attention with you, right? Like they're
Correct.
giving you, you're giving them the that time of day where they're like, hey, you know what? Like I don't, like me personally as a female, if I have a guy and he's showing me all types of love, he's showing me, hey, a good morning text in the morning. He'll ask me about my day, and then he'll
Yeah.
ask me, hey, so why are you upset? And I tell him what I'm upset about, and he asks me questions about why I feel the way I feel. For me, it's like, damn, like this boy is really listening to me. Like
Right. Right.
he's listening, he's hearing what I'm saying. So
Correct.
I could have 2 or 3 other guys behind him, and I won't even care about them too because I'm
Right.
too busy focused on that one person in front of me.
Correct.
And
Correct. Definitely.
and the same thing for a man. Like I know men don't like saying that they like the attention, that they don't like saying certain things that they like.
Right.
I don't know why, but it's
It's
always
not
been
manly
like that.
like.
So like
Right.
for a female, at least for me, if I ever do end up getting in a relationship, I want that guy, that man, to tell me, hey, you know what? I like it when you come and hug me out of nowhere. Or I like when you come and you give me a kiss just because I'm there. Or
Right.
whatever, like certain things.
Correct.
Now, I will, like I told you earlier, a man is not hard to please
Right.
if you know
Exactly.
exactly what you're dealing with. If you
Correct.
take the
Correct.
time to just focus on that one person, it won't be hard for you to know what makes that man tick. But if
Correct.
you have this person in front of you and you're busy with the side dudes, then you're losing whatever's in front of you. And the way I
Most
see it is
definitely.
that at the end of the day, it's like I'm over here dealing with, how is it that you can tell me, hey, I like you, but you're not paying any attention to me or any of the physical traits that go with that, because
Correct.
you're not invested like I am. Or
Well.
because I've seen guys tell me, like, especially at work, I've heard guys tell me that they're interested in girls back and forth, right? They're interested and they're talking to them, and out of nowhere, two to 3 weeks later, I'm asking them, "Oh, what happened with that girl?" "Oh, well, she didn't match my vibe. She didn't match my energy. So I dropped her."
Right. That's the bullshit excuse. Nah, that they were doing it for less than that's it. It's easy to remember to have excuses in life and to keep it down and be authentic. It's easy to say they didn't match my vibe because it's just body that their intent was the body happen, that's it. Because you're in a relationship, it will last longer than 2 3 weeks, etc. And that's like what that said. Tell people like you're sitting there, right? You're talking about the potential next partner to be, right? Whenever that is, right? So right now your walls are high, right? And your standards are high. So as socialized standards, whatever you love her, she was everything. And what fixtures? So yes, you have your standards high and your walls are high, but remember, don't forget about that. Because when you see another male, you're talking to them, vibing, but let's say they're going through a relationship, or they're recovering from a relationship, breakup, etc., and you feel sorry for them because your emotions there because you put yourself into the truth. Do not bring your standards down. Do not break your standards for him just because he's down. You can pick him up, you can vibe with him, but he's not because let's say you're more healed than he is, and he's not. Guess what? If you want a relationship, you want to test it, go for it. But when you find your face have that toxicity, and you be like, damn, you're still not over her, like this, all the negative shit go back and forth, and then you can move on faster, but he's gonna destroy himself more for getting a relationship he shouldn't have got into, and that's the downfall. We weren't taught this is we want to fix the world. Remember this: nobody can fix no human in the world. We can fix anything that's man-made, yes. And I can heal you, love you. I mean, we're healers, love. I tell you about it. I'm tired. I can heal you, guide you, support you, uplift you, forward you, show you mad love to you, but I can't fix you. I can tell you that's why I say what I say 1,000. And which eventually I'll have all that shit that I say, to match everything, I have it in my body. It's a crash course of to life, how it functions, right? And that's why a lot of therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, life coaches, they don't like me too much. Because it's just white and black. I'm like, well, the white and black entrepreneur, yes, the middle part is the gray part is the lost empath. Like, what's that? The black market, mafiosos, gangbangers, racists, etc. Do you believe every racist is bad? I go watch American History X. Perfect example. He was raised in that shit. Eventually, shit went down. It was, it's a harsh move to watch, but it does happen. And with that said, he changed his life for himself. But there was, things had to happen, and it sucked. But that's why, as a human, as an you make a decision when negative shit happens around you. Do you retaliate, continue on the war, or you stay humble and bite the bullet? And it sucked that you lost people in your family and friends, etc., around you for your situation you got into. And that's part of the repercussions. The downfall now, you bite your tongue, you stay humble, and that's the ish. And that's why, that's why I say what I say. I try to simplify it best as, and they don't like that. And I go, but once again, I tell everybody, especially on TikTok, if you want to make your life, the picture of life like Picasso, colorful as fuck, go for it. Go learn the big words, dopamine, etc. Go get lost. Go for it. You're gonna make the picture like way more harder than it really is. It's just look around you. What are you? What are they? And then judge everybody. If you have to, push everybody. You have to, and I had to push everybody away. And what I mean for that, I go like my boys going through a breakup, right? Spanish culture, a lot of cultures. Get yourself as a bitch, go party and kick it. I'm like, so doing party and kicking another bitch is gonna get me over my ex, doing the kid, etc. No. Or like, I want you to give your kids to your father, your boys to, her side, your girls to your family side, and you just do whatever you want. I go, so I'm gonna vote for my kids because she got up and left? No. I cannot vote for them. I just gotta deal with the situation and figure this shit out. And I pushed everybody away. Because that's negative bullshit, right? So with support team, true family and friends and people on social media, now that's what you meet peoples and what you might call it, they keep it 1,000 with you. They show you true authentic love, right? The one time they give you any type of shit is what constructive criticism. When in your head you believe, because your mind's clouded that day, etc., that you're gonna do something wrong. And they'll let you know, hey, what you're about to do is wrong. I'm gonna warn you, you're gonna hate me for this, but this is about to happen. If you want to take it, do it. But when you do it, I told you, forewarned you. I'm saying because I love you, etc. I don't want I don't want you to do more bad as it is. And we have days that we're overthinking beats us up that we don't know what's going on. We don't care,
So, a la misma vez es como una persona necia que aunque le demuestres que estás haciendo algo malo, siempre, ellos en su mente están exficiados que ahí quieren estar. So what's the point of trying to tell somebody, hey, that's the wrong spot for you to be at. Go ahead and carry yourself somewhere else. Because they're so fixated in that moment in time. Like, like we were talking about earlier, it's always gonna go back to the same situation.
Shoot.
It's always gonna be to the point where the people don't understand how hard everything's gonna be because they put themselves in it.
Sorry, I was telling my girl I'm on live, so I apologize. Can you still hear me or no?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but you like completely
Oh, okay,
cut
a
off.
minute ago. Yeah, no, I was telling my girl that. So here, little TikTok 101. So when we're on lives, right? And then someone's calling you or vice versa, it'll boot you right for a second. So on your side, it'll say, post is done, whatever, not here for a second. And then the downfall when you like hang up on that call, like reject it, the audio goes to either the audio gets cut off, and you have to jump off the live, get back on the live, or the volume goes down. Like there she is right now. Whatever. Anyway, that's my girl, Amber. Amber, sorry, babe, I'm right here in live.
Hi.
But
yeah, it's always the same situation. Like we were talking about earlier. No matter how hard somebody wants to go through a breakup, they need to learn how to deal with it alone. Because at the end of the day, what's the point of getting out of one broken relationship, jumping into another one? Because all you're doing is trying to fill the void that person left, or that you left, or whatever it is, vice versa, right? So you're jumping to this new relationship, and you're gonna break that person just because you're broken. It makes no sense to me.
Happy. It sounds kind of harsh, but it's the truth, and that's why you can't fix the body by your side, aka codependency. That's why you see, especially in high school, middle school, high school times, relationship after relationship, like I love him or her. A week later in another relationship, I love him. Another week, it's your body hopping because the reason being because of codependency wise. So the idea,
you're right about that. But how do you know when you're codependent on somebody?
No, everyone's codependent.
Can't leave each other alone, or what?
Well, that for sure, most definitely. And then if you can't be by yourself, and here's the best part: if you cannot deal with yourself, that's a massive sign right there, big old red flag. And that's why people can't look in the mirror. And that's I talk to a lot of people here on social media, right? Do one-on-ones, DM, all good shit, right? And I tell them because I tell you I'll be part of your support team. But with that said, but I got my own life. Everybody has their own life, but definitely the more people in support team. That's why I have my 10Ms, my live workers right here, because they're the ones that for 88. That's my actual name right here. And 88 days I let her go because of them, because they're my therapist. I can call them, DM, video chat, shit, but like you told me, at the end of the day, you have your 10, but all of us have lives. So if you can't get reach of us, you have to deal with yourself, because I push everybody else away. That's right.
So that's where you know that you need to have that self-love before you can love anybody else, right?
That's the intent. That's the intent, yes.
So like me, how I was asking the questions about me and my ex-husband's relationship and how it went.
Right.
I've been by myself for a while now, right?
Right.
So I've been dealing with my own demons by myself. Mind you,
correct.
I don't have friends here in Texas, nor do I want to go out and make friends. That's just the way I am. Now, right. I'm putting my mental health first right now, because I know for a fact that I'm not ready to make new friends, and I'm not ready to jump into another relationship, because I'm still dealing with my own emotions and my own insecurities, and I'm dealing with all the other scars that he left behind.
Right.
That I'm still trying to learn how the hell I'm doing everything to where I'm happy with myself. Yeah, like I said earlier, there's days that I'm not happy with myself, but then again, there's people out here that are going through the same thing as me. Maybe they're not so verbal about it, but they're out there.
No, they're everywhere. As I'm saying, observe your environment. So narcs for sure, whatever. I won't say the narcs. That's what you said earlier. What do we do? Majority, for my lifespan, right? I wore the mask of smiles for 39 years of my life. I shed my tears in my own time, not around my girl, my ex, then my kids. No, when I was my breakup, yes, and it hurt me definitely because you're gonna hold it for so long, right? The downfall when you wear the mask for so long, you had your best friend, or we were sending me. You bottle that shit up, then what? You eat yourself up, you lose yourself, and that's why you hate yourself so much. You don't know anything about you anymore, and that's why I tell all the young generation, like my kids and 2100, If you don't know anything about M's and narcs, life relationship we suffered, I promise you that you want to make your life harder, get a relationship. When that breakup happens, your world's you're gonna die, it's gonna end. And every relationship after that, you keep devaluing yourself. Eventually, you lose yourself. You don't care. You become numb. You don't care no more, and you will do the whole face potentially, or fall through the alcohol. What good scenario? One in the head. Why? Because you're tired, you're exhausted. You're not tired of life. You're tired of the feelings. Life is everywhere. Life is beautiful for the most part, right? But it's the feelings, the overthinking.
It's true. It's true. Like you said, it's to the point where you need to have that self-love. But like you said earlier, it's a lot harder to get to that mental state than it is to say. Because I mean, we all could say, yeah, I have that self-love and blah blah blah, but when you're by yourself, you're by yourself. Like, for example, you're by yourself. You turn off your phone. It's just you in your home. You're doing you by yourself. You know you don't have anybody to run to talk to or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you deal with your problems? You have to analyze it yourself, right?
Correct.
Like you were saying earlier, you have to analyze yourself to even like you. Now, you start thinking, well, what the hell do I like? Like, do I like bowling? Do I like this food? It's almost like you have to rediscover your own self, like rediscover your likes and all that stuff.
Right. You know what to say? Like, which is the modern term nowadays? You gotta start dating yourself. And it's a damn truth. You start dating yourself.
If I'm being honest, I've never thought about it like that.
Yeah, that's why I love TikTok. So remember, the platforms, yes, but TikTok is the number one platform because you vibe with the whole world. Look at you and I vibe with none from atoms, right? So with that said, everybody has M's, even arcs, right? Everybody has their own wisdom, knowledge, and stories. If they choose to share it, it's their choice, right? But everybody has their own analogies. That's why I have my certain things, what I say, because I was thinking about it when I was going through it. Like before TikTok, right? And my nephews got me into TikTok. I was on Facebook doing and my IG, right? Do my lives. And I talk about what I talk about, not to the fullest, but I talk about Amps and Arcs, right? And that's when I was like, I made a vow to myself, like, I have two options. I can stay quiet, share some actually, bullshit ways, or at least have one person in this world. I'm on social media. I'm a computer geek. I'm a tech geek. I was up before the breakup happened. I was posting computer portfolios and talking about computer stuff because that's my ish, right? So I already have my followers on IG and Facebook. I'm like, I already got people's like, why don't I use technology correctly? Share my knowledge, share my little story, right? And I said many times, I'm not a victim, I'm not a survivor, I'm not a warrior, I'm just telling a story. I dealt with both. I understand how we function now. Now I know why the world is broken, right? So with that said, that's why I was like, okay, so I'm gonna make that's why I have my little terminology, etc. And that's all in. When we go through the healing and awakening process, that's when you start speaking differently. By you speaking differently, especially when you start speaking Spanish, or culture/religious ways, now you consider what? Crazy. Everyone believes you're crazy, they'll push away. And let them do that. In the beginning, and that's the hard. In the healing process, is very painful and hurt, yes. But you don't. The idea is you don't fall for nobody, not even yourself. If you believe what you believe and you know what you're saying, you don't fall, and you make sacrifices in life. Like me, the idea where I'm from to become which I was basically there. The computer guy was about to open my little business, my shop finally after like 3-4 years because I could have been done it. When you don't have no motivation, you have a toxic relationship and so much stress, you don't have motivation to do shit because you're just I'm surviving. I'll go to work, do my thing, and that's it, right? So me personally, one of my buddies, I did work for her at a computer shop, and then we became cool buddies, right? She was there for me. She was one of my amps, one of my light workers when I was going through my ish. And I told her what I was about to do. I was gonna go live. We said all the good stuff. She was like, okay, I understand you're going to break up, but I'm just giving you a heads up that the little dream that you work for, you're pretty much there. Everybody goes to. You're the plug, right? Now you're about to talk about this, and then not on the Spanish culture. You live in Little Mexico, like you say, right? You're about to lose like customers, like 95% of your customers around, right? I was like, correct, very true. And here's the kicker in life. This is where you got to ask yourself, do I pursue my little dream as I get going, or do I make sacrifices, lose everything what I worked for, and just to help others and guide others? And that's what I did. And I started with, if you go on my YouTube channel to my link, knowing, I don't have with this, my SOS, and that's it, right? My stomach and my forearm. Then my ex's name. But with that said, I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to go all out. I'm calling the whole world out. And that's like Narcs. Eventually, my birthday, I'm going to get, love, hate. I'm going to get everything to call everybody out. And that's what you have to do. If you choose to, make a sacrifice in life. You can't lose people.
It's almost like you're breaking the mold in this whole situation because you're making people you're making people
think
uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable,
right,
because they don't know how to like
react to it, respond to it.
yeah,
It's definitely.
yeah,
It's
you know
what
what I
that's
mean?
why
Like
TikTok
at
trigger
the end of
warning.
the day, it's like your girl saying you need to speak your truth, right?
Like
So
yourself. What's what I mean?
yeah,
Yeah,
so
no, for sure.
like she says, you need to speak your truth and whatnot, right? So
Right.
a lot of people don't know how to take your truth the way
Oh,
you
correct. No,
speak on, like the way you
I'm
speak
still
on
crazy.
certain
Right, right.
situations, because
Yeah,
for one is because they don't know how to react to it. Two is because they're so uncomfortable, because they know that you're probably gonna see whatever behind that mask that they're putting up or that
correct.
wall, and they're
Once
like,
they're
okay,
done.
yeah, I feel vulnerable because he's saying everything that I want to say but don't have the balls to say.
Right. Especially culture and most definitely, and that's the and once again, like any app that speaks their ways, their old terminology, you would be considered crazy, and then you would second guess yourself because in the healing process, you be like, my intent is to do this, right? But when you start losing people, family and friends, and your work even cuts you off, you get discouraged, like, and you be like, nah, you don't fold. Like, it's a trip in a life. Think about it, analogy in a life. We go out of different situations, got a situation, we trip and we fall. When we fall hard, no matter if it's a breakup, we lose a kin, family, etc. We die hard and we sit there for a long time. In our heads, they're still there, right? So that's why, like my ex, like I told my ex, in my lifespan now that I comprehend the people how Epstein are exposed to fullest, you're not really gonna tell you this, but you in my life, you're the last person I trip and fall for, and that's it. Any other situation that happens after you, I will trip, I will adapt to my situation and keep going. Like my daughter, and like last year, what was it? Last year in November was, I hope I'm saying it right. Yeah. No, actually, no, it's been more than that. It's been like the year before that, 2000. So with that said, what you call it, she wasn't mental, but I told her, you don't gotta tell me out of the situation. That's why I told her. That's why if you're 18, you don't know anything about what I'm talking about. I know it sounds crazy, especially a little Mexican. I know your friend probably telling me, and their family telling me, your friends' families and telling me, I'm crazy to what I'm saying because I'm all over Facebook, right? I go, I'm just pre-warning you. And look at you, to the relationship, you're too young for relationships, and you pop pills. You almost lost your life over because they were breaking up with you, et cetera, right? And that's the ish. So what I do, my ex would give me a little grief about the situation. I was like, and she's like, she told me, and she's doing better now because she's doing better, healing with herself. But she would tell me, it's because you're heartless. You don't care about nobody. I was like, no, I trip, I don't fall, I adapt to the situation. Let's say she did pass away. It hurt, yes, it would, but I continue on my life. I won't stop what I'm saying, what I'm doing, or trying to achieve to my last dying breath. You gotta put one in my head so I can shut up. Simple as that about what I'm saying. Simple as that. Because I'm just trying to help the world simplify the situation. Amps and narcs. Before I had tension with narcs, in my head, I had like a lot of amps in the beginning, like if that's how they function, that's how they are. They're no use to this world if they're here to destroy and lust, and that's it, right? But that's obviously not playing the role of God, now, like to say, because you want to take people out, because now you're
Right.
making decisions. Now that's why I talked about 5-6 knocks on here on TikTok, and I told them like, if you're a knock, the way we're talking about, you sound like one. So if I was you, I would just do
So
friendships.
have you had personally to deal with any narcs on TikTok?
Oh yeah, 5-6 of them. Yes, actually, the famous one that's on here is her name's mental healness, the infamous Lee, the black cat with the. So he blocked me right away. I was here like 2 months. I was on his live, and then I made comments on his TikTok, and he blocked me like instantly, because what I was dropping was knowledge. And the thing is,
Right.
him as a narcissist, right, as a covert, the nicer version, quote unquote. Like the downfall with amps, because even the amps are attacking me. They're like, "Oh, you're mean. This and that. What you're saying is wrong." I'm like, I go, "Shit out." If he's a self-proclaimed narc, right? His job is he's doing it correctly because why? Oh, I think mental awareness. My bad. Thanks, babe. And with that said, you are his supply. So he has his role now, right? But if he chooses to, he has thousands following. He can love bomb all you and manipulate. He can lay down every single one of you.
Don't get
You're
ahead
all
of
a
the
supply.
truck.
You're all a supply. And you guys coming at me, it doesn't hurt my feelings. Because with that said, you're all broken, and that's trigger warning. Because
So
how I go, it's cool to vibe with them, but the way you're picking up for them, like, yo, especially when I say the whole thing. So what I say now is like, which triggers the whole world. I don't care what category you live in this world. So I go, basically what I say is, remember, only person that, no one can fix you, only you can, right? So with that said, no psychiatrist, no therapist, counselor, pills, drugs, alcohol. If you not even God can't fix you. God's by your side, and that's it. He's always been by the side waiting for you, halfway. So the only person can fix you is who? You. So that triggers everybody, especially the richest people. God can't fix me. If God can fix you, you only, He can fix all of us. We should have fucking beautiful lives, motherfucking Care Bears and shit, love each other. But guess what, kids? It's far from that, right? Especially
they're
for the
trying
condition.
to portray. It's almost like that whole thing. Like, you know how like nowadays on TikTok they're like, "Oh, Barney lied to me. It's not you love me, I love you" type shit.
Right. For the young
I
generation,
mean,
yes.
yeah,
It's
that's
yes.
that's the worst part about it, because like everybody
They're not thoughtful.
over their 30s, everybody that's over their 30s
Right.
know what it is to have that relationship without technology and have all that
Right.
stuff, right?
Most
Maybe
definitely,
we
definitely.
didn't live it as long as our previous generations, but we had
Correct.
the last little bit of it.
Right, right, most
Generations,
definitely.
yeah, the generations nowadays, it's almost like
They're
it's a
broken.
trophy. Here's the thing that I don't understand, and I know I'm as broken as I am, as everything. Female nowadays are broken like crazy, and the way I see
Mm-hmm.
it, and males too. But the females nowadays, it's either they're going to do everything they can to destroy the men that they're talking to, or go look for men older than they are, either because they're seeking for that father
Yes,
figure
that's
love, or
definitely.
they're
That's mine. No.
or because or because they're trying to have that, you know, like you said earlier, that Romeo and Juliet kind of
Yeah.
love. They know they're not gonna have it with their own generation, so they go into older guys, and
Oh,
then
that's a good conversation right there, man. That's an awesome conversation. Continue on, but I want to talk about that.
and see, that's what I mean. Like, at the end of the day, it's almost like females nowadays is okay. They see and they hear what their mothers, grandmothers went through, but they
Mm-hmm.
can't have that with the new generation of guys that are coming out. The
Oh
guys
yeah, no,
nowadays
it's
are, I mean, that's the
ruthless.
thing. Everybody's so broken, and they're going, either they're living in the past or they're trying to go back to the past, and it's almost like, hey, take take some time to learn what you are, what you love, and what you want out of your own life before
Right.
you add somebody else in it. Like
Correct.
me personally, I didn't have the time to learn how to enjoy my life by myself. I mean, I got
Right.
pregnant early. I was 16 years old. I
Oh
had
yeah.
to be a mother
Traditional
early.
stuff.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct.
So I had to
Crash
grow up
course.
quick.
Right. Really fast. And
Yeah. So
that's hard right there. Most definitely, it's a lot of pressure behind you, especially being a female, being a baby in the mix. So that's why like I love talking about real life bullshit, not like I don't care about anything in the entertainment world. If you make it awesome, you don't now deal with your life, deal with your world, your situation.
right,
I feel like
right.
everybody, like, I'm not being rude to anyone that's watching this. Like, whatever you accomplish in life, that's beautiful. But I want, not need, I want to know. I say need to trade you, but I want to know about you. Like, how broke, as an imp, how broken are you? How healed are you? What? I mean, that's
Well,
an example at the market, right? In Seattle, the farmers markets, right?
it's like
So,
nowadays you can't even talk about the pain you went through because they're judging. Like me personally,
right,
when I was 16 and pregnant, I heard all the negative things you could hear. And this
right,
was almost 15 years ago. My daughter's about to be 15. I'm
right.
32. I'm 32 with the 15-year-old. And I'm just like, holy crap, how the hell did I make it out of it? Now,
Mm-hmm.
I got married at 18, right? I got married at 18 and I got divorced at 30.
Okay. Yeah,
And it sucks because the life I knew is gone. And
right,
I grieve that life, but at the same time, I know there's something better to come.
right,
And nowadays, females are in their mind, especially Hispanic females. If you're not married in your 30s, you're an old hag. Nobody's gonna want you. No te van a
right.
querer because you
Tradition
have
speaking
kids,
wise,
because you have
right,
this baggage and all this
quote
shit.
unquote,
Like,
right.
yeah, and my thing is like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that I have to stay in an unhappy relationship because once I hit 30, nobody's gonna want to be with me because I have kids? Wait, so
Right.
how is it that you're gonna be in that old fashioned
Relationship, broken toxic
like
relationship.
tradition shit?
Correct.
You know what I mean? At the end
Right.
of the day, like for me, I have broken every mold in my family. I'm tatted up from head to toe. My family hates that.
Right. You're the devil.
Yeah,
Like I'm the devil.
I'm the I'm the devil.
Yeah.
I'm the black sheep because I'm
Yeah.
not close to my family, because I don't call
Right.
them every day, because I don't live anywhere around them.
Right.
I broke every mold that they think was perfect. But I can tell you right now, I am so much happier not being around my family, people I grew up with. I'm
Right.
happier knowing that I could go to the store and I'm not gonna bump into somebody that's gonna be like, "Where's your expensive purse?" or "Why are you wearing those shoes?" or
Right.
like,
Criticizing
you
and
know,
shit.
it's almost like
Right.
that same people that are supposed to help you feel good about yourself are the ones that are bringing you down even more than everybody else that you don't know.
Right. And see, and that's why the idea in the beginning to push on Narcs Energy Vampires by 1,000 in the beginning. A lot of them say I want to return forever. I go, that's true, but definitely. But the idea when you go through the awakening part, you will talk to them and you'll compliment. And now you explain, this is the reason why I left. This is the reason why I pushed you guys away. Let me elaborate. I will probably offend you, but guess what? I'm verbally telling you now. I'm not mentally telling you. We're having this conversation. On my side, I'm doing what? Just call them out. I'm doing communication comprehension. Your side, you do communication. You can comment whenever you want. Comment stupid. I'm just letting y'all get on my chest type of thing. I'm cool. I let you guys go a long time ago. So we can still talk if you choose to, but I will mean to you. Keep it associates. Hi, bye, what's up as a family, and that's it. But don't tell me about your
And
life and your really life.
that's the worst part about it in a Hispanic culture, because you know, especially in these times, like when it's holidays, that's where all the family comes together. If
Together,
you
yeah.
notice, if
I
you
hate you for
notice,
6 months.
when
This Christmas
when the
time, I love you
family
now.
comes together, if you know, right. So if you notice, when the family comes together on the holidays, what is it that they do? If they go to your house for the family gathering, two out of three things are gonna happen when they're in your house. One, they're gonna judge what's in your house,
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh
They're
yeah.
gonna judge how you and your family, like,
Right.
and what I what I mean is, like, you as you and your family, like you, your wife, and your children, they're gonna
Right.
see how you guys interact with each other. And then
Correct.
the third thing is gonna be like, okay, well, how come they have all this but I don't?
Right. Because the
Type
competition,
deal,
and
you
that's
know
a
that.
right, which is very true, and that's the downfall. Like in not really when I say it, like in the Spanish black culture, it's like that. They're always competing against each other. Like I buy a truck, everyone's gonna buy a truck. I'm like, why? Why? It's like especially the new car, like y'all broke, right? And you just because your cousin, your brother bought it, you gotta buy it too. Like, dude, you're breaking yourself for entertainment. And that's it for accessories. Why not take care
Yeah,
of
you're
necessities?
because they're trying to live a lie. They're trying to live the
No,
lie
exactly.
to where
The
they
lavish
think
life
that
when
they
they can't
need to
afford it.
match up this other person. I don't see why
Right.
you have to compete to be in that same spot, because
Definitely.
you don't know technically what they're going through. You don't know if
Correct.
they actually have the money to even afford that car, but they have it,
Right.
or
They
whatever,
scratched
you
every
know.
penny they could. Right. Right. Right.
Yeah, and
That
see,
that's
for
like
me,
yeah. Yeah. Go
like
for it.
I was telling you earlier, for me, I broke every mold in my family. I'm the
Right, which
first
is good.
female.
But
I'm the first female. Yeah, I'm the first female to leave home, like, out of state with my children. I left. I'm the first female to work in construction, like hard labor. I'm the first one. I'm the
yeah.
first one that got tattoos, piercings, whatever, right? I'm the first female that got a truck. I have a truck. I have a somewhat lifted truck.
Yeah.
To my family, everything I'm doing, it's a bad omen.
Oh
For
yeah, you're
them,
the devil.
it's
You're getting
like, it's a
crucified.
disgrace. Why are you doing what you're doing?
Right.
That's not what we taught you. That's not what we
Correct.
raised you on. So
Right.
because I'm becoming my own person and I'm showing my kids that, hey, just because I was raised believing that that's the way it should be, it doesn't have
Right.
to be that way, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So
Very true.
for me
Very true.
and my daughter right now, my daughter, her first car in her mind is a truck.
That's
And
cool.
and
I like that.
like I told my daughter, if you want a truck, work for it. Work your butt off for that truck. It doesn't
Right.
matter if your abuela doesn't like it. It doesn't matter if your tío doesn't like it. It doesn't matter, because at the
Right.
end of the day, you're the one that's gonna have to drive it. You're the one that's gonna have to pay for it. You're the one that has to insure it. So at the end, because at the end of the day, you're the one that's gonna have to drive it. You're the one that's gonna have to pay for it. You're the one that has to insure it. So at the end of the day, why are you gonna buy something for everybody else to enjoy, to have, to see, but you're not gonna enjoy having it?
Correct. And that's why, like, when I tell people to make it really simple, that's how on me, like and love. Do you like the truck? Or do you love the truck?
Because we're the queens. Yeah, she has a point on that.
See, and that's the thing is, oh yeah, no. So my girl, like, you know, she's like, you know, The Matrix is a movie, right? So I'm Neo in the Matrix, woke, and then she's like Trinity, she's my sidekick. Like, be blessed. Like, we're not a traditional relationship where we do
You can't you call this.
Okay.
No,
I put $1.75. You know what it said? $1.65.
$1.65. Probably somebody put money in there. It's fine. Go ahead and get your drink.
Yeah, and everything you liked was sold out.
Okay. All right. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye. This is my son. My youngest son was telling me that he went to go get himself a drink.
And get paid. No, yeah. But yeah, no, I tell you, so here's the kicker, like, you know, like, after my ex or whatever, I went on dating apps, right? And yo, dating apps are full of broken people.
Wait, is she asking me what do I want?
Oh no, do what you want.
Oh, I was like, wait, what? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, because the idea is to please yourself, and that's it. Like your kids, right? You teach them the same way. That's how my kids, like, don't worry about being part of the crowd. Be your own crowd. I've always been like that. I've always been like, you know, like me back in high school times. Oh, you talk to the FFA, you talk to the punk rockers. I was like, yo, if they vibing, I'm vibing. It doesn't matter what. They could be a gospel person or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. We vibe, we cool, and that's it, right? I'm gonna just chill with brown people because that's my people. No, I chill with anybody. If you show me love, I show you love, and that's it. I match your energy, and that's it. And that's why when I moved to Seattle, yeah.
So you personally, have you ever? How should I put this? Do you have the way I see it? Have you ever had the opportunity not to like somebody, or do you give them the benefit of the doubt and you actually talk to this person and then you vibe off of them and you're like, okay, this friendship or this person is not meant for me to have in my life, and you cut them off? Have you had to do that?
So in the beginning, like before I became woke and stuff, yes, I would just, you know, I would still talk to them and vibe. I was still a socialist, but I would just keep it hella short. Now, what I do when I see someone that's like that, I tell them, yo, check it out. I'll vibe to a certain extent, but this is really I won't vibe to the fullest because of the way you function, the way you are. And, you know, I say you need to trigger you because that word need, you have to. It's trigger warning, right? That's how you need to work at yourself. You said, you know, if you have any questions, stuff about you. Any questions about life, relationship, I got you every which way. I won't be mean to you. I'll still see you, but I'll keep it short. I vibe with stuff at the time and keep pushing. And then, you know, so I verbalize a lot. Right? I'm a socialist. A lot of people that tell me, if you can't do that, just push them away, keep it really short, etc. Right? And the day they ask you, either they're gonna ask you, there are two options. They're gonna brush you off also and talk shit about you, which a lot of I tell people, true traditional bullshit way with all the gossip, especially in the Spanish culture. I tell people it was cool. Let them gossip. But here's the beautiful thing about when they gossip about you as an individual. As long as your name is in the whole world's mouth, you're winning. It's not a competition, but hey, you're going to work, living your family, doing yourself, and that's it, you know? Oh, what up, Jenna? What's up? And that's it, you know? And that you don't worry about this shit because let them talk about you, you know? And then here's
basically, right. So basically, at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're just like shutting off whatever rumors are being said. But
you don't worry about them. You don't worry about them.
Exactly.
They're words. You know what I mean? They could say, oh, you're like, you know, especially you being a female, you broke all the rules, right? So, you know, to the last dying breath of them, your family friends, until they actually talk to you face to face, you know, about this conversation we're having right now, they're always be talking about you 1,000, right?
Oh yeah, that's something that that's something that's given. That's something that it's not gonna change, especially right now. You know, like when you have people talking about you, it's because they're fixated on what they knew you by, like. Correct. They knew you back then, but they don't know you now. So all they do is talk on what they know, but they don't talk about the new you because they have no access to the new you, right?
Correct. And that's beautifully said. And that's the idea. Like, if they talk about the old you, it could be, I used to be, oh yeah, I did drugs. Yeah, I did. The old me, yeah, I did it. But the new, I do it anymore. I learned from my mistakes. I did it to myself. I talked to myself. I did communication comprehension. That I did not do it again. If I do decide to do it again, my choice premeditated, and now it becomes a habit. I have to break it. And then and that's the idea to do it that way, is because they're talking about the old you. The new you, they don't even know you at all. If they're not in your life and you're chopping up, with you and keeping it, as a, either a social or a friend, or family, they don't know you. They know the old you. They're like, oh, I tell my ex, and the old me mop me up. I did do a lot of wrong. His mouthpiece very vicious. Yes. Now I learned my lesson. Because I don't die with petty words.
And that's the sad part, because as Hispanic culture, like we've been saying before, it's almost like the only way they know how to attack you is, hey, you know what? No podemos hablar de ti, de lo que andas haciendo ahorita, porque no sabemos. Pero vamos a hablar de vos, de lo que vos andabas haciendo antes. Like, I'm Salvadorian, right? So I was brought up in a Salvadorian culture, religious, Catholic, whatever, right?
Right.
Now, being Central American and being from El Salvador, I'm loud, I'm angry, I'm wild, and I admit it. Right? Now, just because I admit to my wrongs doesn't mean that's who I am or that's who I'm always gonna be. And like I've told my kids and I've told people around me, hey, you can't judge me because of what you think my culture is or what you heard about my culture or from where I'm from. Like, you can't judge me for that. Now, like I told you earlier, the scariest thing for me right now is to be in a relationship or get in one or even make new friends. Because in my head, I'm like, okay, I'm broken as hell. I don't need more drama coming into my life, right? Like, I don't need more people coming into my circle. Yeah. So in the way I see it is that right now at this point in life, I'm happier alone with my kids than having 300 people around me and still feeling empty.
No, right. And that's why you gotta have your crowd if you choose to, right? That's why I tell people, push Narcs energy vampires away 1,000 in the beginning.
Yeah.
Then you have a traditional life.
Oh, come on, Jessica, you can't do that.
But you keep positive amps like you that are healing around you, because then what you do, you control your thinking a lot better, less stress in your life, because you're pushing everybody away. You have enough food on your plate. Why do you want to add more to it? And that's the idea not to. That's the intent. But you know how you say as far as friends, right? Maybe not locally, but what you doing? You're on TikTok, right? Well, start doing lives. Just talk it up. You can meet as I love TikTok. I promote the shit out of it because you can meet some raw authentic people out here, and you don't know from Adams. It's all my people I follow. We chop it up. Physically, I'm not there to see you, but this phone is close enough. I talk to you, video chat, chop it up.
You're right on that. I mean, you guys are right on that, especially you and your wife. Like, you guys are totally right on that. Like, I could tell you that one friend that just commented on here that said, I can judge you. That's my only friend here in Texas. That's my only friend. And here, mind you, the way me and her met was through her husband, right? Because he was a coworker. But that's the only friend I consider here in Texas, because like when I was in the worst spot ever, the one person I would run to or like anything like that was to her, right? Mind you, I'm gonna tell you a story, and she can back me up on this.
Hang on.
I got so bad in my depression that I was drinking and driving and doing all kinds of stupid shit that I knew that I shouldn't be doing. Okay, she saw what I posted on Snapchat, and she told me, hey, I don't know where you at, but you can come chill at my place. I went to her house. Mind you, I went to her house. I remember getting there. I remember drinking or whatever, right? And at one point at that afternoon or that night, I remember that I told her that I wanted more drinks. And I was like, yo, I'll be right back. I'm leaving. I'm going to go get some drinks and I'll be back. She was like, nah, you want to go? I'm going to take you. She took my keys and she drove me. Now, mind you, I remember going to go buy the beers or whatever it was that we went to go pick up. She said after that, I was like necia that I wanted to leave and that I was hungry. I ordered pizza, whatever. I don't remember shit. But if it wasn't for her saving me that night,
Yeah.
like taking my keys or whatnot
Yeah.
from me that night, I might have not made it home. I might have not,
Be here.
you know, maybe I would have hurt somebody, or maybe I would have done something to somebody else because I was fucking drunk.
That's correct.
And that's the thing. Like nowadays, I can tell you that because of what she did for me, I have mad love and respect for her. Like mad love. Definitely. Now, if I would have done that with other friends, they would have been right there in the passenger side with me, and they wouldn't have cared. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not drinking right now. Like, I don't drink. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in a couple months. But whenever I do feel like I need to drink, or I feel like I can't go on with life, I have that one person I can run to.
Right.
Do I choose to? No, because I cut everybody off.
But
at the end of the day, I think everybody needs at least that one person. Like for you, it would be your wife, right? For you to be able to like unwind or whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for me right now, it's my lonely self.
Right.
And I'm happy with that right now.
Well, I was gonna say, but you're on social media, right?
Yeah.
So do your lives, do your TikToks, right? You're gonna meet some badass people, I promise you that. Like, tell people where I'm from.
If I'm being honest, this is my first live.
Oh, welcome to live. This is a beautiful thing about social media and yes, TikTok, because once again, TikTok, yo, you just scroll, you're funny, whatever you're into most definitely, but when you see the TikToks of real life shit, people go through shit, like tell people on other platforms, go on TikTok, type in breakups, watch the world die freely. They're not holding back, especially generation, they're not holding back at all, right? And we're talking and vibing. So I tell people, where I'm from, I push everybody away, right? So before I used to have hella people to talk to. Hella now my phone's dry. And before even TikTok, I got to the point where I was like, okay, other than have my phone for my kids, you know, Max and I doing corporate the best as, why do I need a phone for? Why? I don't talk to nobody, right? But because I was so trying to figure life out to the fullest, right? Then I was like, and that's why when it became more like, yo, nothing wrong with being alone, man. Especially where I'm from, because I push everyone because in Spanish culture, where I'm from on the east side, that's me, Raza hella. I'm considered hella crazy, right? So I was like, I might not have people locally anymore, which is totally cool. All my peoples are on this phone. Like type of yo, I'm always in your pocket, vice versa. You ever going through this? Hit me up. I mean, even if I'm working, my job is cool and I can actually pick up a phone call or text. They don't trip on that. So that's the beauty thing about TikTok. You meet some better. I tell everybody, yo, the more people you support them, I promise you this, you don't let go a lot faster. Because why? You're each other therapists. You share your story, vice versa, there, and you share knowledge and wisdom.
And not only that, but it's free advice.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. You see, and that's why, for example, like that's why I'm not being rude to therapist stuff like that. If you go to therapy, right, counselor, secretaries, all that good shit, as long as they vibing with you like a friend, authentic wise, they're boring and bullshit, they're not talking to you, then they're a gimmick. Like me, I tell my followers, they be telling me, oh hey Erica, hey how's it going? I tell all my people like I vibe with. I'm like, and they be like, oh, I ask them how long is it? They mentioned therapy, counseling. I go, how long you be going for? A year, 2 years, 5 years. I'm like 5 years. And they still haven't figured you out yet. I was like, they're making for your money. What do you mean? They're a gimmick. Why? I'm a computer technician. I can fix computers today, not tomorrow, right? So with that said, if I'll be like Best Buy and Geek Squad, I can tell you, hey, your computer's slow because of RAM. This shit right here, RAM, either it works, it's a light switch. It works, it's on. If it's broken, it's off. It can't work no more. There is no, it's slowing down. No,
there's no in between. Yeah.
Right. So with that said, like, I would say you're tops, but if they're talking like I'm talking to you, vibing with you, then that's a cool person. That's a cool counselor, psychiatrist, therapist, right? But if they're fucking trying to push you to meds, it's easier to numb you up and believe you're crazy. Oh, you're bipolar, you're NPD. Everyone's broken, man. Even if it's not broken, then why would my words trigger you? If I simplify it, why? Because big pharma, first of all, foremost, drugs makes money. It's all about $1 in this damn world, right? So that's why I didn't believe you're crazy and all this good shit. No. Just be yourself and that's it. You want your therapist around you. Oh yeah, and I really don't have to send me that thing, but what you call it? That's something like my people vibe with through Zoom calls and video chats, phone calls. They be man, it's crazy. Like, what's up? Like I've been talking to my therapist a year, 2 years, whatever, so many months. And like they don't tell me anything. You're telling me, I was like, I'm just vibing with you. I'm asking you questions, and what do? I'm all asking you little riddles. Because you'd be saying something right, I'd be like earlier, I'd be like, but why? What's that called? You'd be like, overthinking. So I'll keep asking you that until you find things in your head. Oh, and now you're doing communication comprehension. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Answer
and
this.
see when you ask me, it's just like, wait a
A
minute,
curveball.
yeah,
It's a
I'm like,
curveball.
wait, what? Like,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to answer to that? Because at the end
Right.
of the day,
See.
I haven't
Mhm.
had a person where we're actually having a nice conversation and they throw me, well, okay, well, what is that? Or what do you
Right.
think about it? I'm just like, wait, what?
Correct. And that's the beauty about curveball because it makes you think. Because especially if you're talking right and then you pause for a second, I'm just waiting patient. I'm listening because I'm doing communication comprehension. Right. As soon as you pause for like 50 seconds, like I'm gonna drop it on you. And what's that called? And you're like, because you just talk, you finish talking, like, oh shit, what? Now you got to think about what you just talked about really fast and think of the word. And that's what I mean with my people is I'll be like, and they'll finally get it. And I'll be like, what's it called? And they'll be like, overthinking. You see, you're getting it, and it's cool. Don't be hard on yourself. In the beginning, we beat ourselves up, but what are we doing? Community comprehension, we vibe it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm not beating you up with the Bible. I'm not being like, oh, no, you're good, you're good. Look at you're talking to a stranger. I know you from Adams. You took your time in your life to trust me and to vibe it up, right? And I'm not being with the Bible. And like when I got talking to my boy in Seattle, this is back in 2000, right? Like he would observe like I work at a mechanic shop, right? So my cool friends there from the valley, the only time to go to the shop is when they want do brakes, clutches, and alignments, right? And my boy, he's older than me. He's like, hey, yo, Mars, can I talk to you? Like, what's up? He's like, you see your boy right there, right? You said the from the valley. You grew up with them, right? Like, yeah. Those aren't your boys. Like, what do you mean? The only time they hit you up, the only time they call you is when they need a favor, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
got two different two family and friends instead of, especially friends. You might have one or two in your lifetime that ride or die authentic. They could be broke, but they'll be there by your side authentically wise, be it phone, face to face, etc. But they have no money, but guess what? They're there to support you. Them, they're using you, man. And then I was like, and at the beginning I didn't understand because I grew up with him, right? He's like, I'm gonna tell you something. Who's the best people to talk to? Like, I don't know, just people you grew up with. No, nobody's like nobody. Look at you and I don't even know you. We've been working 6 months. We fucking bullshit like we bet. Everyone thinks we're best friends forever, right? Because I don't know you. You don't know my history and vice versa. You could have been a killer. I don't know. You could have been pushing weight. I don't know. We keep it about what today, the present. We keep it about today. I don't care about the past, vice versa. And I be rootsy, and I was like, that should make sense. And that's what me personally, I promote the shit out of it. The best way to talk to
It
nobody.
almost makes you. It almost makes you want to stop and think about, okay, well, how come I can talk better to somebody online than I can talk to somebody that lives right here next to me?
Locally.
Like,
Correct.
if that makes sense.
No, it's because of the history. Because no one teaches this and drops that the nobody analogy and that breaks it down. Because in our culture, it's like traditional bullshit. It's very they don't simplify it. They won't sit there and actually talk to you and elaborate with you. They just keep it short. Okay, what's life? Fucking get another boyfriend, go move on. Oh, that's what it is. And that's what they told me. I'm like, damn, that's cool. That fixes me. So I get another girlfriend right away. That fixes me. Like, no, I told him that's body hopping. If that's how you do it in your life, fuck, that's your life. No, there has to be a reason by the situation. I'm not gonna keep dying. That's what my ex-wife. I wouldn't be rude to her. I was like, shit out. I've heard been mom 5.5 years and losing my brother to family with 1,000. You know, I am not doing 5.5 years. Fuck no. I will figure this out, and I will. And then she's like, well, that's your issue. You're crazy. I'm like, I know it's be crazy because I sounded determined to figure the situation out. Why? I know it was toxic for 7 years. We had a good time, definitely, but there has to be a reason for the whole situation. And that's why I tell people, as an individual, if you've been in one relationship, for sure, two relationships is more. No matter if it's a relationship, sneakily bullshit, right? But that's it. Think about it. Before you got in your relationship, from second and on, no matter if it's 2 or 1,000 relationships, think about it before you got a relationship with them. How was you as an individual? Were you broken? No matter where everyone's broken, but were you down, emotionally down? Were you happy? Were you doing good in life? Because like on TikTok, they'd be like, oh, the narcissist goes after high class people. No. Narcissists is lustful. They go after anybody. If they see you doing good and they're vibing, they want to, they want to be like you, etc. They want to take it from you, bring you down off your high horse because you're having a vibing, and then make you feel good, act nice, not be nice, and then destroy you. And they go, I'm bored. To the next one I go, and then like peace, because now you become codependent, aka trauma bond, in the safe house, and that's why you meet a narcissist does it. Yes, I could do the same shit. I could do the same shit. If I see like me before my girl, right? I told her like all the girls are not bragging, right? But it's the way I speak, especially in Spanish culture. They're hitting me up. Tell them, I'm maybe Ruchi, but like I'm like a job. I looked at your social media. You're going through it, and nothing's wrong with it. I was talking back with you. I know you're digging me, but here's the kicker: you're still broken. I'm not being rude to you. I'm 1,000. Let's say you're 200, and they'll be like, well, we could, you get. I go, shit out. I'm gonna give you a scenario. I'm 1,000, you're 200. How long for you as an individual do you believe in your head it would take you to be 1,000, or at least close 700, 800? So now you're more on the awakening part. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. Well, I don't know, and that's the kicker. So scenario, we hook up, right? I'm 1,000, you're 200, and then let's say I stay by your side. Every time you go down, you go through emotions, pick you up, motivate you, all that good stuff, right? I make you feel good. But let's say we have 40, let's say go 2 years, right? I'm just like, man, it's gonna take a minute for it to be to 300, right? 400. And then I talk to you about, hey, so here's the kicker. It's been 2 years and you haven't even changed. Like, I'll pick you up and I have no problem with that. The downfall is this. You and I cannot get time back and no love back, right? We're wasting time. And I can't fix you. Nobody can fix you but you. So I have to get going. So how would you like if I did to you? I'm leaving you, right? I'll still be friends with you. I'll still be cool with you. I'll still vibe with you. But the downfall, you're not my partner no more, right? And now in your head, you're matching you out of the door pain. You think to yourself, like, damn, I had a good person, and he let me go. You're gonna destroy yourself. Hurt people. My intent was an effort to hurt you, and that's how we're doing this conversation. I'm doing a forewarning. I will hurt you, not intentionally. You hurt yourself because you believe in your head because I make you feel good that we could work it out. And I promise you, it's not gonna work out. If you want to find the hard way, let's do this. And the day I said we have this conversation, I go, what I tell you, ready for the conversation? And you're gonna probably tear up. Because now it's happening. I forewarned you. Now it's happening. Now what? I go on my life easily. I was still talking about with you no matter what. But I'm good. You will be there broken, worse than you was before that for how much longer? And you can potentially possibly what?
So basically it's almost like you have to somewhat depend on what that person's picking you up from. But at the same time, like you said, it's what you need to do to build yourself up. Because I mean, you can come in my life at 1,000 or whatever it is, and I could be low, 200s or whatever. You could be in my life for 3 fucking years, and I still feeling in the 200s, and instead of you staying in your thousands trying to help me out, you start going down because you're getting tired of trying. You're getting tired of trying to pick me up every time I fall, and I choose to stay on the bottom. Like, I don't choose to want to come back up.
Correct. Very well said. That's a good scenario. That's why I tell other people, like, they get on a relationship set and they feel bad. And like they say the same thing. Like, my intent was to hurt them, but I squashed it. I was like, right. And this is what happened with amps. Narcs, yes, but forget about them. They're broken. Robotic. Not rude to them. I was talking about with them, right? But this is amps. Hurt people because you could be on the same page, or you can have one's more healed than the other is. But here's the kicker: as long as what I say is you cannot fix it with the body by side. But if you two amps are together, hurt, broken, right? As long as you two both verbally do communication comprehension, we're both broken. We don't fold on each other. We're good to this as a team, but we do not fold on each other. Last die in bed type of shit. And that's the intent. As long as you're talking about it, then you cool, because that's your guys' communication between each other and comprehension with each other. You do not fold on each other. And this phone, 1,000 girlfriends, but you have a zillion, doesn't matter. But everyone's broken. That's the shit. Fuck the status, fuck the fame, all it does not matter. How is the individual as an individual? Are they broken? Are they healed? What level are they on? And that's the ish. And we all were there in the beginning, amps and narcs. Narcs doesn't be sure, but amps, such a last time. We wear the mask smiles, we can laugh bullshit behind it, we're dying. We're gonna work and just cracking jokes, but we're crying behind it bad. And when we go through our breaks, after hours go to lunch, you can go to the grocery shopping, and not being rude. I said, when you have kids, it brings way more stress. And that's how you have mad respect for the mothers, because you guys have the hardest job in the world, and break it down. Because to raise little ones, it's hard. I do incorporate to my ex, right? So it's gonna sound when I say this, but I just keep it 1,000. Like, I have for right now, because I work 2 days a week, so I have Saturday to Sunday night, right? So it's a lot. When all the kids are here, it's all 8 kids, right? Sometimes my stepdad would be here, if not, it'd be 7, right? My kids. And they'd be yelling, destroying, making a mess. I'm just like, ugh. Like, they're the only ones in the world that could trigger all my narc traits come out 1,000. So, teenagers or adults, I could talk all day. You won't trigger me at all, right? So with that said, that's the time I act like, they have the major responsibility. I pay my child support, when I can help out extra, I will help extra because they have the family, they have the responsibility. And I just have them on the weekends, and that's it. And that's why you have the whole Bay Mom, Bay Father drama, because of bitterness, money, etc. and bullshit. But the reason being because it's so bumping heads. And that's why I promote the shit. I co-parent the best dad, because our kiddos is the true victims. And it sucks, because every kid in the world, like when we was little kids, if your single father, or a broken home, they want to see their parents together. But it's so much behind it, because then you have the kids that go to teenagers to become adults, they hate their parents and all that shit. But I was like, yeah, but here's the kicker. Like, I got my ass so many times, right? And this conversation I have with you and the people that speak English to the fullest, I can't with my pops and my family because they won't comprehend the shit, because my Spanish, I can speak to a certain extent, but not to the fullest. All the shit that I say, I can't say it to the fullest in Spanish. And that's why I'll do TikToks here and there, but shit out. Anyone that follows me that speaks a different tongue in the world, you can take all my TikToks. I promise you, take all my TikToks, translating your tongue. I promise you will get attention, because a lot of people don't say what I'm saying to the fullest, right? It's being authentic shit. And if you have any questions, hit me up, DM me. I will, if they ask me this, I don't know the response to that. I will give you the answer on my side, and from there just elaborate, right? So that's why I got him, and that's why I did, my mansion. I worked on my child with my pops, and we get my ass whooped, etc., right? And then my uncles and my grandfather being my grandfather. It's because of generational cycle. My father, like, everyone, they're narcissists. Two narcissists together cannot live together. Only if I will believe you this, if you say, well, both my parents are narcissists, I mean, cool. Do they live together? Yes. Okay. Do they work? They travel? Oh, yeah, that was traveling. My dad was my mom. Also, I believe that. Why? They don't ever see each other. They don't deal with each other. Rarely do they do, right? But now, if you still live in the same household, no. One for sure could be a narco-thousand, yes. I might use it to fullest. Or two live together. They're all the time to be bitter, right? And that's why they both have narcissist traits. That's why they both beat your ass, etc. Are they narcissist, or are they hurt ends with high narcissist traits because of the generational cycle, the culture, etc.? Have you actually sat down and talked to them? Have you asked them about the life? How was it as a kid? No, a lot of us can't do that, right? And with that said, that's why as an individual, the closure bullshit, you need to closure on if you cannot talk to your family side about the situation, the language barrier in general, because they won't potentially not comprehend what you're trying to say, you do closure on your ends. Like, now I totally get it. I know I got my ass kicked so many times, Jerry Cycle. And it's cool. He's not a narcissist. He has narcissist trait, but he doesn't even know that. This conversation, no Nintendo, right? And it sucks because our parents and grandparents, the Spanish culture, any culture that's narcissistic like crazy, even if they live 90, 100, 150 years old, they live miserably because they haven't get to level up 1,000. They accepted the partner. They love the person to the fullest, and that's for me. Like, my mom gave me a little group with my girl now. She's like, let's see how long this will last. I go, I'm blessed, man. I won't ever be in a toxic relationship. That's the reason why her not vibing, because I did that toxicity. And when I say that, I'm not saying it's rude, right? And that's why me personally, like I said, oh, what up, man? What's up, brother? How you doing? I go, before my TikTok, all my stuff that I talk about on my Facebook is on my YouTube channel, right? My link, so on the bio on here on this platform. But with that said, I was like, I won't ever be the Spanish girl. When I say Spanish, I'll be with a Spanish woman if she's at my level and she understands community comprehension. If you have me de la calle, that's your life. I have nothing against you. I just want to have you by my side. I just vibe with you, right? A lot of people get offended when I say that. So when my party kid that's wrong. No, I'm not dealing with it. I know how the situation is. I'm not doing none of that shit behind the situation. That's your life. More power to you. But I still vibe with you, be cool with you. But we can't be more than that. No, because I'm not scenario. I'm a scenario. You and I, right? How many kids do you have? I'm asking.
Me, 3.
Okay, scenario, right? So this is I tell females that have kids, right? No matter Spanish for sure, but any other culture, I'd be like, okay, scenario. We're together. I got my 8 kids in the weekend, right? So I have a little squad. And then you have your 3, so now we have 11 kids in the mix, right? So you're partying kid club with your homies to feel better, right? Because that's your ish. And let's say the idea is you're supposed to at 10 o'clock. You throw some 10, you're supposed to 11. Or you get wasted until 12, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. I'm not watching 11 kids, but you go party and kick it and do that stressful shit like I did before. No, thank you. And that's your life. That's what you do. Definitely, but I'm not gonna get involved in that because I know the outcome, and I'm good with that.
Because at the end of the day, I mean, who's gonna want to? Well, me especially at the age we are now, and so at the age we are now, how is it that? Okay, I understand a 20-year-old wanting to go out and drinking and partying all night, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever, right? But they have no kids, right? I understand they want to go have fun. That's life. But like you said earlier, we have responsibilities. We have kids, right? Mm-hmm. Would you rather hang out with friends or with the kids? Me personally, I want to hang out with my kids. My kids are the ones that kick me out to go somewhere. They're little assholes. Like, I could be with them 24/7, right? I think I've been home with them for like the past 2 months. I haven't gone out, haven't done anything. My daughter keeps telling me I need to go out. She's like, you need to go out with your adult friends. I'm like, I don't have adult friends. I don't want any right now. So
Yeah.
my thing is that I'd rather have them telling me to go out than asking me how come you don't want to be with us on the weekend, or how come you don't
Right.
take the time to take us out, but you're out with your
Right.
friends.
Right.
Like, I understand that some people need their time to, like,
Correct.
you
Break the
know,
space. Definitely, I get that.
yeah, like, especially when it comes to kids. Like,
Oh yeah.
obviously, I'm a single mom right now. Like, I
What's
stay
good
with my
stuff?
kids 24/7. My
Yeah,
kids are,
definitely.
my kids are, like I said, they're little a-holes because they're honest. They're honest
Right.
on whatever it is that they're thinking about.
Oh
They say
yeah.
what's on their mind and everything, right?
Good man.
So at the end of the day, when I tell my kids, hey, I'm not going nowhere, I'm staying home with y'all, they're happy. But at the same time, they know that if I'm not with them, I'm at work. If I'm not at work,
Right.
I'm home sleeping. And the thing
Right.
is that I've seen people, or let me put it this way, girls that used to be my friends back in high school, I've seen the way they are with with their kids.
Right.
They're my age, having 3, 4 baby daddies, and
Right.
instead of staying home with their kids on their days off, they're at the club trying to get a new man. Like,
Right. See,
I
see
don't see
with
the
that
point
type
of
of,
that.
well, it's because the quote unquote they're looking for love, quote unquote, is for the fling. But here's the kicker: keep it 1,000. I would say like 95% of people at a bar, at a club, house party, etc. 95% are for lust, and then 5% are there to actually enjoy the time and chill with the people, and that's it. Party time. If that's your ish, that's cool. Like me, I don't like to go out honestly, but I'm never care for that lifestyle, right?
I
As
don't
an
either. I
individual.
like enjoying my apartment because I paid $1,200 for this mother sucker.
Right. But I would go with my boys a couple of times. I went out like 4 times with them, and every time it was on vacation. And now with them, with other cats and stuff. And then me, I was just there just to be there in just in case anything happens. If they're be the DD, if they're drunk, I take care of the situation, right?
Right.
And me, I'm not really a drinker, right? So like, the females walk up to me, talk to me, stuff, etc. Hey, Lindsay, how's it going? And what you call it? They'd be like, just talking about me. I'm a socialist, right? And we're just talking and vibing and good stuff. And and they'll ask what you're drinking. I'd be like, water on the rocks. They'd be like, just laugh, like, I'm dead ass, water on the rocks. And they like take a sip. What is this? H2O, water. I don't drink really. And like, what do you come for? To the club for or to the bar? I'd be like, well, so I have to be a drinker to go to the club or the bar. No, I go, I'm here with my people because just in case things gotta happen, we can't drive. So that's the issue. That's why I don't care for that last. That's just me as an individual. Me, I'm a homebody, man. I just chill and like.
Don't go to the living
And
Sorry,
I'll, you
I
good?
got targeted by my kids right now.
You good? You good? Totally good. But yeah, but yeah, that's the intent as an individual. But everyone teaches them definitely, and that's why I tell people that's your lifestyle. But eventually slow down and whatever, get it straight. But as if not, then that's what I mean. Like, but I went to Rainy Valley in the hood of Seattle, right? So I left for like 2 years, about a year and a half roughly, and went back to that job, right? And the same people
Right.
at the hood still they haven't progressed in life. They're still doing things, the car wash, and they're like 56 years old. I'm like, dude, like, don't you? I mean, I have to ask people like, whatever, especially older, like, hey, dumb question, go for it. Like, today, is you behind, face to face behind the screen. Like, what would you say your life overall? How would you say, was it good? Was it all right? Did you say you lived to the fullest? And then a lot of like, no one's ever asked me that. Like, what? That's a serious, it's a good question to ask. And a lot of people, that's what me, I love talking to older generation because they have more wisdom for the most part. But it's all about talking and vibing and sharing our knowledge. And that's
So
why.
have you had somebody like truly honestly answer that question? Like
Oh, yeah.
say, hey, I am 1,000% happy with my life right now, that I wouldn't change anything, or people are just
Yeah.
like, I don't know what to do.
Well, here's here. So in Seattle, that's why I'm associated more because, as Hispanic and Latino, a lot of us are more, introverts. We keep the policy, but don't know you would talk to you, but keep ourselves, right? In Seattle, wise, they're more socialists, they're more extroverts. So right there at the farmer market for my pops, I would ask all the time. They were authentically be like, tell me like, well, at my age, you'd be like, she's saying, I'm all right. Like I could have done more, but I did a lot wrong. But it's okay because now I acknowledge that, you know. And some be like, oh yeah, no, like I did a lot in the beginning, but I did it. I overall, yes, I love my life. I'm happy as talking to you face to face. I don't even know you, but I love that question. No, they're asking my whole life. And yes, overall, yes, I love it. I could have done more, but it's okay because I love life. I go walk around, I go to my job, I got my family, let's say it by themselves. I got my apartment, I'm good, my condo, I'm good. I travel, do whatever I want. Now, in the beginning, it was slow because I didn't know any better. Like, imagine like you, like a lot of us did it. Eventually, the idea is to get it when we're older. Yes, there are some of us that don't. Some of us fail to our last dying breath, and that's because they fall to the street, etc., which is very unfair, but that's what you have to watch your
I've
environment.
noticed I've
Mhm.
noticed that sometimes the same people that you grew up with are stuck
In
in
the
the
life.
same old ways.
Oh,
Like
yes, very, very true. And
like
that's why I
how is it that the same people you grew up with that had the same opportunities as you did and they're
hmm
stuck in the same spot? And not only stuck, but hating that you're going up at the same time.
Oh, very simple because remember, so for the most part, in your people you grew up with, if they don't want to progress, it's because they don't want to leave their environment. That's their boys and peoples. And then so when you're down, you're struggling in life, they vibe with you, right? When you start doing positive in life, start pursuing doing shit for yourself, then they start talking BS about you. You can start hating, right? The reason being because you're going up, they haven't they're either going down or they're staying there and they don't want to evolve. And me, I still talk to them. Like me, I was nothing against them, and I just be like, yo, that's your issue, definitely that's your life, but you can do more if you choose to. Like I did, I chose to my ways every which way. My choice, like it's your choice. If you want to stay with your people, stay. I don't want to leave the valley because it's my family. Like, well, you stay here definitely, but I promise there's more opportunities in Seattle or bigger cities. You can meet a lot of people. Your mind can be, have more knowledgeable stuff. You can buy with people right here. Look at you guys, man. You guys doing the same routine. Y'all hating on each other. Y'all each other's businesses. Y'all. You have like 20 taco trucks, y'all, and they'll talk shit about each other. If you take your head of the game of businesses, it's the customer's dollar. And like me, that I do my computers, right? So I have like my customers, oh, this person, this young cat's talking BS about you. They say, oh, I go, it don't matter to me because why? First and foremost, in the brown black culture, we all support each other. We all against each other. We hate each other every which way, right? So with that said, you know, it's the customer's dollar. And if they talk shit about me, I'm going to go over there, they'll take care of you also. I don't have to. I can just have attention for a reason. No, I just keep on my rich way. I just worry about me and that's it. And my people I vibe with and that's it. That's what I mean. Like, when I was doing hitting with computers, I was the plug every which way, right? And then my ex would get mad because I'm a socialist, right? Simple questions. If you want to talk to anyone, it's probably very simple. Yeah, how you doing? How's life? How's family? And from there, you evolve,
Yeah, your speaker messed up.
Oh, is it on my side?
Yeah.
Oh, it's podcast alive. It's because when my girl called, I hung it up. So I said, let me try to plug it in. Unplug it. Let me see. No.
Okay, yeah. I think it fixed.
Is it normal or is it still broken?
No, it's normal now. It's normal.
Oh yeah, see, so that's so once again, I'm a geek. Computer question, I got you. Microsoft, matter of fact, I'm working on one right here. But so it's TikTok. Let's do a little computer talk real fast. So basically, TikTok has $1 zillion off this app, right? So they have a bunch of servers. The downfall, which blows my mind, which is mind-boggling. I don't understand how the servers are loaded up. They can buy more servers, they expand them, etc. Right? Cool them down.
Right.
So since the servers, since everyone is using TikTok, when someone calls you, etc., the servers glitch, and then from there, it can't pick up. So, and this is what happens typically when someone calls you. If you pick up, or if you deny it, you're okay. But if you actually pick up or deny it, then the audio goes to shit, or you lose the audio completely, and then you have to jump off the live, jump back on the live, and then re-invite you in the live. Which once again, I'm a geek, so.
And see, I wouldn't have known anything about that because, like I said earlier, this is my first live ever. I am not. I applaud you when it comes to lives because I see you all the time, but I've never had the nerve to actually go on one till right now.
And,
it's not because, well, basically it's because I was scared to because I don't know how people would take to it.
Correct. And that's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm.
And I'm to the point where I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm done trying to be by myself in my lonesome right now. I need adult conversations because obviously this conversation I can't have with my 14-year-old or my 12-year-old.
Exactly. You just keep it very simple. That's how my kids like. I tell my oldest, she's 19, so I tell them, you don't gotta talk about me. You can say, like all teenagers do, like parents are dumb. It's cool, but I have TikTok, so when you go through age, you can watch them. You know, you got time, you choose to, and that's the beautiful thing about technology, wise, especially TikTok. Like my other platforms, IG, Facebook, and Twitter, I don't make posts. Everything's TikTok. I just put hashtags. That's for example, like my hashtags. So I have like social media familia 1000, my unique 1000. So all these hashtags, if you go to like IG, Facebook, Twitter, type in like my unique 1000, you'll see all my TikToks. You'll be scrolling that because that's my hashtag, and that's how
Right, right.
that's how as an individual, as a business, if you want to promote yourself more, you have the, like I do computers. I can put like HP laptop, etc. Then after those hashtags, I put my personal hashtags. So then basically your post, your video goes on all those hashtags worldwide. And that's how you promote yourself more. That's why everyone's like I'm a geek, I'm a socialist. This is easy. That's why like I was gonna write a book, which I wrote a book. Well, I started writing a book many years ago. It's still on my laptop, right? But I stopped doing it because now I was like, everyone's like, why don't you write a book? Like my book could be like 20 pages long, if that, because life's easy as hell, right? So that's why this book, this is what my TikTok is my digital book. Everything I talk about, I do my stitches because I talk about life I suffered. Success, party kicking, that's cool, but definitely
So
be a millionaire, that's awesome.
when you go ahead and let me ask from the beginning. When you started doing this TikTok, did you think it was gonna get to where it's at now?
Oh, I believe yes, it would because like I was doing Facebook, right, and IG lives, and I had quite a bit of followers on there. Maybe between IG and Facebook, maybe like total 5,000-7,000 followers, right? They would jump on my lives, but they're not digging what I'm talking about. Snark life relations. They don't want to hear it. But I tell people, entertainment sells. Entertainment's $1. That's why on TikTok, if you make positive talk, live, someone gets their feelings, they'll report it and they'll block your TikTok, right? But the smart thing you do is save the TikTok to your phone. TikTok blocked it, yes, because someone got in the feelings. But you still got, I have IG, Facebook, and YouTube, and also Twitter, right? So I upload everything else. TikTok blocked it, cool, whatever. I got my other platforms uploaded there, right? And that's the beautiful thing about me. I'm gonna probably do a podcast pretty soon. So with that said, that's how people don't get discouraged at all. Like, and that's why me when I was on Facebook, I was getting discouraged. I was like, I know what I'm talking about, but I'm not like females. Majority of my followers are females, just because I was upstate, especially Spanish females, right? So my nephews told me about, try TikTok, and I was like, why? I see my kids dancing and stuff. Y'all dancing, my niece and nephew. That's all it is. Just they're like, no, it's more than that. You can type whatever, and I was like, cool. And they're like, you don't have to. You can download, but you don't even have to be like registered. Like, cool. So I just typed in search bar. I just typed in like narcissist. Yo, day one, like I think it was like September 4th or 6th, whatever day it was, 2000. The world was dying. I was like, yo, this is my world. I know for a fact 1,000 people about me, 1,000, and that's why. But me personally, like in the beginning, I was doing the narc talk, right? So I tell anybody, especially female, if you want to become famous on here, easily. Sex sells, show your body off, boom, all day, every day, lust, etc. Right? Yes. Entertainment, drugs, alcohol, all that negative bullshit. Yes. But you want to, if you want to do more like the narc talk, do every narc talk creator for the most part is very similar TikToks of narc talks, right? Because all narcs are robotic. They don't like me. Well, they still follow me instead, but I know for a fact they don't like me too much because I don't sit on narcissists. They're all robotic. I will vibe with the narcissists. They won't. They potentially might talk to them, but they won't sit there and elaborate with them to the fullest. Me, I talk about us. I go, yo, I could do the same shit to you guys. I could love on you, gaslight you, sell you that fake image of love story, verbally abuse, physically abuse. All narcissists fake, but I'm not. You know what I mean? And that's my choice.
Yeah,
I talk to
they
people.
try to manipulate the situation to their liking.
Right. It's all very true. And that's why the downfall of us traditional last stamps, we're easily vulnerable, man. We can easily manipulate it, especially through religion. Oh, God this, all that. Nah. Read people, judge people, 1,000. Only God can judge. God gave us free will. You know that, right? So that's what we have. I tell people, I say what I say bluntly, and sometimes I curse. I say, I can say this, but I can say on God's behalf, but He can't curse because he's not allowed to because his rules, right? But He gave us free will. I can cuss all I want. I choose not to cuss best as, but I just keep it blunt, and that's why I tell people, yo, you have entertainment on TV, social media, yes, but look around you in your surroundings. Sit down, especially when you're alone, right? Single. Go to a club, go to a bar, go wherever you want to. You be at a freaking Mickey D's chill. And observe everybody. Observe all the couples. Are they authentic? Are they broken? Because everyone's broken. But the shit is how broken are they? How healed are they? And that's the ish.
Okay, you want to know the reason why I don't go out or I haven't gone out? I went out by myself on Halloween. I went to the club on Halloween. by myself. No friends, no girlfriends, no nothing, right? Just me, myself, and I. And I sat at one of the tables by myself, just watching everybody there. Mind you, these couples, some of them look happy as hell, and some didn't. Some look like okay. Let me put it this way: some of the females looked like they were there just because they wanted to be next to their partner, right, or be where their partner was.
Correct.
Now, I saw that and I sat there for a good hour just watching everybody dance and socialize or whatever, you know, being basically being a creep, just sitting there watching everybody.
So
I'm sitting there watching these people, and the first thing that popped up in my head wasn't, oh, I'm by myself in this place. Oh, I don't have somebody to dance with or any of that. What popped up in my head was, what the hell are people doing here if they look so unhappy? Like, what was the point of them coming out with their partners, with the person that they're with, but they still look unhappy? What was the point? Like me, technically, I went out because I didn't want to be home alone. You know, my daughter was going out with her little friends for a Halloween party. My boys were out. So I didn't see the point of staying home alone. And I was like, you know what, let me go out. I sat there. I'm telling you, I sat there a good hour and a half by myself just watching them.
Right.
I got people left and right sending me drinks and all this. I'm not a big drinker, so obviously I didn't really drink. I would send them back and be like, hey, just bring me a water. I don't want beer, or I don't want the shot or whatever it was. Just bring me water, you know, and I'd be vibing watching everybody dance. I remember this one couple. And they were the number one couple that night because it was like that Halloween costume thing that they had. So this one couple, number one couple, they were dressed as Georgie and the it guy. What's his name? Pennywise.
Yeah, Pennywise. Yeah.
Okay, so they were dressed as that. The girl was dressed as Pennywise, and the guy was dressed as Georgie. Mind you, badass costumes. They look like the role. They look like they were having fun or whatever, right? But when it came time to go up and like everybody applaud them for their costumes or whatever, they were the ones that were smiling the least. They seemed like they didn't even want to be there.
Potential altercation. That's the thing.
In my head, I'm like, okay, so y'all came out, y'all went out of your ways to get the costumes down to the T and everything, but y'all still look unhappy. Like, what was the point?
Well, see, that's the thing. Let's say scenario that they were supposed to be there to meet with the friends, right? So they went there for the Halloween bash, etc. To get all up for the costume and all. But let's say that altercation before they left the home, so they left mad and they're mad and they leave mad because they had the altercation. While everyone's applauding, etc., because they won the thing, they're not happy because why? Tension between them or a situation happening, etc. And then the idea if you're like that, stay home, but since they don't want to put pressure on the rest of the family that were going to meet them there, they still went there for them. You know, that's the worst place to go in a relationship. Oh yeah, 1,000. And that's why for sure we say, like I say now easily, you know, that's why I'm going best with my girl which 1,000. That's how I said many times. Even before I was like, my next relationship with 3 is my last one ever be. If for some reason I fold, she folds, that's my last relationship I'll be in my life. I was gonna sound bad, but I go back to my benefits, but I will teach you about everything about life. But I want every other relationship because my number 3 and that's it, right? Because
you already have that mindset where you're like, if it doesn't work here, I'm not gonna even try to try and fix something that I haven't broken.
Right, exactly. So and that I'll just continue my life, but I'll teach you about everything with that. So like I did before, like not really like tell my girl, like you know, because that's the cool thing about my girl now. We vibe every which way. We talk about, you know, benefits, past, etc. And nothing like, you know, nothing thrown in the face, which is traditional relationships. You in the beginning you can talk about the past, but later on down the road in the years they'll bring up your past because you know it had nothing to do with them, but since that was your past, altercation shit's heated, they'll bring it up in the mix, and now y'all well, now she escalates more than it's supposed to, right? So we talk about it all the
Right.
time in general. And she even asked me like, do are you happy me or unhappy wise? Would you take it to do, now that you know what you know, would you be in a relationship doing benefits like before? I was like, no, because I'm blessed with a relationship with us, etc. But like you say, the deal is the last dying breath type of thing. If for some reason I fold, you fold, then I will do my last breath and I will do benefits. Because I did benefits before in Seattle, no social media. Back then, this is back in, I think 2011-ish. Yeah, 11. So 11, that's when I didn't care no more. I was like, you know what? Damn, I did me dirty. I don't care no more. Especially when I took her back and did me, sold me a dream. She told me like, oh, I want to be a family, right? So I got but then she lied after 2 weeks. She's like, oh, I just did it because for what's the word she used? Oh yeah, for leverage, just to put a roof over my head and the girl's head. And I was like, remember those words, man. Remember those words. And especially because TLC, because she was like not having it, whatever. And it dropped those words on me. I was like, remember those words, you're gonna eat those words. And I told her that. And so here's the kicker. So you have like past relations, right? And you have your toxic traits. So East Coast folk, for the most part, they have a sharp mouthpiece, and they don't hold back, right? They speak the tongue 1,000. The thing is, I took that negative like toxic trait, but I made it my way, and I gave you three warnings. Like, yo, my number 3, like, hey, we can talk about it. I'll be cool, but if you get your feelings, start shedding tears, your risk not mine. So I'm giving you a warning. After 3, I let you have it, and then when you die crying, hey, I told you, I warned you. I don't die with petty words,
Right.
So that's why, then MySpace was dying, Facebook was going out, right? That was popping, etc. So then I wasn't on social media. It was through a phone, text, people promoting me, etc. And it's gonna sound bad when I say this, but before I left, before I basically ran for myself in situation, because I had to get a situation. In 10 months, I did 100 plus. I lost body counts because I was just rolling. I lost control because it became too easy. I was being promoted left to right, and that's the downfall. You lose yourself. And I had one of my friends and my coworkers that I talked to her about the situation. She's like, yeah, you're losing control. Like, she would see it. She see my work, and I won't even have to try, because that's why I tell people it's really easy to read people. It's like a male to female, right? But it does the same shit vice versa. A high is a high, and that's it, right? A high with a smile, it's still nice. It's still be respectful. But now when you do with a high with a smile,
like you're chasing the drug. It's okay. So
actually, I wasn't
you know how people say love is like a drug, and they keep chasing that
high
same first high.
Yes, it's because that feeling's hella good, because you feel wanted, you like it and loving, right? Which is really good. The downfall, then it falls off, right? And that's why people get bored and move on to the next one, because the high is over. They came the honeymoon phase. But that's why eventually the idea eventually, when at least go through your awaken part, become woke. The idea is with your partner is to lust and love your partner only. Yes, you have cosmetics everywhere, BBLs, all that shit, most definitely. But the downfall is they're broken still, and that's the shit.
And
like
if you think about it, back then when we were growing up, we didn't even know what the hell a BBL was.
Right, exactly. And see, that's a downfall. Like, you can do BBL if you choose to, most definitely, but you're not loving your own self, right? And now you're trying to be somebody else. Like, you can be like, my benefits. A lot of females got their bodies done, right? And all the time, look at, you have your body done, right, which is awesome. But look what you and I are doing. Cosmetically, you're on point. You took care of yourself because that makes you feel better, right? But why are we doing what we're doing? I'm broken, you're broken. And look at you. You can put anybody else you wanted to. And you have a good career, you got money and status. But look at you. Why are you laying down with me? Because you're vibing me. Because you say what? We actually have good conversations. You can't have a good conversation with a single person. Not with a person that's body hop with many others, right? And that's the issue. You're broken. So cosmetics, you have it on point. Status, you have it on point. But you need to work on yourself. Like me, my ex, my first name mom, I know she's garbage, and you're better than her. She has 1,000, most definitely. But then I would say 100. But I don't know how to get rid of this love. But I say love then, I say it now, but it's actually toxic love. Love doesn't hurt. Love is beautiful, pure. It's healing. Toxic love hurts. Death hurts. Like pain hurts. That hurts, yes. But love, nah. Love is beautiful as fuck, man. Care Bear shit. That's what love is, And that's the issue, is that people aren't hearing that.
I think nowadays people confuse love with where they're trying to portray what they think love should be. Like, all right,
movies,
you have so many couples on TikTok pretending that they're so happy.
Oh yeah, broken as hell.
How many TikTok couples have you seen on the news? Either because they're they're lying to their followers. I mean, I just seen uh what was it, a news story of a couple in Colorado or in Washington, I can remember, where the TikTok stars, they were both TikTok famous, and he
Mm-hmm.
went and killed his wife.
Oh, you talking about the one in California?
I can't remember. I just
He
know
was
that
an
he was
actor.
pretty young.
Yeah, he's an actor. Well, he did like impression and stuff like that. If that's the right one we're talking about, 'cause there's a lot of them on here. Yeah, there was the one that
I don't remember. I think the girl was Hispanic and the guy was white. I can't really remember exactly.
huh.
But
Oh,
they had like a little baby or something. Like a
oh,
daughter, a 5-year-old daughter or something like that. Well,
oh, maybe that's the one because the one that I know is I first when I got on TikTok last year or 2000 was about to you know he did like the Scarface he did a bunch of impersonation. He was hella funny. He did impersonations and stuff like that. He was good, right? And his wife then what you would call it she was like kind of famous TikTok because of her in general slash them as a couple. And then I didn't even know this. I saw it my news is TikTok, you know. So with that said,
same
like
here.
so
Yeah,
I saw
she's
that
right. Your wife is right. He went on a jealous rage.
yeah if that's the one we're talking about, which I'm gonna call it so like I saw his face and because it showed the TikTok and stuff and went to jail with the movie and I was like, why does he look familiar, right? And then someone did that stitch to him of that news whatever, and they're like, oh, remember this guy? You might not remember him right on the court, but let me show you on TikTok. This is the guy that did Scarface. I was like, I knew on the face, right? So that what happened was basically is she wanted a divorce, right? And then since he went like, yeah, like my girl's a stalker mode, etc., he was hella jealous. And so what this said, it's either Narc 1000, which I need to do a TikTok response to one of my followers because he made a comment also about that. So I said but I said both. Either he's a Narc 1000 or Social Law said with Narcissist traits. Both of us can do the same thing because that's when you, as an empath, when you become hella jealous and you start beginning anything negative, that's your narcissist coming out. When you start, flashing, peeking out, shit's flying, getting physical, you're peeking out. You get to the point you will take somebody out over jealousy, the narc trait, etc., right? And you peek the hell out. Now you're doing 20 years of potential, you're gone, etc., right?
Right.
So she wanted a divorce, and then so he set up on his daughter's iPad like I guess an app where he can hear the conversations at home, right?
Yeah.
So he heard a guy's voice, which is that their friends,
Their
family
mutual friend or something like that, right?
right? Yeah. So he rolled up in the door like a movie, he kicked that shit down and put it when he said rolled out, and then he basically called mom. He called his mom that he did something wrong, and here we are today. So with that said, a narcissist do for sure 1,000 or socialize with narcissist traits because of jealousy. That narcissist traits come out which way because the what's happening, the breakup's happening. Now you're emotionally lost. You do have those negative thoughts because you're like, you're gonna leave me. That if I can have you, you can't. No one's gonna have you, and that's the shit. You
And
gotta be very cautious.
that's the bad part about the whole situation, because at the end of the day, you're not with that person, but you don't want to be with that person, but you don't want that person to be with somebody else. So
Right.
how broken does that other person have to be for you to leave them alone?
Hella broken. That's the codependency part because they believe they own you, especially now if it comes to culture based. I believe it's Middle Eastern. So Middle Eastern, like number one narcissistic culture in the world. Number two is Spanish, because the way we're raised, because broken culture every which way. Because like for example, Middle Eastern culture, back in the day, females had like no rights, no anything, right? Now they
No,
have a little more rights. They can
females
show a
were
little more skin.
property.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
exactly,
females
exactly.
were property. Like if you
And
were
this
married to a man back then, that marriage license was almost like, hey, that's the deed of your wife. Like that's the
basically
deed for that female. Like you know
right,
how they say, oh, you have the deed for your house or you have the deed for your car. Well, marriage back then pretty much stand for, hey, that's the deed of that female. Like back then, females were property to the guys, and some
correct.
of these cultures are still like they still portray that, like they
Oh yeah, well,
still.
especially from those countries. So that's why like me being a Chicano Mexican American born from the States, right? So I understand that I'm not from Mexico, so I understand the culture that functions in my family, right? And that's why in the poor cultures, not really wise, or other cultures, other countries, they still have the generation cycle going on. So they come to America, they believe that mentality, like, yo, you, you're my girl, you're my dude, I own you, vice versa, all that good shit. The downfall, everything changes, and that's why you got to be very cautious And that's why I tell people, you have to learn how to judge people since day one, read them from day one. Like me, I'll see the square circles. Emerson arcs, broken, 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 broken. But how broken are you? How healed are you? And by saying that, it will trigger someone. Like my, like some of my coworkers and the young cats, my nieces and nephews, their friends, I bullshit with them, right? Because they ask me about this square circle, and I break it down for them, right? And so I'm looking, everyone's broken, and they're like, and because that's time we little, they had a relationship, and they're like middle school, high school, etc. And now they're doing the thing like fuck bitches. I go, any guy goes says fuck bitches. Yes, you're broken. Why? Because that one destroys you. Now you're doing what? Whole face. Do your thing, most definitely. And they're like, I'm not broken. If you're not broken, tell me what. By you body hopping, that's a positive thing. Tell me, I want to hear from your mouthpiece. That's a positive thing. Apart from that situation,
they can't.
it's for love.
They can't.
Obviously not, because they that's what they did. Say quiet. I go, see, I'm gonna be mean to you. I'm just that's why they're doing what? Communication comprehension. You're hurt, you're broken, and nothing's wrong with that. It's just the idea to fall back and work on yourself. If you want to keep doing what you're doing, but here's the kicker. You're gonna destroy some females that, especially at the V card, that believe the way we was raised, and says you got destroyed, you destroy them, and laugh about it because you got one for the books, right? Because boys, that black book bullshit, that's a downfall. Hurt people. Generational cycle,
It's
and
like
that's
that
what.
same thing that we grew up with. Men can never do no wrong. They could sleep with 100 girls, and
Oh yeah,
yeah,
oh
and
yeah,
they're not considered a hoe, or they're
wrong,
not considered
right?
anything. But if a female had, okay, she was with you for 6 months, broke up with you, and went with somebody else, she's a hoe automatically because she didn't
Oh yeah,
have that relationship last long.
oh yeah, or they get a job and they just bullshit with their coworkers. Oh, they're cheating. And, and then homeless getting you have to quit your job or get your ass whooped because you're cheating, quote unquote. Like
Yeah,
that's why like me, like what I say, like every baby born in this world is an empath for good people. You don't see no baby whooping another baby's ass over a bottle for the most part, right? Or as little infants, right? As kids, I can actually my behalf, I'm like 6, 7 years old. I chose to be like my mom's calm side. I don't with my pops and etc. And that's why you choose to become an mark, not knowing at a very young age as a kid. And then from there, as you get teenagers or high school, you evolve more, and then all your traits come out. And there we are today. That's why like you have the scientists that like they go by the damn this whatever book that's called. They go by the book. I tell people like, yo, and that's I love calling them out. Not in a bad way. Something you are licensed. You have credentials. I'm a person just having my experience, my life. Said I vibe with both sides. I comprehend the situation. There's no dual
right.
life. What do? They run from me. They block me or don't respond. I'm like, but you have credentials. You went to school for this. It's an open conversation, and you run like cool. Because
It's
obviously,
like
if I was like TikTok,
they avoid
no,
the
it is.
serious
It's like,
conversation.
yeah, and that's me. Like when people you hear the word debate, you think like altercations, like no, it's a mind we Bible. Just share your notes and that's it. I don't read you the Bible, vice versa. If anyone gets out of pocket, be like, yo, let's switch the subject because I'm cool with it, but it's obviously that subject triggered you. That word triggered you. You need to work on that, and so on and so on. So there's only one person
Right.
that this black cat named Kyle. Actually, matter of fact, he's from Texas. Kyle. He goes by Use Love First on here. He's the only one that that we did like a 4-hour live together. We vibed. It was a good ass conversation because we were throwing curveballs at each other because he believed, which is cool to believe. I'm definitely that the love can change a narcissist. I was like, the idea that it could, that'd be awesome, but I
But
can't. My beliefs, no, but I haven't done against them. At the time, then when we had a live. I started a little tension with narcissists, but now that after I became more like in December to the fullest or whatever time frame it was, I was like, oh no, I wasn't against them now. Like I'll sit there and talk to them no matter what. Like whenever all the amps are like hating you guys, like I'll sit and talk to you guys, man. And that's why in the movies and books, you have the good
I
guy,
mean,
the bad guy.
you still have that. You still have them people that believe that they can change a narcissist. I mean,
Well,
I'm speaking
that's
by
amps,
experience because
right?
I
That's
was
amps.
in that relationship. Like I was.
Correct.
Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
as a female is attached first emotionally, right? A
Right.
female, when she's in a relationship, she will get attached emotionally first.
Correct.
Then she'll get attached to your like your well-being. Then she'll get attached to whatever is physical, right?
Right.
So when a female is to that point where she's like, okay, this is no longer working for me, but I don't want to let go of the past person you were, the person I fell in love with, she
Mm-hmm.
stays stuck to that. She
Right.
tries to find that same person she fell in love with. So she
Correct.
is reminding herself, hey, he used to do this for me. He used to be like this for me. I want him back.
Right.
So there she's fixing her mind. Hey, I can bring him back. I can fix
Right.
that. And that's a messed up way for a female to even think. But that's how most females are wired. They think
Well,
that most men are the guys. There's certain guys that will change for that one woman. If you're not that woman, it doesn't matter what you do. You could jump through any hoop that he could throw at
right.
you, but he's not going to
Right.
change for you, right?
Right. Correct.
So at the end of the day, no matter how much people want to believe that a narcissist could change, no, they're not going to change for you. They're going to change for whoever is going to come in their life that they want to change for.
But then, yeah,
The
no,
thing
for sure.
is-
That, correct.
The thing is that at the end of the day, I cannot sit here and be like, hey, he changed because of me. Or he's in another relationship and he's doing better in that relationship because he learned that from me. No, I
Right.
can't say that because that's not true. He
Correct,
learned
correct.
all his bad trades. I learned all his bad trades while I was with him. Now, if he goes on to another relationship and is doing 1,000 times better than he ever did in our marriage or in our whatever it was, all I can do is be okay. Good for you. You learned
But
from your
definitely humble
mistakes
about it.
and you changed it. But
Right.
at the end of the day, who's gonna benefit from them changing? Not you. They're going to benefit from their own change, but they have to
Right.
acknowledge they have a problem.
Well,
Because
definitely.
at the end of the day, how many times have you sat there and been like, okay, I know I have narcissist traits and I know that I can trigger somebody con la pura labia. Like I can sit here, I can sit here and be like, oh, I'm perfect little angel. No te voy a decir nada malo, te voy a respetar y todo. Okay, I could tell you that 100 times over.
Right.
But if my vibe is not what I'm speaking to you, then you know it's a dead lie.
Well, definitely.
Because
That's
like you said earlier, ¿cómo puedes darte cuenta que una persona está quebrada? Una de dos. Esconde la cara con una cara de felicidad. Otra, they just don't give a shit. They don't
Correct.
give a shit, and then they get
They're
butthurt
rolling.
when somebody calls them out on it, right?
Correct.
They call them out
Correct.
on it, and then worst of all is that if you tell a narcissist, hey, you manipulating the situation to your liking, and it's not gonna benefit you in anything because I already know how you are, what's gonna happen? He's gonna get mad, she's gonna get mad, and it's gonna be the vicious cycle again.
Right.
Me personally, I'm to the point where I'm like, you know what? F this. I am done with everybody else's bullshit because I am so tired of fixing everybody else than focusing on myself.
Correct.
The pain that I have in my own head now, right now at this moment, is not because of my ex. It's not because of whatever relationship I just broke out of. It's because I can't let go of the pain they caused.
Right. For now.
He's over there at his house chilling, probably asleep right now.
Right.
And I'm over here thinking about when he used to beat me up or how he used to say bad shit about me. But who's that hurting? Like you said earlier, it's not hurting him, it's hurting me because I can't let go. He, like you said, he owns that. He owns that little part of me, and I can't seem to let it go. And a lot of people can't take the time to acknowledge that fact because they're too broken to even try and admit it to themselves that they are broken.
Correct. But that's why with the support team, you're talking to people that, oh, mind about with you? You can elaborate. You can talk the time, like people that care about you, love you, no matter they're from Adams. You got the same conversation every single day. So especially like when you're in relationships, when you go through a breakup, like me, my tenants told me for 88 days, like, yo, in the beginning, you repeat yourself, the exact same story, word for word about her, right? You know when you're doing better healing because you were saying the same story, but you start missing words and sentences. That's when you're healing, you're progressing. Because now what are you doing? You're talking to me and 9 others, right? We're a therapist, and we're gonna hold your hand, guide you, but we can't fix you. Nobody can fix you but you. That's your head. And they would tell me every single time, they'd be like, hey, check it out. I would vent, like we're doing a vent, right? Say whatever I'm gonna say, and they'd be like, how you feeling? Better now? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the same conversation with you every day. Say what you gotta say. I'm gonna drop the same last comment before we get off the phone or video chat. Like, what's up? Remember, the first most painful hard step in the world, you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go. I know it hurts hella because you can't get loved back, time back, none of that. You got kids, it makes it worse, yes. But you gotta let it go. She could be 1,000, doesn't matter. She's not by your side. And I promise you this, you don't want to hear I'm gonna stab you in the heart. It's a blessing in disguise. Yes, no one deserves to shed tears, be in pain, obviously not. But it's a blessing. In due time, you should see it, but just fall back and work on yourself. Do not jump to a relationship because that's gonna be bad for you. And you bring all that toxic shit with you to the next person. And they don't deserve.
Heck yeah. I mean, like I told you earlier, I saw it after the fact. I saw it after the fact. And I think that's another reason why I'm just like, you know what? Like, no, I'd rather be alone and I'd rather chill with my kids and, you know, take it day by day. At the end of the day,
exactly. Day by day,
at the end of the day, the only thing that I can do is sit back and enjoy whatever peace I have right now at this moment, right?
Exactly.
So I'm not gonna say I have this perfectly down or anything, because I do have my moments where I'm just like, man, fuck being alone. I want to have somebody there. You know what I mean?
Right. Codependency, yeah, loneliness.
Yeah,
I get it.
and
It's
then
cool.
and then when I think about it, I'm like, okay, I want somebody there, but like,
I don't.
I want them to have like that un pie adentro de la puerta y el otro afuera. So whenever
Right.
I'm like, you need to get out of here, you can go, kind of crap, if that makes sense. It's like, I want you here, but I don't want you here, kind of.
Right. See, that's the beginning, because you're like, you know, if it doesn't work out, awesome. Or if I don't, I'm not ready for this, I can just push them away, and you know, they can accept it. The downfall is that's when feelings are caught, and then it can potentially, like, I ain't leaving, like. And that's the thing with that. So like me, like and that's why I tell people, each breakup we go through, right, and you get in a relationship, you do it right away, etc., or whatever time. Think about before you got together, how was you as an individual? What was your situation going on, right? So like me personally, like I was a decent good relationship with. Let me see, my second relationship, well, third relationship was came back when I moved to the valley, right? And then I lost my brother, right? So I lost my brother.
Right.
I've never lost anyone that close to me. I lost, like, you know, grandma's cousins, stuff. You know, you say your tears hurt me definitely, right? But I've never lost anyone that close to me, so I didn't know how to take it. That's how I tell you, if you ever lost anyone close that, you know, you live with you, your friends, whatever, that basically saw every day of your life, in the same house type of thing, or next door neighbor type of shit. What you gonna call it? It's a different hurt, you know. So.
Oh yeah, that's definitely it's something that sucks to go through. I mean, I lost a good friend last year in March.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks because he was like my work dad. He was like, he became somebody that I would run to, like, talk about anything that I needed to talk about with no judgment.
Right.
And mind you, he gave me some good advice. Even though I didn't want to hear it the way he would say it to me, I understood it. Like, I understood that I shouldn't focus myself in wanting to have somebody else in that spot where my ex-husband was, right?
Correct.
And the way he would say is like, ¿estás pendeja o te haces? Like, pon atención en lo que estás haciendo.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, nobody's gonna want to sit there and listen to somebody call you stupid or call you dumb for what you're going through. But sometimes you do need that. Like,
correct.
Everybody needs that one person that's gonna be honest with you.
Up a little bit. Correct.
Yeah, and like, I remember he saved me from a lot of BS, because I used to, like, when I used to get drunk, I would want to text my ex, you know, like, I would want to text him, blah, blah, whatever.
Right.
And instead of calling my ex, I will call my friend. His name was George. So I would call George and I'd be like, hey, this and this is going on. And like, he'd be like, are you stupid? Like, are you really stupid? No te hagas. No hagas eso. Like, en vez de hacer eso, ponte a hacer otra cosa. Like, order a pizza, eat, do something, right? Take your mind off whatever it is that is making you want to text him. Because at the end of the day, you know you're going to end up in the same spot you are right now.
Correct.
So from the moment he passed away till now, like it sucks because I miss the hell out of him. Instead of
Right.
like instead of me coming on live and talking to people on here, I used to
Yeah.
call him or text him and have him give me advice, right?
Right.
So it's about to be a year in March. So we're just a couple months shy from his first year anniversary, right?
Right.
From when he passed away, I didn't go to his memorial. I didn't go to his burial. I didn't go to any of it. I didn't have the courage to.
Right.
I just didn't. And not only that, that at that time he was married to
Mm-hmm.
his wife of like 20 some years, right?
Yeah.
And I guess she thought that he had a relationship, like a different type of relationship with me, like cheating
Right.
wise or something like
More
that.
more than right.
Yeah, so like she called me up while he was on his deathbed. And this is what pisses me off more about this lady. Instead of her worrying about him and him being in the hospital and everything because of COVID and everything else that was wrong with him, she was
Right.
busy going off on me thinking that we had a sexual relationship or whatever it was.
Right.
And it pissed me off. And I was like, look, in the sense of respect that I have for George, I'm not gonna tell you nothing. I'm gonna respect what you're saying. You don't want me to be anywhere near his memorial or anything that has to do with his burial. I understand. I'll give you your respect and I won't go. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I wasn't gonna go because I couldn't face it. I couldn't face
Right.
that the person I was running to, the person that I saw as my dad or
Right.
whatever, wasn't gonna be here anymore.
Correct.
Yeah. So
I
went months and months and months without, talking to like anybody. I went months without going to his burial site. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't go to his burial site till October.
How'd it go?
I cried. I cried my eyes out. I
Yeah.
cried my freaking eyes out. I went and this is the reason why it's so touchy for me because I got COVID. I had COVID for a while.
Yeah.
I had COVID for like 29 days.
I had it. I had it too.
Yeah, I
Not
ended
fun.
up in the hospital with blood clots and I had to get blood transfusions and all types of crap, right? So at one point I was like, oh my God, I'm not gonna make it out of this and blah blah whatever. I need to do something. So I prayed. And I'm not a big believer of, higher power or whatever.
Yeah.
But I prayed and I was like, look, if you get me out of this, I will go see you. Like, just help me through it. And I got better. And when I got my first negative test, I went to his gravesite that day, right?
Awesome.
I took a bottle of Crown Royal and a bottle of Coca-Cola because that's what he liked. And I went to his burial site. I took a shot and the rest was for him.
Right.
I cried my eyes out because I was like, I miss hearing your voice. I miss your advice. I miss everything that used to be about it, right?
Right.
So I went up to your voice. I miss your advice. I miss everything that used to be about it, right?
Right.
So I went October, like the beginnings of October, and ever since then I've been going frequent. So
nice.
I went October 1st or October 2nd to his gravesite. October 15th, I went and I decorated his grave with like the whole Halloween stuff. He didn't like Halloween. I was like, oh crap, me va a venir a jalar los pies or something. You know what I mean? So so I did that. And it felt good. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to come back in Thanksgiving. So I went back Thanksgiving, but I didn't decorate his grave because I was like, oh, maybe his family, like his wife or whatever is going to do it. Nothing.
No, obviously they won't.
So then I went for Christmas, right? I was like, you know what? Like, if there's nothing in his grave for Christmas, decorations or nothing, I'll go get some. I went, there was nothing. I got him a whole setup, a tree, lights, everything, right? And I'm sitting there like, I'm like, okay, so I came in, I did this for you. I'll come back New Year's and then so forth and so on, right?
Right.
So I take my kids with me when I do go to the gravesite.
Right.
The funniest thing is that when I went to his gravesite, the last time I went, when I decorated it for Christmas, I don't know what it was, but when I was sitting there under his, like, in front of his grave, there's a tree to the left hand side. Because if I'm facing his grave, it's to the left, but if I'm standing in the back, it's on the right. So that tree wasn't giving me any shade. It was hot as crap. And I don't know how, but within like 15 minutes, the shade of the tree was on his grave, and I finished decorating his grave and everything, and I'm sitting there like, that was him. Like, that was him. Because he knew I hate being under the sun. Even though I work construction, I hate being under the sun.
Right. Oh yeah.
Cooking. Like, yeah. So like at the end of the day, I'm just like, you know what? Like, it felt nice to be there. Even though he's not here, I almost felt like he was there. And then I went for my birthday. And kicker, I don't like the radio. I hate listening to the radio. Hate it. My phone would not connect to the Bluetooth. And there was this song playing. I can't remember what it was called. It was it's like, what are you doing, boy?
Your fan shit me. So I'm about to go to that one, but I heard that noise.
So there's this one song that talks about how like you're in heaven and everything else, right? And it's almost like a reminder, hey, yeah, I'm in heaven, but I'm still with you type of song. It's like a country song. And I'm sitting there like, why am I like listening to this song at this particular moment when my phone won't connect to the Bluetooth, right? And I was just like, it kind of freaked me out. I was like, okay, how should?
But yeah, for the most part, that's the reason why I don't play no music in the background anymore, because podcasts, I believe there's a whole copyright issue. So, which is totally cool, most definitely. I used to play like, you know, if you follow me for now, etc. Like sad music, depressing music, suicide music, give people your feelings. Awesome here, I love it. Thank you. Just to get you, if it gets you your feelings, you know, it's a song and the words, right? That's why those words trigger traumas and all that negative stuff. Jamming that go with your exes, past pain, toxic love, trauma, and childhood trauma 1,000. That's why words bother you. That's what songs, you know, movies, etc. get you your feelings, because you haven't learned to let go 1,000. Which in time you shall. With the support team, I promise you, it's a lot faster, it's a lot better. You know, it's about talking and vibing. Just, you know, like her and I don't know from Adams, you know. Like me, like typically for the most part, it'll show you that somebody wants to jump in your live, but I don't know my live setup just for dual live, not for guest live, whatever it is. Definitely upload to your two. All right, shall along the TikTok server saves this TikTok live correct, not incorrectly, then I'll tie it down to my phone. That's why, like, if you see some of my TikTok lives on my YouTube channel, it'll play like, it'll say like 3 hours, 3 hours, but the last like, I don't know, hour, 50 minutes just cut off. Half hour gets cut off because the reason why is the servers are glitching, and then it will not download all the live. So I just take it as is. So the idea is to get 3 more cell phones. I already have one, but for some reason I couldn't. It was not letting me get on my Facebook on the new phone, which I don't understand why. So maybe I'll try my IG on there. But anyways, the idea is that when I go live on TikTok, I'll go live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and IG at the same time. So basically, when I go live here, it'd be 5 lives at once. So then my other followers on other platforms, they could just comment on the other lives and vibe if they choose to. Not, you know, just to put myself out there, etc. type of thing. Because I'm a socialist. If I pay to talk, I'll be a zillionaire, and just trying to, you know, vibe with the world, etc. So they can come in with their as individuals, so they don't feel alone. And yeah, Imps and Narcs, man, to have it on me, Imps and Narcs. It sounds crazy, it look crazy, but it's all love, it's support, and like you say, free therapy. Oh yeah, 1,000 days free therapy every which way, because we share our knowledge and, you know, our wisdom, etc. And everybody has different experiences, yes, but as Imps, that we have very similar stories. You know, that's why I'm a motto. You know, your pain is my pain. I die like you die. That's my motto to all the Imps. You know, if you want to throw narcs in the mix, yeah, I have nothing against them anymore. Like I comprehend them, so I'll talk about with them. But I told this young, quote unquote, they're like 21, 20 years old. He believes he's a covert narcissist, and I was like, well, but it's funny because you were having the conversation, the DMs and all that to TikTok, and then I would just tell him, you know, if you are quote unquote narc, then why don't you just tell how it is? You know, say, you know, for one people that you are. And he's like, nah. At first he said he didn't care about his reputation, but then he's like, I don't want people to know what I am. I'm like, yeah, you contradict yourself. Like, oh, it's because you were everybody in the world for the most part in the beginning, narcissism for sure, to your last damn. So you were about your reputation, right? When people talk about you, you got to do what? Try to validate yourself. For what reason? If whatever they talked about, said about you, is wrong, nothing what you said is not the truth, then why is it to validate? You decided to do the validation part, but then just people will think that you are that, or you did do that, etc. You know, and the idea is just to be one with yourself and don't worry about that. Oh, hey, Lila, how you doing? How's it going? How you doing, Reina? And that's to me like thinking. Remember a little tip in life: think is not knowing. They can think that you were stupid, but you know you're not stupid. But me, I'll sit there and elaborate with them every which way. Welcome to live, and that's the idea. Like I'm a socialist, you know. If I have a talk with a zillionaire, and I have nothing against nobody, you know. If you are an Bernard, you know, I'll vibe which way, and that's why I did that TikTok beta response because, like, for sure, you know, in the beginning, worry about narcs, but remember, once you comprehend their function, they're all broken every which way. They can't be fixed. They can potentially change themselves for a little bit better, so they can forewarn people what they are, you know, definitely. But other than that, not really, you know. But then with that, they worry about us. To your last step. In fact, we could do the same shit narcissists can. Love bomb you, gaslight you, sell you that fake rumor your love story. Do the J-Dog entanglement, false with their party, aka cheating, be verbally abusive and physically abusive. All narcissists trait, but you're not a narcissist. That's the kicker. You just have the traits. The deal is eventually to learn how to control them. And by doing that, you just gotta fall back and work yourself. Go through your healing process, awakening process, awakened, which a lot of M's, so I said many times in between there, and then become woke. 2020, Neo in the Matrix, call everybody out in a positive way. And that's what I love to do, you know, lives, debates, etc. Because it's open-minded. That's all I'm doing. Nothing bad, you know. Some people get in the feelings, but like tell people, am I the problem? Are you the problem? Or are these words the problem? That's what you gotta ask yourself. Like, I'm not beating you up the Bible, no. I'm just vibing with you. And that's why I say like certain words, like you have to, instead of like you don't have to know. That's your choice. You have to say that if you want to change and not do incorrect, right? But if you say have to, it's a trigger warning because it's just a petty word. But if it bothers you, because yeah, once again, it's the traumas, because that's your mansion in your head. When we mention next year, it's gonna be painful, but next year I always brag about the mansion every which way, so I'll eventually have a mansion in my neck. And then when I say, you know, because why all the doors are painted wide open, because you have my neck, because which triggers what, you know, your anxiety, depression, emotional breakdowns, you know, PTSD, suicidal thoughts, you know, and then which triggers the cherry on top, overthinking 1,000. That's why your head's going 1,000 while you're trying to function in life. When I called someone out on their behavior, they said I was a narcissist. You know, especially on TikTok, man, and that is because now that everyone's doing the TikTok trend, everyone's a narcissist. Everyone, like me in the beginning, I was doing narcissist, yes, but I didn't drop, you know, I said everyone has narcissist traits, but that's why when I picked my ex and I apart, I was like, oh no, we're both hurt. I was just more hurt than she was. And that's why now on TikTok, if you speak your mind and you tell us, you know, call somebody out, they'll call you a narcissist because that's a quote unquote narcissist trait. Like, no, just keep them at 1,000, that's it. If they get an influence to call narcissist, then that's cool. But yeah, if I'm a narcissist, like you said, I am quote unquote now, can you elaborate to me why I'm a narcissist? And majority can't even handle that question. Like, what? You're a narcissist because you are. Right. I established that the first time you called me that. Can you, you know, please elaborate? If not, then you think I'm a narcissist. I know I'm not. And here's a lesson like think is not knowing. You know, of course, because they were triggered or guilty 1,000. I mean, you saw this. So that's the beautiful thing about social media. But yes, the narc talk, everyone like the sun's in my eyes, the narcissist, the moon and the stars misalign, the narcissist, the wind got in my face, narcissist. Oh, hey, Angels, how you doing? How you doing, Rina? How you doing, Queen? Welcome to live. I've actually been for quite a minute. I haven't had a long life for quite a while. We had a new follower. Oh, she's been following me, but jumping the live was just hella cool. Her first live, good session, and that's what it's about. Like I tell you, but this is our free therapy. You know, as amps, you know, we tell stories, share our knowledge and wisdom, and from there, what we doing? We kill each other, guide, heal, guide, support, uplift, forewarn, show love to each other, but we can't fix nobody. Nobody can't fix nobody. I don't care what anyone says. Not really what I said, but no therapist, no counselor, no psychiatrist, no drugs, no alcohol, no pills. Not even God can't fix you. We have a high power. God's by our sides every which way. That's why who knows you better than you in this world? Myself, the devil, and God. That's why you do good, God's side. If you do bad, devil's side. And why? Because it's premeditated. When we thought about it, 90% of our choices are premeditated. We thought about it. We picked out it, weighed out our options, and then we decided to do what we do. 10% that we did, and we just flashed. AK, narcissist tricks come out of you. You don't want to hit nobody. You don't want shit to fly, but now it's flying. Because why? Because triggers. Because AK, reactive abuse. True facts motto. What can you recommend about getting unstuck about the past? Oh, the past wise. Oh, that's an awesome subject. So remember, first and foremost, about the past wise, the past has been written. Like I tell my ex and anyone that would bring the past up quite often, especially about the same subjects. I'd be like, I just keep it 1,000. When I'd be like, when you and God can fix the past, please let me know. I'm on social media. I would tell the whole world the recipe, how you did it, and then from there, God can fix everybody's past, right? So the idea from the past is to, taking those, learn from it, and share your knowledge if you choose to. I highly recommend sharing your knowledge because from there wise, you're forewarned in the world. Because then from there wise, that's, if you're in a situation, at least now the other options, if you can elaborate more and break down every aspect of the situation. Tomorrow, aka the future, hasn't happened. So why we worry about tomorrow? Like me, I like the word, hope, plans. I use the word the idea tomorrow I do this. And it's a 50-50 shot. Happens, doesn't. I'm not, if you do plans, hope, etc., you have high hopes, high plans, you pray on it, and then when it doesn't go in your favor, you become bitter, etc., and then, you ruin your day and you don't want to go to work, you don't want to do anything because your little idea didn't happen the way you want. If you do, like I say, ideas, the 50-50 shot happens, doesn't. Now, the idea is to deal with the present, aka today, now. That's what we can control our environment and world best as. Because if everything's happening, you try to fix it now and adapt to the situation best as today. And that's how we control. That's why if you listen to My World, if you want to, is the power of now. That awakened and then become woke. I heard that one of my coworkers, customer/friend right there, the Mark and Duval, Sonny, I love him for giving me that CD, and I listened to it, but I would do community comprehension in certain parts of it, but some parts I couldn't grasp. I could not comprehend it because I was overthinking a lot going on at the time. Now that I went through all the processes now, opening the matrix, when I listen to it, I'm like, yo, all the answers right there. I have trust issues. Oh, so trust issues wise, with trust, in the beginning we have that for sure, most definitely, because we've been hurt, and especially in multiple relationships. Just keep it 1,000. Once trust is broken, the relationship is over, every which way. And the idea is to be with tension, make it a little better if you talk, do community comprehension. But if they keep doing the same thing over and over on their side, now it's not. And now fuck the excuses. Now it's called a habit. And they'll keep doing that with you. With the next relationship to be for them, potentially continue the ways and not do that. But if they choose to, once again, it's their habit. You can't fix it at all. But it's day by day, maybe steps, and you learn how to read people, judge people. So day one, like I judge everybody which way. I square, circle, square, circle. If you're a square, how broken are you? And I'll just vibe with you. I won't be mean to you, but I'll still vibe with you, You redirect the thought to you, 1,000. You have to identify the trigger and cut the energetic cord attached to it, 1,000. Awesome, Angel. Yeah, no, very, very well said. You're right in your mind instead of how I trust or of how trust issues. Definitely, it's what I do. Heck yeah. You think my trust is restored within me. Starting a relationship with trust issues, my issues. Right? That's for sure. Trust is a big one because as we get older, etc., like me, before my girl, Amber, etc., that is the way, like I even meditated about it. Actually, I was watching it when I was still going through it. When I was playing the Matrix, I was like, and that's when my thing, like, how am I supposed to confide in an individual that they didn't keep it 1,000 with me? They ain't gonna fold, they ain't give up, they're gonna step out, do this, the Jedi out entanglement, phone system with third party. And that's what they're overthinking, like, because the idea is to be in a good relationship, quote unquote, and the intent is to be the last relationship, and you don't want to keep falling your face in life with multiple partners, because as an imp, the more partners you lay down with, be your relationship, benefits, whatever situation, etc., the more you destroy yourself as an individual, the more you lose love for yourself, and it's take a lot longer to recover from the situation because you lost yourself, you know. And that's the idea to once again read people, judge people. Like my girl and I, you know, our relationship is not traditional wise, it's just present time, talked about it, didn't talk about the exes. I was reading on social media talking about my ex and the way it went down, etc. But I was just elaborating. I wasn't sitting on it. A lot of people, when they see, when you tell your story about your relationship, life, etc., especially about ex wise, it don't matter if it's year 2, 5 years later, they'll be, oh, you're still stuck on them. Like if you're narrow minded, and you have the right to believe them, most definitely, because you think I'm stuck on them. I know I'm not. If you watch my TikTok, be vibing. I'm just telling a story, and that's it. I'm just doing it for a warning. Like this is the signs. This is what I did. Was she did. Be very cautious, you know, and so on and so on. And that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. But if you choose to, you can say that. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I know fact 1,000. I'm not stuck on her. Thank you. I actually heard her. Cool. We vibe best as on my part. She has her days, but you know that's her. That's her. It's not mine because I'm the last person in her life, quote unquote. For now, that's the idea that she did that more. That I destroyed her. I demolished her really, really bad. Put her through hell and back easily. Because my mouthpiece is vicious. I can demolish anybody with petty words if I choose to. If the monarchies come out, I'll demolish you. That's the only person that treated me every which way are my kids. I have a bunch of kids, you know. I have 7 by blood and my stepson 8. So when I have them all, it's a that's how I give mothers respect every which way 1,000, because you have the hardest job in the world. And from there wise, it's a lot to deal with, even for 1 day, 2 days, because if they're making a mess, destroying the place, beefing. And my little 2-year-old had to, you know, carry on because he wanted me to hold him all the time. You know, it's kind of tough. It's a lot of stress. That's why my narc trades come out within 1,000. You want to see the devil come out of me? 50 kiddos. Teenagers, adults, nah. I can talk to you all day. No matter if you're being mean. Like, I'll just sit there and elaborate with you. Because, you know, I just want to know why you're being mean. You know, if you want the ish in life and then going through ish, let's talk about it if you want to. That's your choice, not my choice, you know? I'm trying to move forward, but my ex keeps popping up. All I want is inner peace. Well, if he pops up, let's say he texts you, DMs you, whatever, likes, you know, posts, etc. You don't have to respond to him at all. You know, you can. I just stop people, match people's energy. If they try, you know, come back in your life, etc. No, it's already over. It's X for a reason, yes. It's been written. But if you choose to, which a lot of us have, you know, you can find face taken back. You know, that's why I have it on me. Where's it at? You know, the idea is to don't defy logic. If you want to defy logic, fall on your face many times with that individual. And which many of us have done that because we believe that they potentially changed, and they changed for a minute, not too long, and then since the trust is broken, that they were bringing the past back up and then throwing your face. Like I was telling to, I'm bad with name, but Anna, I believe, you know, again, and now you're back to the toxicity. And how long are you gonna stay this time together and break up and do the cycle, aka trauma bond? Hey, what's up, Michelle? How you doing? ¿Cómo estás? Like two. Oh, cats. I got a squad of cats, man. This is one of like 20 outside. I got a squad of the family. I blocked them all. I want a new story. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like so, like for sure they say, you know, block the narcs and intervene vampires. Yes, for sure in the beginning, yes. In the healing process, or getting process, for sure now, yes, because you're trying to focus on yourself, keep positive, and start healing like you're healing. So that's what. Less stress in your life, less overthinking, and you have enough food on your plate. The idea is not to add more to the situation, you know. You got more. It's nice. You got more nice. I talked to you. I'm sorry, Michelle. Did a typo there? Oh, someone wants to jump on? Pardon me. Oh, there it is, babes. I didn't know that you want to be on here. Sorry, apologize. Oh well. Yep, I'm healing now. Oh, I most definitely, most definitely.
Mine, I think it's lagging on your side. Yeah, it's lagging. Let me see. It's trying to connect you, but it's not connecting. Wi-Fi issues or data issues. Yeah, but no, for sure. It's all about the healing process, awakening process, awaken.
Become woke. That's what, like, if you want to see like an awakened, you know, awakened imp at its peak. Watch JP Jordan Peterson. That's a good perfect example. Like every time it talks about life lessons what suffered, what you call it, he gets very emotional. It's because he's like 1 foot away, 1 step away to become woke, and he hasn't figured out how to do it yet. Got more title. Oh, oh yeah. So yeah, I got my impetus narcissist. And then I got that one. Oh yeah, then my neck. For all the amps, my motto for the squad. Your pain is my pain. I died like you died. So that's when they asked me, how you're my head. That's the motto. But I'm in February 1st, my birthday, which is like basically a month and a half from now, if that. Yeah. Oh, not even that. Yeah, like 5 weeks, 6 weeks. I'm getting my cybers done. I'm gonna get a love here for the M side, hate for the narc side, and the idea is to get my collarbone done. Like I told my ex when I let it go, 1,000. I'll let you leave me to my collarbone, and then if you have time, do the rest of my hashtags on this forum. Fairy awesome. Well, February babies. That's the idea eventually to get life straight, and then from there, wise, get everything in order. Adapt the situation. And if you have a shitty job, shitty scenario, just you make your own fun, you make your day better, and then from there, wise, your people around you vibe with you, quote unquote. People could be so cruel on TikTok. Oh yeah, on TikTok. Oh yeah, hell yeah. They have all these trolls, bullies, etc. But me personally, I love to like elaborate with them. I just call them out either narc or Trisha Live and narcissist straight because you're better in life. Whatever you have going in life, since you're going through issues, you want to share and bring others down. I mean, I love to allow people to live. Let's do a live, especially on TikTok because it's the best platform in the world because I can take any trolls or any negative person's comments to somebody else because people go through things in life. Emotionally, they can't really speak on whatever they can't defend themselves because they're going through life. They're trying to figure themselves out. So I would take that TikTok comment from that individual and make a TikTok response to them. That's a beautiful thing. That's how I tell you, how you keep it warriors, talk your ish. Yeah, you can do it on the platforms, but here on TikTok, I can take your negative comment and make a TikTok about it, respond to it, and then now, share it to the other platforms. You don't put up with the bullshit. Oh, nah, I just vibe with them. They're just going through shit in life. Also, they're just hiding behind the screen. Like I tell them, look, you're just a keyboard warrior. Why don't you show your face? Because why? Everybody in the world, for the most part, MC narcs in the beginning, you worry about your reputation because a narc 1,000, that's all they have is reputation. That's why they want to expose themselves. There's a lot of them, same scenario. You worry about your reputation, but why worry about it if whatever they're accusing you of, you're not that, then you're not that. Think is not knowing. They think you are. You're not. I don't put up with people's bullshit. Oh, yeah, you don't know. You don't have to. You don't have to. No, it's to each own. Most definitely, that's your choice. Me, like, if people call me stupid, I will sit there and elaborate with you. Like, you call me stupid, that hurt my feelings. You think I'm stupid. I know I'm not stupid. Can you please elaborate to me why you think I'm stupid? There's a little less of life. Thinking is not knowing. They're either gonna get mad, talk more shit, potentially get physical because they don't know what else to say, or they call you crazy and run away. I mostly get trolls in my life. Oh yeah, trolls for sure. I haven't gone for a minute, but yes, like the young generation, yes, because that's their job to be better, talk to BS, especially not rude when I say it, but the young generation, like I would say, should go like, I don't know, 25 and under. You guys are born with technology, technology started hitting it really hard, like what? My first phone, it was 95, 6, I guess. My Nokia smartphone came out like in 2000-ish, 2001. So that's where technology just popped out big time. So the young generation, bullying is everywhere, man. Like my kid, I was like which I didn't tweet about this shit, like on Fortnite skins, like they call me a noob. I'm like, I know y'all got bullying in general, but now they bully you because you don't have no skins. I go, those skins are pretty cosmetic. Your Venom, your Spider-Man, it does not make you a better player. That's what I mean when I play like at Apex, basically, etc. When the young kids give you BS, oh yeah, you're a noob, you have stock skin. I'm like, it's the skin. It does not make you any better in the game. You know that, right? So with that said, I'll have fun dropping your bodies. I'm not the best, but I drop you. Look at how much money you spend for your skins and you still lost. That's awesome. But you should keep wasting your money. Keep fitting in with the crowd. I go, I'm my own crowd. I don't care. I haven't ever cared about to be part of the crowd. on myself, and that's it. Take it or leave it. There's the door, you know? And that's that. But I say easily wise because I'm over life. I've already figured it out to the fullest. And that's why Church of Lost Stamps, I tell you, I heal you guys, just support you, uplift you for and show you mad love to you, but I can't fix you. The only person in the world who can fix you is you, and that's it. Nobody else. I can fix computers all day, every day. Not really what I say is analogy. I could be the computer's God, etc. Right? Because I could put the operating system, if being the virus is there, I can erase it, start fresh, be right back. And I say, oh, guess I'm on King. Yeah, I'll be here for a little bit longer, most definitely. But see, I can do that. That's why I say many times, a lot of people get triggered by this. No doctor, no therapist, no psychiatrist, no drugs, alcohol, no pills. Not even God can't fix you. The only person that can fix you is you. If you believe in a higher power, the only person knowing you better than you is what? You, the devil, and God. If you believe in a higher power, whatever higher power, it could be a rock, whatever you believe in, if you believe in a higher power. But, if you don't believe in anything that, you know right from wrong. If you don't, go to the phone, YouTube, and watch a video about it because you're potentially lazy to read. So with that said, watch a video about it. Is stealing wrong? Is cheating wrong? Ask any questions. Someone did a video about it. If they didn't, go to Google. Oh, snap. Now we got to work. Type it in, and now you got to read. Now you got to go to forums. Do your little read 10, break down your numbers and see if that number is pretty much accurate. So I thought my kids, you're 20 and under for the most part. Y'all have no, even 25 and under. You guys have I keep it 1,000. You have no excuses in life. Everything's on this phone. Any questions? Ask the phone. Go to Google, ask Siri, etc. So when you're cheating, stealing, I just call you out like, did you know that was wrong? Come on, man. Just jump on your phone, stealing wrong, anything negative. Any question in the world, like, why is the world here? Why are people here? Whatever you want to ask. Amp the narcissist, whatever you want to ask. Google it, YouTube it, and so on and so on. So I just keep it 1,000. Like, anyways, like hearing them, like, yeah, no excuses. You're on your phone, right? Use the phone correctly, not incorrectly. So grab your phone, type in there a YouTube is not doing my chores wrong, and watch the videos and weigh out your options, see what's up. That's how I tell my kiddos. Y'all want me to buy you V-Bucks and stuff, etc., but y'all can't take care of the crib. You can't fix it. You can't clean it. You want to make a mess, but I got to clean up everything myself. But should we have the same conversation every weekend? I'm tired, I'm all the way individual doing all this, so... And it's not your fault to have a bunch of kids. No, obviously not. But if we all work together, best as, we can all be on the same page. If not, altercation, I don't die with technology, y'all. You need your phone, you need V-Bucks, you need the platform, you need your gaming consoles. I don't. I play when I feel like it, But that's the idea, is to, do communication comprehension with their kiddos, teenagers, and adults. Try to be on the same page. If not, then let the world keep you broken. Because the world's broken. I'll keep it 1,000. Everyone's broken. I used to be broken. All you have is empty narcs, spread in circles. That's all I see. Like Neo in the Matrix, 2020M. Everyone's broken. The difference is a narc stays broken to the last damn breath. They can potentially change if they choose to, if they be, real with themselves, potentially. And then Church of Lost Stamps, we have narcissists also, we do the same thing as them. So you're broken, but you ask yourself, how broken am I? How healed am I? That's what you gotta ask yourself. Nothing wrong with being broken. You just gotta comprehend why you are and what's the situation in your head. Your head's your best friend or your worst enemy. And that's why I eventually get like my ribcage, whatever side Jesus got stabbed. I don't know if it was the right, I don't know, but wherever he got stabbed, that was when they, when they crucified him, etc. I'm gonna put that in my ribcage, same thing. Like imagine the riddle's been asked somewhere in part of the world, it has to be, but like my little riddle, I say, who's the problem? The person in the mirror, the person looking in the mirror. That's the riddle MC Narcs die with, because you can't deal with the mirror. You hate yourself. You dislike yourself. Because every relationship, you destroy yourself. You lost love yourself. The more body hopping you do, the more bodies you lay down with as an amp, you destroy yourself. I believe also Narc also, because they're lust. They don't know how to love. They're trying to, but they don't know how to. They have to use us amps as what? They're codependent of us because they don't know how to love themselves. We make them feel good, we validate themselves, then pick them up and down, and yeah, easy to manipulate. Very easy. But all love though, that's why I love TikTok every which way, because we can socialize. Talk about all this mildly wise, at least on my end, because my TikTok, my lives. My side, I'm doing communication comprehension. Your side, communication, you can comprehend today, tomorrow, 20 years from now. Your choice, you can call me stupid, ignorant. It doesn't hurt my feelings. They're petty, simple words. Why is the world dying? Because petty, simple words. Because why? Traumas. Those words trigger something in your head, your mind. Because you haven't let go of your ex. Ex is past pain, toxic love, trauma, the cherry top, childhood trauma 1,000. That's why your head is overthinking. As amp, that beats it up a lot. And the idea is eventually is to shut off the overthinking and then just become a lover and a healer, not overthinking anymore. Time is irrelevant. Stay by day and baby steps, and that's it. And that's the best feeling in the world. Like, I tell all amps, like, I say need to trigger you, but, I want you to be my level. It's not a competition, but so you get your life back, so you comprehend the world functions. So you can comprehend why everything happens to you in life. Like, oh, that's why they did me dirty. Yeah. There you go. Now you can work on yourself. And then work on your head, because that song from and after rap artist, Mansion, I took his analogy and made it my way. So in your head, to make it easier, to simplify your overthinking as a amp-wise, Treasure Lost Amp. In your head, your mansion, the doors of pain are wide open. Each person that hurts you verbally, physically, mentally, etc., each person, they own that room. Each situation, they own that room. So they're eating their popcorn, watching Clyde Bill, smile on your face, living there rent-free. For how long? That's on you, not on them. You can close your way, or if they actually talk to you, potentially yes. But even if they don't talk to you, the idea is to forgive, not forget. Your choice. But once again, if you don't, which is your choice, most definitely, they live in your head rent free. They could move to Pluto. You haven't ever seen them for the last day in breath, but every time you hear about them, see a picture, memory, you get bitter, hateful instead of other individuals because you haven't let them go. They're still in your head rent free. How long are you allowed them to live? Mom, dad, cousin, exes in your head rent free, and you're still trying to deal with life, etc. That's the life becomes hard because we allow narcs, energy vampires not knowing. Still got a gesture cycle not knowing. As imps, pretty much, still raised to fail, but we'll eventually get it. That's what we're talking about, and share our knowledge, share our stories. That's the beautiful thing I love about TikTok is I'll push everybody away because I'm considered crazy, especially in the Spanish culture. Locally, I'm from Eastern Washington. I might not have anybody locally that talks about it every which way, but my peoples, I tell you, yo, I'm always in your pocket, and vice versa. I jump up here, make my TikToks, do my responses, and then share my TikTok to my other platforms, on Facebook, IG, Twitter. I don't do posts. I haven't done posts for a very long time. I do just, memories on Facebook. I just repost them, put my hashtags, and everything on TikTok. That's my followers. They'll be like, yo, all you do is TikTok. Yeah, it's a TikTok live. The best platform. This is where you vibe with authentic people. You won't feel alone. They're going through it like you're going through it. And this is your support team if you choose to. Free therapy if you choose to. Talking and vibing. Just like the missus a minute ago, or probably half an hour ago, she her first live, and I didn't know that she was trying to get on my live, and I accepted her, and we talked on live for I don't know how long, 2-3 hours, and I haven't met her from Adam, and vice versa. And that's the best. I was telling her that's the best I got taught. The best people talking in this world are nobodies, because nobody knows nothing about you. They do not know your past. I could have been a killer, drug dealer, etc. How would you know if you don't know anything about my past? And vice versa. You keep doing the same thing. Drug dealer, whatever, anything negative. I don't know your past, but the idea is to keep it in the present. So whatever situation you go through, whatever advice you're asking, they're going to the idea is to authentically give you their opinion, their advice, and that's it, a scenario. But they won't throw anything in your past, like your mom, sisters, cousins, siblings, friends from where you're from, throwing in your face. Oh, you did that. Remember you did that last 2-3 years ago, 4 years ago? You're like, well, yeah, that's my past, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about today, my situation with shit. And then what happens? Y'all getting your feelings, altercations happen, and now you're back to balling up again. But the downfall of every time you ball up your emotions, where the master smiles for way too long, what happens? It could potentially have you do reactive use, pop up with somebody by accident, throw shit, break it, etc. Because you bottle it up. When you bottle your emotions up for way too long, and in general, it's very, very unhealthy. And that's why overthinking is triggered a lot more, because you cannot think straight. You got too much shit going on, and you still got to deal with life, work. If you have kids, co-parenting, all that. It's just shit, more shit. Like, damn, that's too much to go, and that is a lot for one individual. Co-parenting, all that. It's just shit, more shit. Like, damn, that's too much to go, and that is a lot for one individual. And then deal with the rest of life. So the idea is to fall back day by day, baby steps, house support team. That's why I got blessed. My name. I let it go in 88 days, because why am I 10 names? My light workers. They were basically my therapist for 10 days. I can talk and vibe and sharing knowledge, man. It's a beautiful thing. I just love my dad because let my ex go 100% in 88 days. I say 1,000 because 14, 17 days later, I let her go 1,000. That was like my final test with her, myself, etc. in general. Like, yo, and that's why which I'm getting my collarbone on my birthday next February 1st. You know, like I told her, oxymoron, you know, you might understand it, but I love you for leaving me. And I feel like here, like how do you? That's what I tell you, when you let go of your ex 1,000 or whoever hurt you 1,000, you forgive them, not forget, etc. You can tell them that I love you for leaving me, I love you for me, etc. And then potentially call you crazy, like what the hell, I did you wrong, right? But I had to die. I had to go through that. You know, I figured it out now. So now what I do is just I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor. I'm not a warrior. I'm just telling a story. I dealt with narc. I dealt with amps. Family said all the good shit. Now I'm just telling a story for warning. You can call me crazy. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Keep scrolling, blah, me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I continue what I'm saying to my last day in bed because I love what I'm talking about. So I know what I'm talking about. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't like that. When you're too confident in life, they consider it crazy. Like, oh yeah, leave him alone. Leave her alone. They don't know what they're talking about. Because now you're abnormal, not like them, normal. In the gender, the cycle, part of the crowd, etc. That's what meanwhile, which I would do TikTok. Like I was this young female. I heard that for sure. She went through a breakup, got cheated on, etc. And she was making her TikToks. Was the young generation, yes, you know, this their platform was definitely white for the most part because they acknowledge their ish, right? The breaks she born in there. So she was making her comments, and they were saying that she hasn't got over her ex, and don't let the ex, you know, don't let the ex, you know, keep, you know, just because you did you wrong to make them become bitter and stuff. And I made my comments on her post, on one of her TikToks, and then a couple more, you know, maybe like 5-7 comments between like 3-4 different TikToks. And instead, you know, once again, my side, when I'm on my lives, I'm doing my TikToks, you know, I make my comments, I'm doing what? Communication comprehension on my side. Your side, you can communicate, if you choose to, comprehend when you're ready to, if you choose to. Her wise, she you know, because she was getting overwhelmed, I guess, by 5 messages, she just blocked me. I was like, cool. Me personally, when I started doing it on my phone, I make like a narc list, and I make a narc block list, and then an imp block list. So, and I just tag them. Which I'll do probably tonight, not tomorrow. You know, make a TikTok, tag her in it because she blocked me. But even though anyone blocks you for the most part, any platform for the most part, you can still tag him in it, but you can't see anything on their side. Like on TikTok, I can't see your TikTok, nothing. I can see your username, and that's about it. But that suffice because when I make my TikTok, I put her username. I click on her name, it just says videos not viewed, whatever, video block, whatever it says. Or video, I think it says like video unavailable. When you see that, it's because they blocked you. And when you can't see the comments and that stuff, it's because they blocked you, which is totally cool. But everybody else, my followers and they can click on her name, they can see everything about her because you're not blocked. And that's the thing. When you speak about real facts and knowledge, etc., for a young generation, they run from it. So they'd rather sit there in the feelings, which I would do say that on my TikTok, like, yo, you can stay in feelings all you want. It's your choice, your life. But it took me 39 years of my life to say what I'm saying. All the comments that just commented on you guys, that my knowledge, took me 39 years of my life. My brown people, Spanish, Hispanic, Latino, Spaniards, they can't teach me this. You know, my family can't teach me this. This is crash by myself, God, and the future self talk to me. We did it, and now I'm saying what I'm saying to the fullest. Call me crazy, whatever. It didn't hurt my feelings, but it took me 39 years of my life. You're like 21. So the idea is not a competition. The idea is that you beat me. Be 25, 30, become woke. At least, or you go through awakening parts, so you comprehend what snarks, how we function as individuals, as humans in the world. If you don't, then you're not falling your face many, many times in your life. Do that, and you still have to go to work. You still have to deal with life, and you're still going through your feelings because your partner's cheating on you. And the longer you're in a relationship with a toxic person, the more it's going to hurt to leave, or when they leave, etc. It sucks with nothing. No one deserves that. Obviously not, but that's why in TikTok we buy best ass, and that's why I love TikTok because once again I can do any video response with whomever I want, anyone's comment, which I've been saying before TikTok, like on Facebook, IG, said I'd be like, yo, instead of going back and forth with this individual, having this debate and like 50 comments deep, like it'd be nice in the future I can take the comment, do a and here I'm on TikTok, and I was like, what? Hell yeah. All you keyboard warriors, all you trolls, all you randos that don't show your face and you want to talk your BS. And that person, pardon me, that person can't defend themselves because they're going through an emotional crisis, they're going through emotions in general, and they don't have to respond to you. Yo, say less. Team Squares, Team M's, I got you. I'll take it. And every time I've done that, the people don't respond back. I'll be like, yo, show your face, but you scared of. Let's do it live. Oh, what? Shit just got real. Let's do it live. Let's talk about it. But people run from that situation because why? When you call people out in an open-minded way, they could call you crazy. I'll be crazy, but I'm blessed in life. Thank you. You can call yourself saying all good shit and be miserable in life or still be broken in life. Figure out why you're broken. And that's me. I'm not mean to nobody. Like, yo, this vibe and that's it. Share knowledge and that's it. And that's it. That's why majority of people, my followers are mainly females versus males. Males say crazy, all good shit. I'm a simp, all like negative corny shit. Like, yo, call me what you want to, but once again, let's do a live video, chop it up. What's wrong with that? So that's why, once again, I love TikTok because I can take anyone's comment, have fun with it. And that's why, and when I do that, I always tell them, yo, tag you in it, right? They're very responsive. With that said, you can block this, you can report this TikTok, but I still got my IG, my Facebook, my Twitter, my YouTube. It will be on there also. So, you know, have fun with that. I don't worry about my reputation, pardon me. I don't worry about it. Talk about me. Petty words. But I'll call you out on it and talk about it and elaborate it. Nope, can't do that, can we? Because that means what? Communication, comprehension. And you have to have a conversation if you choose to. But, yeah. I'll do 3 more minutes, guys, or at 20, I'm off. Actually, the most will go at 6:30 because I got to get going, kids. But anyone that's on the live still, because TikTok servers suck, and people come and go. It could be like one. It could be 1,000 people here. I only see one. So with that said, that's one downfall. Like with gaming, anything with servers, anything in a social media platform, they lag, they be retarded, and they have all the money in the world. TikTok, they money all in the world, and their servers are still lagging. I'm dumbfounded by that. But hey, there is not much. I just adapt to my situation, and that's it. But once again, I love TikTok, promo TikTok, because I get talking back with you guys. You might not have nobody locally, right? But you got this platform, go live. You're going, if you want to look for a relationship, if that's your intent to be in a relationship, screw dating apps. Those are corny as hell, broken every which way. Majority of people on there don't want to have conversation. They're there for cosmetics, found that fake life like IG, etc., and Facebook, but they can't even have an open-minded conversation. And they go, oh, you talk too much. Like, yeah, I talk too much, cool, then stay broken. Enjoy that next time. I just keep it 1,000, stab me in the heart a little bit. I just tell you, stay broken and enjoy the next toxic relation to be. So when I talk very little, enjoy that. I don't miss that. Just go on, I keep back, eat out popcorn, and it's free entertainment. You can go through your drama, you find a phase to cheat on you, or vice versa. Like, well, that's what happens when you don't have full open-minded conversations. Stay broken, figure it out. But I won't be mean to you. I know it sounds kind of harsh, but I sit here and talk and elaborate with you. A lot of people, they'll be harsh and they won't take the time to sit and elaborate with you because they don't care. I do. Love the world to the fullest. I'm not got nothing against you guys. I was traditional. I was broken for a very long time. Now I comprehend the situation, and the idea is to eventually be one with yourself, love yourself. Remember, true happiness, unconditional love, support is you. It starts with you. The day you can fall back and go through the healing process and awakening process and awaken, become in the matrix, so then you can love yourself 1,000. You can have love for others, yes, but not 1,000 because you don't love yourself 1,000. And that's the ish. And if in their ways, you become dependent of yourself. You're not codependent on the world. You don't need nobody. I don't need nobody. So it's not harsh when I say this. I don't need my kids. I don't need my partner. I don't need nobody in this world. I want, my girl, my kids, and other amps are going through even arcs. So I'll talk about it with you every which way. Every which way. And that's it. That's why when you're broken, you're codependent. Everyone's codependent. Narcs stay codependent of amps because why? They need it to validate themselves and to manipulate them every which way. A narc can't be with a narc for a second, less than that's it. But the two narcs live together, they'll destroy each other because they know how they are, how they function. They can't manipulate each other. They can try to, but it's be a fun test for them, right? So it's easier to mess with us. So this your last stand. We have narcissist traits also. We do the exact same shit narcissists. So don't forget that. A lot of people here do the narc talk. They focus on narc, and the narcs just eating their popcorn like in the movies. Like the bad guy says, yo, what? Sorry, I got dogs, man. What's gonna call it? Like in the movies, the flicks, the books, the bad guy says what? While they worry about us, we're doing our job. We're pillaging, destroying, robbing, etc., killing. But then they worry about their people inside their side. Their PD, their, whatever, infrastructure, etc., whatever the situation is, And the reason why they're cynics is why they can see the other terrestrial life and narcissist traits. They can easily manipulate them to vibe with them every which way. So that's why you observe your surroundings. But I'm about to get out because I gotta rotate the dog. That's what they're barking. I gotta let them out. So, man, I love respect to everybody who's on the live. You know, remember the day by day baby steps. You know, just have a support team. If you feel like you have nobody you want to talk to, DM me. I do video chats, TikToks, IG, FaceTime, all that good. Well, not FaceTime, but doable same thing as FaceTime. With everybody in the world, I talk to highlight people in the world because don't feel alone. It's the best platform. Stay fresh, have a good day, and I potentially might go tomorrow, next day. But I'll say yes. Take care, be safe. Ciao, ciao.